we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. Take for their disease. Just like a wing, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip guards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make great.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Astrology for Mystics with Jen. Of course, I'm Jen. Hello. Good afternoon, guys. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Good to see you, Orb. Good to see you, girl. Good to see you, Jeff. Thank you for your support. And you too, Witchy Mama. Thank you guys so much. Hey, Bo. Shauna. Hey. Jill is in the house. Janice is in the house. Thank you guys for being here. As my thumbnail suggests, this is going to be about DCS and the way that DCS has been in crisis here in Tennessee for many, many years. Hey, Janice, again. Angel for you. Good to see you. His eyes. Hello, honey. Good to see you. Hey, Sassy. I'll be listening while cleaning. Oh, nice. I need to clean. I was thinking about that today. I need to clean really bad. Anyways, guys, I want to talk about DCS, as a native here in Tennessee. I know that there are major things, major changes, major reforms that need to take place, and hopefully Marsha Blackburn is going to be out of here. There should be term limits. These old folk. I mean, I'm old, I get it, but I mean, we don't need career politicians. We need change, and we need change like yesterday, like last year, like years ago. And DCS has just we've got major, major problems. I know it's not just the state of Tennessee, but because of Sebastian Rogers' case, I think that we need to be talking about the state of Tennessee and how it has been in crisis. DCS has been in crisis for many, many years. And so I want to go over that with you guys because because you don't live here in Tennessee, you may not realize that there are multiple lawsuits right now against DCS. Seth isn't the only one, okay? And so I want to educate you guys a little bit, educate myself along the way, okay? So let's get right to it. So this one right here, this one is 3 years ago. So 3 years ago, News Channel 5, Nick Barris, News Channel 5 put this out. They put this out 3 years ago. And there has been a consistent um, attack on the DCS for one reason or the other because they are just incompetent. They are incompetent. They have incompetent leadership, and we need major changes. And hopefully, this lawsuit, along with the other lawsuits against DCS, is actually going to bring some type of change for the families here in Tennessee, the children here in Tennessee that have been failed in one way or the other. Kids are being removed without needing to be removed, and then kids are being left without needing to be left, and there is just no communications whatsoever, just like Seth not being notified. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And so we have got to be an advocate for these kids. We've got to be, we have got to be. So here we go. Let's take a listen to this. Let's take a listen.
The biggest stories of 2022 was the crisis at the agency that cares for Tennessee's most vulnerable children. Our News Channel 5 Investigates team exposed repeated failures inside the Department of Children's Services.
Now, investigative reporter Ben Hall looks back at some of our exclusive reports that uncovered a department near collapse.
They were sleeping on the floor.
Caseworker Terry Nelson told us last December she took this cell phone video of foster kids sleeping in a DCS office to alert people to what was happening.
They're sleeping on the floor. We don't even have blankets. That's demeaning. We just told them they don't matter.
Nelson became a caseworker after being in foster care herself, but she couldn't keep taking kids out of abusive homes with no appropriate foster home for them.
It hurt me to the core because at the end of the day, if I had that experience when I came into DCS custody, I wouldn't have chosen to do social work.
After releasing the video, she was fired. But our ongoing investigation reinforced what Nelson was trying to show. In April, we found dozens of kids simply ran away from the DCS office downtown, where they were staying.
Can you just check with the bus station, just tell him to be on the lookout for him. He's going to be a runaway.
Caseworkers called police, who arrested the kids when they were found.
So now we are criminalizing their behaviors because we are not doing right by them. And so we're putting a label on them that they're a runaway.
Davidson County Juvenile Court Judge Sheila Calloway was frustrated DCS leadership downplayed staffing shortages that kept getting worse. In late April, we reported a 12-year-old and 17-year-old had sex while awaiting placement at the DCS office on Athens Way.
When I saw News Channel 5's report, I was I was floorboarded.
That's when some state senators began publicly saying they were losing confidence in the DCS commissioner, Jennifer Nichols.
Does the DCS commissioner have your full confidence?
I don't know how anyone could have full confidence in the department or the commissioner right now.
By May, a blistering report claimed children were kept in solitary confinement at the DCS-run Wilder Youth Development Facility. It also claimed guards encouraged youth to attack other youth.
They'll get the children, say 10 noodles, and the children will go beat this child up, and they got the noodles.
What do you mean noodles?
Ramen noodles, like noodles you eat.
Ramen noodles.
Ramen noodles, yeah.
In June, prominent attorneys revealed they might sue the state on behalf of all the foster kids in Tennessee.
Because the kids are so powerless, they have no constituency, they have no voice. We were their voice, and we're going to speak up again unless the state steps up and does this.
But talk of that law.
Oh, isn't that something? Let's just rewind that. He's the one, this is the guy that Nick Barris asked about in his Facebook post. Nick Barris on Facebook put out a post and he said, you know, talking about the lawsuit with Seth, and then David Rabin, he gave his, you know, he was like, I don't know if they did wrong or not. I just know that it's, you know, it's hard to sue a government entity because of the immunity. Well, David, whose side you on, honey? Did we change? Did we get a little, I didn't, you know, even if that is his opinion, I just didn't like to hear about it because it doesn't give us Tennesseans hope for reform when we have people like this stating that. So which one is it? Which one is it? I'm feeling conflicted because this was 3 years ago. Well, if you don't know or not, why don't you try to figure it out, honey? Try to figure it out, okay? Let's try to figure it out. It's just stuff like this. It just irritates me. So let's go back a little bit. David Rabin.
And we're going to speak up again unless the state steps up and does this.
But talk of that lawsuit faded a month later when Governor Bill Lee fired DCS Commissioner Jennifer Nichols.
These are youth that are extraordinarily difficult to place.
New Commissioner Margie Quinn has been more open about the dire situation the department faces. In budget hearings last month, she said kids weren't just sleeping in office buildings, but they were spending months at a time in hospitals, long after they should have left.
They're staying 100 days in hospitals, and they're not acutely ill, but they can't stay in an office.
Just this month, we reported DCS left a child with a mental health diagnosis at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital for 270 days and housed another at a hospital in Johnson City for 243 days, long after both should have been released. As the year closed, the state released a scathing audit showing pictures where kids slept in office buildings and saying caseworker vacancies had reached crisis levels.
We're working to move as quickly as we possibly can. We have a lot of folks to hire that's only.
Well, look, Margie, I'm about tired of excuses, honey. I'm tired of excuses. She is one that Seth is also going after because these people need to be accountable. I'm sick and tired of hearing these excuses. When do our children truly matter to these people? If you can't do it, Margie, somebody else can. Yeah, freaking Margie. Janelle, good to see you, baby. Freaking Margie with the DCS. Girl, get you a new job. If you can't handle it, if you can't handle this position, then, you know, let's get somebody that can. Yeah, it is. It's crazy. It is crazy. Hey, Kimberly, good to see you. Hey, yeah, I'm livid too, Cinderella. Y'all say hello to my beautiful baby. Say hello to Janelle. But yeah, I mean, Margie, if you can't do it, I'm sick of these excuses, okay? Sick of them. Absolutely sick of them. It's ridiculous.
Going to happen as quickly as it's going to happen.
That we have a real challenge on our hands, and
The
we are
new
trying
year
to
will bring
be,
new pressure on Governor Bill Lee to turn the department around.
Now, Governor Lee, you've had time. It's time for you to get out too. It's time for a whole reform. You need to go, Governor Lee. Goodbye. Goodbye. Marsha Blackburn, all of y'all need to go. We need a complete reform here in the state of Tennessee to protect our children.
Thousands of children depend on it. Ben Hall, News Channel 5, investigates.
Yeah, so that's that one. That's that one. And then we've got this. This is brand new. This is what I'm about to show you is from June 20th. So just a month ago, guys, it was developing news, and I think we need to know about this.
State Representative Afton Bain has filed 14 civil rights complaints against the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, and she's doing it on behalf of families involved. Now, according to Bain, the complaints involved disability discrimination and sexual assaults that happened in DCS placements across the state, including Davidson, Sumner, and Rutherford counties. Now, she says the current system is not working for Tennessee families. We have reached out to DCS for a comment. We are waiting to hear back.
Yeah, I bet you are. You're not going to wait. I mean, you can keep on waiting. Keep on waiting. Now, here's this. Tennessee considering a bill that critics say could allow foster children to be detained without criminal charges. And this was posted 10 weeks ago. 10 weeks ago, this guy posted this.
Republican lawmakers in Tennessee are pushing a bill that would allow foster kids to be put in juvenile detention even though they haven't committed a crime. You heard it right, but I'm going to say it again. Kids in the custody of the state of Tennessee who are neglected, abused, abandoned, could be put behind bars even though they weren't convicted of any crime. Opponents of this bill argue that it's about safety and protection from violent kids in state custody. Meanwhile, youth social service advocates say that this is a shadow justice system built on dangerous standards with no checks and balances. One former foster child that is...
I know, Janelle. It makes absolutely zero sense. I mean, the way that they are demeaning our children and not putting them first, there's no dignity here. And how these lawmakers, you know why? It's because they are, I do too, Janelle. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. It's ass backwards, like Shauna said. It is completely backwards. It makes zero sense. And these politicians need to be held accountable too, because they're not doing anything good for our state except giving our tax dollars away to stupid shit. DCS doesn't care about kids. Exactly right. Never have, never will.
is fighting this bill says that it criminalizes trauma responses. Foster kids are some of the most vulnerable kids in the country. They've been abused, neglected. They have emotional trauma, and acting out after that trauma is not the same as being a criminal. Some are even arguing that Tennessee is using this as a shortcut for the broken foster care system, moving kids out of crowded offices and spaces directly into prison. The government should be protecting vulnerable children, not blurring the line between foster care and incarceration.
What you said. Can y'all believe that that's an actual thing? Can y'all believe that? Can you believe it? Because this is an election time. And I hope that these people that have not done anything for our kids are gone, never to be seen again, retired. We need major changes. And it's people like Seth, people like these other people that are suing DCS right now. There are 3 cases against them right now, and some of them are major cases. This is what brings change, guys. You can't just sit back. Oh, I can't believe Seth is suing them. But you know what? If it was your kid, if it was your grandkid who is caught up in a system that is broken, your kid's not around to tell the story, you may change your attitude. especially for those that live in Tennessee, we have a responsibility to care and protect our children. And if these people aren't doing anything, what are you going to do? Just sit back and just let them walk all over you? Well, you know what? That's not what Seth Rogers is doing. Thankfully, that is not what he's doing. He wants major changes, major changes. And there is a big injustice when you remain silent. Big injustice when you remain silent. We can't remain silent. We have to be advocates for our kids. Even in your state, if something is going on, you don't live in Tennessee. Look, I do. I've got grandkids growing up in this state. I wish that they were in another state. I wish we could all move our family. I can't stand Tennessee anymore. It is definitely not the same as when I was growing up. That's for sure. That is for sure. But now I want to take you to another one. I want to take you to another one, another video. So let's look at this. Let's look at this. Just 1 second. Let's go to this one. Here we go.
Well, yes, I think we would install a new commissioner to answer that part.
So this is saying we've covered complaints surrounding Tennessee Department of Children's Services for months, specifically in Bradley County, where Congressman and GOP candidate John Rose met with voters this morning. If elected, Rose says he would appoint a new DCS commissioner. When I asked Senator Marsha Blackburn's team the same question via email, she said she would fix a broken system but not comment to firing commissioner. You know what? Marsha Blackburn don't do a damn thing. She don't do shit. She doesn't listen to her constituents. No, she needs to be gone. Like as of yesterday, she needs to be gone and, just retire. Just go home. She just needs to go home. So this was posted 3 days ago, just so you guys know. Here we go.
Well, yes, I think we would install a new commissioner to answer that part. You know, the Department of Children's Services is so important to protecting some of the most vulnerable Tennesseans. You know, unfortunately, kids who find themselves in difficult home situations, and they need the capable assistance of the state. And frankly, we've been failing at that in recent years, and we've got to get our bearings there. We've got to get back on track so that we can provide the kind of safety net for those kids that they deserve and that Tennessee ought to provide. And so this will be an area that I give considerable focus to. First of all, finding the right person to lead that, and then starting the process of rebuilding the relationships. I think it will take longer than 6 months based on the conversations I've had with advocates for children across the state and the many folks who are involved in the foster care system. They tell me the problem is pretty extraordinary and that we do have to solve it. And I'm committed to putting in place policies and people who can get us back on track.
See, that's the thing. These politicians, they're always saying the right thing around election time, aren't they? They always want to say what you want to hear, but where's the action? Where's the action? Because everybody that has said this in previous years haven't done anything. Nothing. It's just gotten worse. It's just gotten worse. Here's another one for you guys. Here's another one.
There's a new complaint against Tennessee's Department of Children's Services. The claims include discrimination against kids with disabilities and that they're being sexually assaulted while in foster certified homes. It's on behalf of 14 families, including in Hamilton and Bradley counties, and this complaint was filed by State Representative Afton Bain, a Nashville Democrat.
All they're trying to do, especially these parents, are trying to get their kids back. They're trying to be reunited with their kids. They are doing everything that DCS is telling them, and DCS is still withholding their kids and putting them into precarious situations.
DCS declined to comment. I also saw this post on Facebook. It's from a Bradley County judge, and he's criticizing DCS and saying that they're not providing him with the contact information that he was requesting from foster families and the children that are coming through his courtroom. Now, that's not really information that would normally be provided, but he's saying it was necessary for him to have because he's a Bradley County judge.
made a request on the Department of Children's Services. I asked for a list with contact information. Every child in state custody is to list what was so that employees could reach out and check on the children on a regular basis to make sure that they did not have a need that was not being met, to see if they were still in the same placement as the prior check-in, to make sure that they were in counseling or getting whatever help they needed, and to make sure that no one was abusing them. This was in part in response to the lawsuit that was filed against department a while back. And see, this is a judge. So our judges here in Tennessee seem to be pretty sick of this. I was told that it would take a while to put together the list, but that I would be provided for what I asked for. I felt that was reasonable response, especially with as quickly as I received it. So I waited. Since then, I've hired someone who starts tomorrow that will be assisting in all matters involving children who are dependent and neglected. We've developed protocols specifically with the goal of ensuring that there are more checks and balances in place for kids that are not in their parents' custody. I checked in about 6 weeks ago and was told that the department would provide the list to me at a meeting that we had scheduled with the regional staff this past Monday. I know government moves entirely slow, but I thought I would show something. This past Monday, we had a meeting with a few folks from the regional leadership. Near the very end, I asked about the list. They handed it to me. It consisted of 4 pages. Noticeably absent was any sort of contact information. And he just keeps on going on.
And he's criticizing DCS and saying that they're not providing him with the contact information that he was requesting from foster families and the children that are coming through his courtroom. Now, that's not really information that would normally be provided, but he's saying it was necessary for him to have because he wants to check in on these kids that are in foster care, because he says that DCS workers, especially in Bradley County, are stretched so thin.
They are stretched so thin. Well, our kids are just not a priority in the state.
More about the kids who have had 30 placements. Those are the ones I want to know. Are we just jumping from house to house? What exactly is going on? And so really this is just us trying to do our due diligence to make sure that everybody is being taken care of and that we're getting the full story.
Bain is defiant that Margie Quinn, who Governor Bill Lee appointed to be DCS commissioner back in 2022, needs to go. I asked Morgan his opinion, and he says while he's gone to Nashville, met with Quinn, has had positive conversations with her, he says that if he had that job, he would have things fixed up in 6 months. There are more than 7,800 kids in Tennessee in foster care. That's slightly up from when we last checked that number back in early March, but there is some good news. Since late January, no kids have been sleeping in offices, according to DCS.
Wow. They were sleeping in offices, guys.
Representative Bain says she's still waiting to hear back from the federal government about this complaint. It's HHS that she filed with. But on our website, local3news.com, I've got all of this in depth and also a response from Senator Marsha Blackburn, who is, of course, a front runner for governor, about what she thinks about all of this.
Fox News alert. Trump's
a new complaint against.
She's not going to do it. Is she? Marsha's
burning bridges. Last night, we eliminated 3 key Iranian bridges.
Hold on. Let's see. Where else do I want to take you guys? I want to take you to the woman that is filing Afton Ben. She's the one that filed the lawsuit. And so she's given an update. This update was, it looks like 3 weeks ago when she gave this update about the filing of the DCS report. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Hold on.
During generational El Nino is not for the weak. I will say that. Representative Afton Bain, I wanted to provide a DCS update about our Children Over Checks campaign. For some background, our office, as many legislators' offices, have been contacted by dozens of families alleging systemic retaliation by DCS, DCS refusing to return children to their parents after their parents fulfill all of the requirements, falsified case documents. I'm not blaming the workers that work at the lowest levels of the agency, but when you have a system and the issues aren't so that there's not just one family, there are dozens saying the same thing, and then it becomes a problem. Our office earlier this spring sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking them to investigate the systemic issues within the Department of Children's Services in Tennessee. They responded and rerouted us to the Health and Human Services Agency that includes the Office of Civil Rights, which HHS, federal agency, Health and Human Services, has jurisdiction over state Department of Children's Services. The Office of Civil Rights is one of the few federal accountability mechanisms we have to hold state agencies like DCS accountable.
Exactly. So y'all hear that, right? I mean, the only way to hold these state agencies accountable is to go over the head. It's to go straight up to top. And look, for me, on the outside looking in, I could be completely wrong. This is my opinion. But I think that they thought, maybe Sebastian is better off here than being abused in the system. Either way, he wouldn't have gotten any better care. Either way, because the system is so flawed. It is so flawed. And it would have been, wonder what would have happened if they would have taken Sebastian and his father never even be notified. How would that have worked out? Would Sebastian be caught up in the system even though his father was never notified? Like, where is the accountability? These people are in charge of our children's. They are in charge of so many foster children. It's so sad. And they are responsible for checking in our kids when there are reports of abuse and neglect. This is beyond irritating and frustrating. I can't imagine being one of those parents that have fulfilled all my obligations and still can't get my kid back. Years later, I'm still fighting to get my own child back. And who knows, some of these cases could be, with DCS involvement, it could be very minute as to why they were taken. I just can't imagine being at the mercy of some of these government agencies. I just can't imagine it. It's a nightmare. And the nightmare has got to come to an end at some point. We can't keep going like this. Can't keep going. I mean, it makes you wonder. It literally makes one wonder. It really does. The children are our future. They should be a priority. They should be. Hey, Seth, good to see you. Yeah, anything is possible at this point in time. Hopefully so. Hopefully so. I know on, some of these Facebook posts about the lawsuit, I'm seeing people saying, like one woman was saying, oh, I saw a year later after Sebastian went missing, I just know that I saw him on Walton Ferry walking into the woods. And I was like, what? She said, yeah, I called the 1-800 FBI number. I called the 1-800 TBI number. Well, I wonder if that was ever checked out. I mean, it's like, when do these people become responsible and accountable? When do these agencies become accountable? I just don't get it, man. I'm just at a loss. I'm just at a loss. And my heart goes out to these parents, including Seth Rogers, who is doing the right thing, no matter what anybody says. No matter what anybody says, definitely doing the right thing. The responsible thing. The way in which we advocate for our kids, especially a kid that is missing who has no voice. Who has no voice. So it is what it is. All right, let's listen to her. Let's listen to her some more. Like a DCS accountable.
So for the past 4 months, we worked with a lot of families, but 14 of them in particular met the requirements for that Office of Civil Rights complaint. We filed those on Thursday, June 18th, then held a legal clinic and town hall on that Saturday in Nashville, where the families joined us to tell their stories. It was a cathartic event, but it was also deeply traumatic. I know for the families that had to relive the taking of their children, the shame that is brought upon these families, making these parents feel like they're bad parents when really they're just poor. The economic conditions in this country and in our state prevent a lot of families from taking care of their kids. It's not that they're bad parents. It's just that the system is so fatally flawed. So in that, we released a press release. We've had hundreds of calls, voicemails from families asking not only for legal support, but a lot of families asking how they can organize with other parents. So here's what I'll say to you. Our office is backlogged. We are trying to work through all of the requests. We are working with organizations to put together and streamline a process. So I promise we'll be in touch with you. But this is an election year. And we're in a primary right now. And if you are not pressuring your Republican and Democratic candidates to take a stand on if they're going to fire Commissioner Quinn and if they're going to reform DCS, this is what needs to happen right now. I'm asking you all to please take action into your own hands. Our office is doing as much as we can, but follow along for DCS updates. If you haven't already, you can go to my website and there's
So there are, like I said, there are 3 lawsuits going on right now. 3 of them. And there is going to be change. There's going to be change coming. Quinn is out. She's going to go. She's going to have to go. You can't have a state agency like this and have this many lawsuits and DCS being in crisis for so many years without complete reform. And there has to be complete reform. Has to be. That is got to be a number one. We have got to be advocating for this change here in Tennessee and backing the parents that are suing DCS, including Seth Rogers. We have got to be backing them, especially if you are a parent or a grandparent here in the state of Tennessee. Your kids could be taken. Your kids could be taken. Your grandkids could be taken into a system like this. It's scary. Absolutely scary. Now, I want to switch. I'm pretty sure that that's everything that I've got right now. I want to switch now because I think that I think we need to put this a little bit into perspective now, because when Sebastian went missing, as we all know, when Sebastian went missing, there was a custody battle going on between Chris Proudfoot and Nina Gomez, the mother of his daughter, Faith. So they were in a custody battle. I guess still are in a custody battle. I don't know if he has stopped that now that Sebastian has went missing, but we do know that there were a lot of issues going on with Sebastian reporting about being scared of Chris, about being scared of his stepdad, about, being punished for things that he could not control. And, so I want to revisit that just a little bit because I want to put this in perspective of how they have failed completely, not just DCS, but the law enforcement. They've just failed at their duty to protect. And the kids deserve our protection. Tennessee's great. TBI is great when it comes to offenders. But the one thing that they are not good at is protecting children from their own parents. And when Sebastian went missing, there was all kinds of people in and out of the house. There wasn't a preservation. There wasn't any of that. Okay, so maybe they got some fingerprints or something like that, but there wasn't anything else, that was really going on. Of course, we had, different agencies, but they only searched for Sebastian for a week. It was only a week. It really wasn't, it really wasn't like a 2-week, 3-week span that they were just constantly searching for Sebastian. There was a lot of places that they didn't search. There was a lot of tips that were coming in that they didn't follow up on. We know this. Like, we literally have experienced this since Sebastian's went missing. We know this. So, yeah, in DCS, we absolutely know this, and that Chris had to go to counseling for his behavior. The judge ordered him to go to counseling for his behavior. A grown man. And I have to look at Katie and go, you know what, Katie? You're just like your mom, Frances, if not worse. If not worse. Don't know, Katie? Don't want to know, Katie. You know why? Because she is not the number one advocate for her missing, vulnerable son. Who in their right mind could ever back a mother who gave birth to a kid that goes missing and you never hear from her? You never hear from her. I don't care. The public is not hearing from Katie. If Katie thought that her son was anywhere across the United States, anywhere across the world, she would be showing signs. Hey, help me find my son. I wonder if Frances would do that. I mean, we could talk all kinds of shit about her mother, Frances, but I wonder if Frances would have done something like that. Like look for her own kid. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the fruit don't fall far. That's all I know. The fruit don't fall far. And I'm not going to continuously be on that because all it's going to do is just upset me very much. So let's get on with the show here because I think we've got other things that we need to revisit with the many truths because the Lore Lodge put out a video a year ago. Was Sebastian Rogers abducted by his stepfather? And at this point, we are going to go at 1 minute, an hour and 33 minutes, because there's many truths that they're talking about. So I want to see this, want to revisit this with you guys. So let's do that.
Towards the end of our second video on the Sebastian Rogers disappearance, the one that came out a week before this one, I said that there was a bunch of stuff that I felt I couldn't yet talk about, that I had come across, that I had noted, and that I had begun investigating, but wasn't quite at the point where I could present it and feel like I had given you the full story. And when I said that, what I had in mind were accusations from some people against other people involved in the story.
Yeah, NorCal. Yeah. Yeah, girl. I mean, what mother doesn't scream from the rooftops on national television all the time, crying and sobbing, looking for their kid? Every mother who has ever had a kid go missing does that. But not Katie. Not Katie. Why? Why? We know why. It's not, I mean, all we've got to do is have some common sense. We know why. We know.
I was thinking about, different accounts of court battles that I needed to make sure I could nail down who was telling the truth about which situation. Basically, while we had established in part 2 that Chris Proudfoot absolutely has been lying since the start of this investigation about a number of different things, there were other factors that I needed to consider before fully putting the spotlight on the Proudfoot family. Essentially, I had a whole bunch of threads, but I had yet to follow them back to the source. Well, one of those threads that I did not weave into part 2 was a quote that Chris gave when he was asked about an accusation that he had verbally abused Sebastian's paternal grandmother. Now, silly me, I did not actually put the exact citation in line in this script, but I believe this was from either the March 3rd or March 17th interview with Duchess. And what Chris said was this: to clear up her statement about me being verbally abusive to her, unfortunately, she's not going to tell you the full story. But there's always, remember, 3 sides to the truth: hers, mine, and the truth in itself. So you can figure it out. Me and the grandmother had a conversation. And this all stems back to an incident that a family member did that, as the parents, we had consulted with law enforcement about something. They recommended not doing it. Lo and behold, something happened and something was done against what we decided. I reached out to the mom, Katie, and I asked her for help during that conversation. Some accusations got flung in my direction and toward my wife, which the mother or the grandmother actually doesn't have the whole story. She has never once sat down with me, my wife, her son, Seth, and gotten the full truth on everything. She's only heard one side of the story, and I can promise you, I've got text messages. And I'm not afraid to show them. I'm not afraid to screenshot them and let the public see it. Now, I will say, unfortunately, none of this has to do with the investigation of our son, but yes, we had a heated discussion. Now, that entire statement is very vague. It's a weird statement. It's a non-answer because the question he was asked was basically, did you or did you not verbally abuse Seth Rogers' mother? Chris turns it around. He makes himself the victim. He says that there's a whole bunch of things that, oh, she's never asked. She doesn't understand. She won't let me explain. But if you'll notice, Chris doesn't explain anything. And this is something that I looked at, something that I pointed out in part 2 in the video about how Chris just lies constantly. Chris has a habit of, when asked certain questions, not answering them, giving an answer, but avoiding any actual information being given.
And that's true. We've seen that. Like, we have literally seen that. And you know what? If I was the grandmother, I would have done tore in his butt. Oh God. I can't even imagine my grandbaby coming to me and telling me about something like that. Ooh, it wouldn't. Ooh, let me tell you, this woman is going to go down. Going to go down and take everybody with me. Don't mess with my grandkids. Don't you dare. And as far as Chris, we already know that he's verbally abusive. We already know this. We can hear this abusive pattern with him when it comes to the way he talks to women. We heard that with Heather. The way that he's talked to Heather. The way that he talked to her. Oh. And she held her cool the whole time. But the way that he talked to Heather, I can't even imagine how he can talk to people behind closed doors. I can't imagine it. Don't want to. He wouldn't have no teeth. Or eyes. I would poke his eyes out, like gouge him. Ain't no way he's going to talk to me that way. No, ma'am.
And while Chris said in this statement that he could prove what he was saying, that he had the screenshots, he had the text messages, as far as I'm aware, he has never released them, even months later. So to be honest with you, I think that the reason that Chris avoids giving out actual information and the reason that he so often lied is because if he were to tell the truth about most of these questions, it would reveal the biggest lie of them all, which is what he said at the end of the quote. This has nothing to do with the investigation of his son. And throughout what remains of this video, it is my intention to give the police the tools they need to verify whether or not I am correct. Now, I do want to be clear before we get into the meat of this video. It is not my intention to claim that I have proven anything. I am not intending to make a statement of fact that Chris Proudfoot knows what happened to his son. It is my sole intention with this video to present the evidence I have collected and my analysis, my opinion of what that evidence suggests. While I will give statements of fact in this video, they will be supported by something concrete. So if I say something's factual, it's because I was able to dig up the facts behind it. I was able to provide a court record, a transcript, an interview statement, something like that. But the overall message of the video, that is my opinion.
And he gave all of this to the authorities. All of this, all of his research. This was done a year ago. And he's got 805,000 subscribers. The Lord Lodge is very, very good. These people are genuinely not biased. genuinely not biased, like, some UK people on the YouTube streets that is so biased. I can't even stand the way she talks. These interviews that they did and all the notes and compilations and research that they did, again, they sent this to law enforcement. Much respect for them.
Based upon those facts. If I say something untrue in this video, this is me telling you right now that it is not because I deliberately gave you false information. It is because I had bad information. That's
Hey, Army vet. Hey, guys. Thank you guys for being here. Y'all be sure and hit that thumbs up. Thank you, guys. Good to see y'all here.
said, I am fairly confident in what I've accumulated here, and by the time you will be seeing this video, all of this will have been forwarded to the appropriate authorities. One of the more intriguing theories about Sebastian's disappearance centers on something that, at first, doesn't necessarily seem like it would be connected. And that is Chris Proudfoot's attempts to obtain primary custody of his daughter, Faith. Now, Chris has repeatedly denied.
This is the motive. This is the motive. For him to try to get Faith and to look all good, even though he's not. There is a reason why he's gone through all kinds of obstacles, because he is not fated to get Faith. But I hope he is fated to be in prison.
That there is any connection between these two situations, but as we have established, you should not trust Chris to even tell you where he slept last night. To quickly revisit what I mean by that, Chris has verifiably lied about taking a polygraph test, being cleared by law enforcement, dogs picking up Sebastian's scent at the house, how many times he beat Sebastian with a belt, and how many times he'd been visited by CPS because he'd beaten Sebastian with a belt. So from there, it's not really a stretch to at least ask the question of if Chris could be lying about whether or not there is a connection between Sebastian moving out and Faith moving in. And along with the fact that we know Chris has lied multiple times about this case, we also have the testimony from his ex-wife and the mother of his daughter, Faith, about what her relationship was like and how he treated her children, his stepchildren from that marriage. And then wrapped into...
Oh, I agree, Peace, Love, Jeeps. I agree. I totally agree. It's about control. It really is.
All of this are the details of Seth and Katie's divorce in 2016 and how Chris got involved in Sebastian's life and the chronology there and some accusations that were leveled against Seth that I would have to question now that Sebastian was supposedly moving in with him. In order to properly explain how all of this connects, however, I feel like I first need to give you the breakdown of how Chris and Nina's versions of this story play out. And from there, I think it's important to go over the problems, the possible inaccuracies in both accounts. Now, in part 2, we did briefly discuss the relationship between Chris and his ex-wife, Nina. And we dipped our toes into the ways in which her version of events paints a much darker picture of Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, and really the entire Proudfoot clan than what Chris would have us believe. You see, by the time that Duchess held her panel on March 17th and invited Chris and Katie on, there was a rumor spreading, and I haven't tracked down the origin of the rumor, but there was a rumor spreading that Chris had a history of domestic violence. And during that interview, Duchess asked if Sebastian was scared of Chris. And Chris explained his perspective and told the panel that as parents, you have rules they have to follow. If they don't, there's consequences. Of course, we now know that those consequences included a belt to the rear end by Chris's own admission, but this is not the domestic violence that they were talking about, and Chris knew this. And he went on and explained that he did not have a domestic violence charge or conviction, but there had been a temporary protective order placed against him in New Mexico. As Chris tells the story, his domestic troubles with Nina began when Faith was about 6 weeks old. This would have been mid-July of 2017, shortly after he had facilitated Nina moving from Albuquerque, New Mexico, where her family was, to Hendersonville, Tennessee, where his family was. It was at this time that he says an event took place while I was holding my daughter. And he goes on to explain, I was holding my daughter in my left arm. Okay, mind you, she was a little baby. She was up against my chest, cuddled up next to my cheek and my shoulder. And he says that Nina approached him and accused him of having an affair based on a text message she'd seen. Chris said that the text came from a coworker who he not only was not engaged in any kind of relationship with, but who was also not into men. Naturally, he denied the affair, which he said resulted in Nina slapping him across his left cheek. And it was at this point that he says, "I had to do what I had to do based on being a parent, which is what's best for my child." In this case, what he thought was best for his child was to file a temporary protective order against Nina, which kept her from seeing Faith until their court date. The court, however, ultimately sided with Nina, and Chris gave Faith back to her, at which point he says she jumped in the truck and flew right back to New Mexico, and within 2 days of being there, she turned around and filed the exact same thing against him. As for any connection to his missing stepson, he said that it had absolutely zero bearing on this case with Sebastian, and that he wanted to ask people to refrain from bringing that up because it has no bearing. If we were to take Chris at his word here, then it really would sound like he just had a jealous wife and it escalated into physical violence. But after seeing how easily lies seem to roll off his tongue, I simply was not going to take him at face value. Thankfully, a man by the name of Trevor Lee was able to get Nina to sit for an interview, and she had a lot more to say about her past and present relationship with Chris. I should say before going into this that I'm not intending to present Nina's version of events as any kind of absolute truth. I'm simply going to tell you what it is that she said about her relationship with Chris. And then when we get to the end, I'll go through and tell you what I was able to verify, what I was not able to verify, what turned out to be actually contradicted by the evidence, and I'll then explain how this connects to Sebastian. Not only is there considerably more to the story about the specific incident Chris referenced when Nina tells it, but the details of how Chris is alleged to have behaved towards her and her children, in my opinion, closely echo his situation with Sebastian. And to the extent that they feel too similar.
Exactly. The way that Nina describes the way that Chris handled her and her kids, I mean, it sounds like a pattern. It sounds like a pattern to me, and I definitely notice patterns. Definitely notice patterns. This is common sense. This is logic. And you got to wonder, how far has law enforcement went to prove the logic, the common sense in this case with Sebastian? What have they done to prove or to stack a case up against these people? What have they done? We may never know. We may never know. But it begs the question, what have they done to prove the common sense here? Everybody in the world, except maybe, a handful of people, get it. Like we literally get the most common sense, the most logical thing that happened. Because Sebastian Rogers did not walk out that door. They took him somewhere. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it because the logic tells me so. The common sense. And common sense, when you look at all of the comments under the post that Nick Barris made, I mean, everybody, there may be, hundreds and hundreds of comments that are all saying the same thing. And I can't help it that some of these channels on the YouTube streets have no common sense. They are biased against Seth. They're biased. For us, we see the common sense. We see a motive for Sebastian going missing. We see a motive here. Don't we? I mean, we do. We see it. I really don't understand. And I don't understand why some of these other exes of Chris's hasn't come forward. Are they scared of Chris too? Are they scared of retaliation? Makes you wonder. Makes me wonder anyway.
To not be connected. Nina's version of the story started with meeting Chris on a dating app or dating website when she was a 35-year-old single mother of 2, and he was a thrice divorced sailor living on a naval base in San Diego. She married him after only a couple of visits, moved to San Diego, and then from there, it's a sad story of a woman falling for a man who she claims has since turned her life into a living nightmare, even after their divorce. She says that he would spank her 3-year-old son, Noah, and force both him and her 7-year-old daughter, Isabella, to stand in a corner for timeout entirely too often. I don't know precisely what that means, but I'm assuming it means more than, you would expect. The way it's phrased, it sounds...
Here's the thing about that. And some of you people, some of you mothers may disagree. Some of you may disagree with me. But I was a mother. I mean, I'm still a mother, but when my kids were younger, they have a dad. They have a dad. There's not going to be another man put their hands on my kid. We would not be together. There's not going to be another man putting their hands on my kids. I can promise you that. So I very much do not have any respect at all for Katie because of that, because she has a special needs child and she allowed that. Again, that's why I'm saying she is no better than her mother, Frances. Take that to the bank, Katie Proudfit. I don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Not today.
Like she's saying that these were not necessary punishments. When Nina became pregnant with Faith, Chris encouraged her to get an abortion, even though she explicitly told him she didn't want to. Then, months later, after she had moved back in with her parents to have some support during the pregnancy, she got a call from a neighbor who told her that Chris was getting rid of her things, like just giving away her furniture, her mementos, her keepsakes, her decorations, all of that. When she confronted him about all of this, he told her that he was worried about her or their unborn child dying on the table, even though there had been really no reason to suspect that might happen. In addition to that, he did not explain why he was getting rid of her things. He seems to have done that thing where you'll ask a question and he'll answer something else to the extent that you didn't realize he didn't answer your first question. Nina also said that because Chris was not supporting her with the pregnancy and he was being abusive towards her children, she moved back to Albuquerque so that she could live with her parents for the duration of the pregnancy. And Chris did not show up again until...
Patty, I love to hear that. Yeah. I mean, 22 years and has never even raised his voice to them. That's a real man that understands his place and his role.
Until after Faith was born. Instead of driving out immediately when he had gotten the call that Nina was going into labor, Chris waited a few days, called the hospital a few times and verbally abused the nurses. And then when he finally did show up after Faith was born on June 2nd, he continued to verbally abuse the nurses. Nina says that he was actually nearly kicked out several times for verbally abusing the staff. Now, Nina did say that Faith had to go back into the hospital to the...
Chris, verbally abusive? What? Oh, he's just an upstanding person in the community. Hell no. Shit. We can see evidence of this pattern. The way that he talks. And he doesn't care if you're a woman. His mother, Cruella, never taught him respect. Never taught him respect. How she can even sell a house anymore is beyond me. It's beyond me. Because they are definitely not upstanding citizens in Sumner County. They failed Sebastian in such a big way. Give me a break. Mr. Abusive.
NICU because she was jaundiced and she had to stay there for a week or a week and a half during which period Chris did stay, and Chris's mother, Kathy, flew out to visit them. Then after this period, once she was out of the hospital, they stayed in Air Force housing at Kirtland Air Force Base very briefly before Chris returned to San Diego. Nina seems to imply that after giving birth, she wanted to move back in with her parents, but Chris didn't want to do that, and that's why they ended up on the Air Force Base. I should also mention that Nina claims that while living in Air Force Base housing, Chris was abusive towards Faith even, and that he threw her car seat while she was in it onto a coffee table. Why did he do this? It was because Faith was crying. Why was Faith crying? It was because he had allowed her car seat to bump into a wall. As I said, he did not stay in New Mexico for long, but only a few days after he returned to San Diego, Nina says that she called him and suggested that she move to Hendersonville. Nina says that at the time, she did not understand where this suggestion had come from, as she already had a support system in Albuquerque. But after some time, she says she formulated an idea. She thinks she knows what happened here. As I said, while Faith was in the NICU, Kathy flew down, and she also brought, I believe, Chris's uncle, a man by the name of Duran. And it's Nina's belief that it was at this time that the three of them made a plan. But at the time, Nina was still taking care of her newborn daughter, who was, again, in the neonatal ICU. So she wasn't paying a ton of attention to any machinations going on in the background. So despite a sense of unease with the entire arrangement, Nina moved out to Tennessee and spent the first month living with Kathy and Chris's stepfather, Terry Bowersox, or it might be Bowersox, for about a month until the apartment that Chris had rented for them was ready. Now, working out a timeline for all of these events was a little bit difficult, but Nina says that Faith was born June 2nd, that Chris stayed for about a week or so afterwards, and that Kathy came to pick Faith up to take Faith specifically to...
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all,
to Tennessee a few weeks after that. And then Nina made her way out to Tennessee.
And it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, but it is my understanding that every time Faith comes to Tennessee, it's not Chris going to get her. It's Mama Socks. It's her going to get her. And even taking her back. It's Mama Socks. It's not Chris. For what it's worth. For what it's worth. Shows priorities to me.
So it seems like mid to late July that they made the move. During that time, Nina says that living with Chris's stepfather was uncomfortable and that Terry and Kathy would always bicker at each other, and she'd be bickering with Christopher, and my kids were a problem, an issue, it was always something. And that kids always being an issue thing did catch my eye because of something else that she said, which is that she needed to get a job while she was there because I guess Chris's military salary after nearly 20 years in the Navy somehow was not paying for their expenses. Nina says at a few different points in her story that Chris was not paying for anything, that she was using her.
Basically, look, we all know what happened here. Mama Rissa, good to see you, honey. Good to see you. Oh, Mama Rissa, we love you, honey. But we know what they were doing. This is common sense, it's logic, okay? They were trying to get her in a vulnerable position to where they could take Faith. And of course she's got to work. He's not going to be taking care of no woman. He's not a man like that. No. He is not going to be taking care of no woman. This man, nah. He would rather her work, Kathy watch the baby, and then, they corner her into taking Faith. That's the only reason why. It was a master plan. They come up with these master plans, and these master plans backfire on them. Just as Sebastian being missing is going to backfire on them. This master plan is not in the best interest of the kids. It's so selfish. It's so juvenile. And that's what these people are. The Proudfoots, the Bowersox, in my opinion, they are very childish. They don't play the tape through. They think that they've gotten away with something here. And I hope and pray to God that that they will not get away with this. Here we go.
Her own savings, that she was using the money she got from her job. For the moment, that's neither here nor there, and we'll come back to it. The point is that while she was at work, Michael Proudfoot and Linda Proudfoot, Chris's father and stepmother, they offered to watch the kids. But Kathy did not want Faith going to stay with Michael and Linda during the day. So Kathy offered to watch Faith. In fact, according to Nina, Kathy insisted upon watching Faith. So if Nina is to be believed, then the Proudfoot family, whether you're just going to put it on Kathy or if you're going to claim that Michael and Linda were in on it, the Proudfoot family deliberately separated Faith from her brother and sister at one of the most crucial bonding points in that baby's life. In addition to this poor living situation, Chris's behavior only deteriorated after the move, with Nina claiming that at one point he backhanded her daughter Isabella so hard, reminder, Isabella's about 7 or 8 at the time, so hard that her lip bled. In case you're wondering why it is that she moved to Tennessee in the first place, I did go over it in part 2, but she still was trying to make the marriage work. She was hoping that the version of Chris that she knew before they got married would come back. In any case, when they were finally able to move into their apartment, which Nina says was at the end of August 2017, Chris moved them in, and then he made all the arrangements necessary, and then he was preparing to go back to San Diego. The night before he was supposed to fly out, however, Nina says that he got a text message, which said something along the lines of, "Hey baby, when is your flight coming in?" Keep in mind, end of August 2017. Nina questioned him about this, only to be told that this person was a lesbian and she had nothing to worry about. But she did not believe him, and she was furious because, in her opinion, she'd just...
Oh, exactly, Sassy. I mean, that would explain his many wives, because he's always thinking about that dollar, thinking about things that, are going to advance him.
seen proof that he was cheating on her, so she slapped him. In the midst of all of this, Isabella, Nina's other daughter, developed a severe upper respiratory condition and had to go to the hospital at Vanderbilt in Nashville because she wasn't sure.
So that's a good question. That's a really good question. Because there is a daughter out there that he has not acknowledged at all. There is a daughter out there that he has not acknowledged. And she is now, I believe, an adult. But that's a good question. I would say more, but I will digress on that. But that is a great question, and I do believe that there is a daughter out there in Tennessee that he does not acknowledge. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. But that is the word on the street. And it has been for quite some time.
How long she'd have to stay there. She had her son, Noah, who would have been 3 or 4 at this time, stay with Melissa, Chris's sister. One of Chris's sisters.
Oh, peace, love, Jeeps. Thank you, honey, for that $20 donation. I appreciate you, baby. Thank you so much, honey. $20 is a lot of money. Thank you.
Sisters, at least. I don't know if he has multiple. It seems like he does. And then Faith stayed with Kathy. And if there was a trap, this is when it was sprung. What I mean by that is that, according to Nina, when she and Isabella returned home from Vanderbilt, Melissa met her at their apartment with Noah. Kathy, however, did not show up. Instead, an attorney by the name of Patty Garner, who Nina says was a friend of Kathy Proudfoot, showed up with a temporary protective order and informed her that Chris planned to file for divorce. Nina tried to call Chris, but he wouldn't pick up the phone. So she went to the sheriff's office to ask them for help. And they told her that it was a legal order, so there was nothing they could do. And with no other options, she drove over to the Bowersox residence so that she could hopefully talk to Kathy and Terry about what was going on. As she did this, hoping to have some backup, she kept Linda Proudfoot, Chris's stepmother, on the phone. But when she approached the door, she says that Terry answered and told her to get off his fucking property, and then threatened her with a black and green baseball bat. And Linda, it appears, was not of much help, and Nina says that she believes that that side of the family was in on it. So, with all of the Proudfoots seemingly aligned,
Yeah, they were definitely in on it. And baseball bat, really? These people are disgusting. They're just disgusting.
against her, Nina reached out to her own family back in the Southwest, who told her to stay put. They were coming out immediately. And while they were making their way out from Albuquerque, she started to look for legal counsel in Hendersonville. Nina did not have much money for a lawyer, which she says she believes was the reason that Chris forced her to use her own money to pay for everything. But she was able to get the assistance of an attorney by the name of Mr. Michael Edwards. I will get into it a little bit more later, but I was able.
Yeah, Patty. Oh, Patty.
To contact Mr. Edwards. He confirmed that he did represent Nina, and the court records from Tennessee also confirmed that he represented Nina. With the assistance of Mr. Edwards, she was able to win the case and have the temporary protective order overturned, with Chris being ordered to return Faith to her the next morning at 8:30 a.m. Based on court records, I believe that would make this the exchange date October 3rd, 2017. On that morning, she and her father went to go pick up Faith, and she had her father waited at a Wendy's up the road. She said, sorry. And the reason for this was so that he could follow her out. However, when she went to perform the exchange, she says that the entire Proudfoot family was there and they were not exactly cooperative. She says they live streamed the entire thing on Facebook, saying things like, "I can't believe the judge awarded her custody," while she was just asking to have her daughter back. Allegedly, as part of this, Kathy threw a brown paper sack full of diapers and a dirty bottle at her as well, saying, "I think you're going to need this," while she laughed. She goes on to explain that after Chris had finally handed over Faith, Nina started strapping her in, but as soon as she went to do so, Chris got into the driver's seat of her truck. Again, she says all of this was live streamed to Facebook.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that more creators don't talk about Linda and Michael Proudfoot, because they are definitely all the same. They're all the same. And they have no problem ganging up on a mother trying to take her kid. Like you said, a gang or a mob. It's just that's what it seems like, doesn't it? It's just crazy.
By the Proudfoots. And if it was, one of those live streams should have caught Chris's sister Melissa saying, "Why don't you put it in reverse and drive over her?" Nina says she scrambled to get her kids out of the car, and just as she got Faith out, Chris did in fact put the car into reverse and begin driving backwards. She and her children then attempted to escape into the sheriff's office, but she says that nobody would let them in until Chris came up behind her, and then they walked.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay?
All of them inside. And while there, she says that she and her kids were kept in a back room with the lights turned off, and that as she was trying to call her attorney, Kathy took the phone and disconnected the call. As for how she got out of this situation, apparently she was able to speak to Edwards long enough that he was able to explain to the sheriff's department that if this were to get out, it would be really bad for Chris's military career, so they should probably let her go. But again, if Nina's story is to be believed, the ordeal was not over, because allegedly Chris's family got in their cars as she was leaving the sheriff's office and chased her and her father down the interstate at 80 to 90 miles an hour. And it seems she at least believed she was being chased long enough that they didn't even feel safe stopping when they got to Little Rock, Arkansas, and they drove all the way through to Albuquerque, New Mexico in one day. And upon her arrival there, Nina immediately went to the courts, and the New Mexico records confirm this, like October 4th. The New Mexico records say that she filed a TPO, and she filed for divorce. Their divorce was eventually finalized in 2018 after quite a lengthy process of trying to work out the custody arrangements. But even after the divorce, Nina says that there was sort of a constant pestering about custody and making sure that Chris had a say in absolutely everything that Faith did. And it even seems that on a couple of occasions, he motioned to get custody of Faith, but it just didn't go anywhere. And then on December 27th, 2023, things escalated. On that day, Nina had to take Faith to the airport because their custody arrangement granted Chris half the Christmas season. And when she got there, she would be meeting Katie, who would be taking Faith back to Tennessee. And Nina also says that when...
Isn't that so weird? Why is Katie? Like, I just feel so sad for that little girl. So sad. It's her dad's time, but she's never being picked up by her dad. It's always somebody else. It's it's a grandmother that she, has barely, she's got to leave her home, leave her family, leave her safe place and go to this chaos. And it's always somebody else picking her up and taking her back, and it's never her dad. That is his place. It's nobody else's place. It's his. But he doesn't do it. It's always chaotic. I feel for this little girl. And who knows what she is going through now, how she feels now that Sebastian is. So she goes to their house now and they're playing house without Sebastian. There is no telling what goes through her mind, if she is scared that she's going to go up missing, she's going to go missing too. Where's her brother? What is really going on? I feel so sorry for her and the things that she has to go through. And the fact that she has to be around these, these people that are emotionally erratic and immature based on the testimony given by Nina and based on our own observations when we hear him talk to other people and lose his shit. Whether it be on Seth or, Web Sleuths or Heather. I mean, we have, for the last 2.5 years, we have heard this. We've heard him go up on these panels and just be nasty, Oh, sorry, Seth. I didn't mean to. I thought I meant to place pin message. There it is. Sorry. I didn't mean to pin your comment. Okay, there's my comment. I was like, why is Seth's comment showing up? Sorry, guys. But yeah, I mean, I would be so scared if I was her. I would be like, what? I'm scared to go, Mom. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I'm too scared. And, eventually she'll get to that age where she can pick and choose if she goes or not. She can pick and choose if she goes there. And, hopefully, she's safe when she's there, but it just makes you wonder, is she really safe? Is she going to be safe? What if he flips his lid on her? What if she is, not minding? What if she's misbehaving?
She arrived at the airport. Katie was filming their entire interaction, and apparently this is something she always does. Aiden, I'd be willing to bet that if she's been filming, all of the times she's filmed are probably also on the cloud.
I would imagine.
I would imagine law enforcement could probably verify if this was filmed. Most likely, correct?
I would say so.
I would say so. And
I would say so too. I would say that all of her interactions with Chris, all of her conversations, all of her interactions, all of her videos would be on that cloud. And I do wonder if the law enforcement has gotten into that cloud. I wonder how far they have gone to try to find Sebastian Rogers and to try to understand what really was going on behind closed doors. Because if they haven't went through all of that information on her phone, on Chris's phone, they literally have failed Sebastian in that manner as well, in my opinion. In my opinion.
Well, I also would say that if they were live streaming to Facebook in 2017, Facebook should at the very least have a record that a live stream occurred, even if the video has been deleted, right?
Generally.
Yeah, which the FBI could easily subpoena.
I mean, they might even be able to use the Wayback Machine.
That's true. Ooh, no, couldn't use Wayback. I went and checked Chris Proudfoot. I couldn't find it. There's no record on Wayback of any of the Proudfoots so far as I can tell. Well, no, I mean, Alexa doesn't automatically crawl every web page. Usually there has to be a reason for it. Like if a search term goes viral or, a page gets a lot of visits, well, then it'll get crawled by the bots that feed the Wayback Machine. But in this case, you're not going to be able to see anything unless there was a reason to archive it. And when it comes to private Facebook pages or personal Facebook pages, there's generally not a ton of reason to do so. But, to take us back into where we were, which is the fact that, or I guess the allegation that when Nina took Faith to the airport on December 27, 2023, Katie filmed the entire interaction. And then after Nina had handed Faith over to Katie, a man approached her as she was getting into her car and had some papers in his hand. And he said, "Are you Nina Gomez?" And when she said, "Yes, I am," he attempted to hand her the papers and say, "You've been served." As it turns out, both according to Nina and verified by court documents, that man was named Michael Tinker, and he was a lawyer hired by the Proudfoot family to engage in a custody case that was ongoing. Because once again, Chris was still fighting for custody this whole time. And I know I said we're going to go through what's verifiable. I just want to be clear right here. This is all verifiable. This is all in the New Mexico court records. Chris tried to get custody. He reopened this case in September of 2023. So all of this interaction, this all happened during a custody battle. I'll get a little bit deeper into the specifics of that custody battle later on in the video. The point of the matter is that when Nina was handed...
What's up, Seth?
Ah!
Ah! What's up?
Nothing. Debating if I'm going to go to the hospital again.
Debating on what?
If I'm going to end up going to the hospital again.
What? You're not feeling good?
No. Based off of what is in the filing, the fact that they had Sebastian for a Title 4E and weren't speaking to me about it. Were they trying to kidnap my son?
It does make you wonder, doesn't it?
Was DCS attempting to take my son without my knowledge? And then, I mean, what kind of stuff was being worked out with that family and DCS? But here's the real reason I came up here is thinking about that. It took me an attorney to get Sebastian's DCS records because they were sealed. There's more than one child that lives underneath that roof.
Right. Right. And so,
not saying that there is, but there's a possibility that there's more records that
are sealed. And it would need an attorney to open those.
And a particular party has made sure another particular party, through the constant court visits, to make sure that one party stays pretty much broke.
Mm-hmm.
And to think about that, and that one party is doing that to another party, and that affects Nina's home life.
Yeah.
In regards to the children. Because if she is having to spend so many fees in court and with the attorney, that's taking away from her children.
That's right.
And that's a very selfish thing to do from my point of view.
Oh, it's definitely a selfish thing to do, to keep the mother of your child broke and to make sure that her life is miserable. It is, like I said, it's emotionally immature and erratic. It's juvenile. It's petty. It's very selfish.
Beyond that, it's just the fact that to me, it's so selfish and self-centered to make sure that the other parent doesn't have extra for her children. And knowing that extra would be one of my kids if I was the other party.
Right.
These are also my child's siblings. Whether they are my kids or not, they are still my child's siblings. And that's some bullshit.
Yeah. I totally agree. And I think it's very scary. It's a scary thought. I mean, just putting myself in Faith's shoes, it's just a scary thought to have to go to that house, to have to go and to be around people
But
that
it's like the I think it was Lady Freedom when she was showing I think it was Lady Freedom was showing how CPS came about here in Tennessee, and they started off by stealing children anyways.
Well, now I actually did a lot of research on that because I had a bunch of people emailing me about that before she went live. And actually, that was a private organization, and that is not the reason why DCS was ever created. DCS was created out of 6 agencies in 1996 from these 6 agencies, and that was not one of them. It was a private nonprofit organization that was kidnapping Black children.
But here's the thing about it, though, because
I mean, we've always had problems here in Tennessee.
well, if you look at where the money comes from, because it's just follow the money. It doesn't matter who or what entity, just follow the money. All right. So if an agency takes a child and puts that child up for foster care, right, that money's coming somewhere from the federal government to the state level and then being trickled down. Now, if DCS takes a child and puts the child in a mental behavioral center, that mental behavior center is getting paid by the state, and those funds are again coming from the feds. All right. So the state's getting paid by the federal level, and no organization is going to use the exact amount of money that's coming for, listen, I know you gave me $5,000 for a hammer, but it was only $70, and I'm going to keep the other $4,000. I mean, golden toilets and invisible hammers.
Yep.
I mean, that does, that's the Leering Center for you. Any good investigator worth their salt will always follow the money first.
Yeah.
Until they're shut down and they can't, But even then, you look at where you got shut down at and you go, well, we know where that goes from there. And being who I am, whether people like me or not, I don't give two, you can have the hair off of my butt cheeks. I don't care. The fact is
that dental floss.
That ain't kissing, that's scraping. That's a little nasty. But anyways, back to the topic.
You're the one that did it.
No, I said they could.
I know, and I took it a little further. I mean,
you did it, not me. So don't be putting it off on me. Wow. Everybody, welcome to Gaslighting 101. Did you see this example? Sebastian's Law.
Yes.
Sebastian's Law. I've been writing this because of all the stuff I've been going through. So I'm seeing and living, experiencing every day the issues. And don't show me a problem. Give me the solution to fix what you see as the problem.
Right.
Well, what I see as the problem, I've showed everybody else. See, look, now you got PTSD, bad shame, and Bo already stalks me enough.
You're the one that opened this.
And now
Opened it up.
Sassy wants me to come to her house. I mean, shame on you, Jen. But Sebastian's Law, even though it creates another federal entity to oversee it, I believe checks and balances is how our government was created. Everything's supposed to have a check and balance. And Sebastian Law helps fix the issues. It's not going to be an immediate fix. And you got to keep people in the position that take their job to heart with training, policy, and just the will to do good, to have a moral compass. And it's going to take a lot of people, you know, and I'm pretty sure, I haven't done it, the actual research, but I've seen the cost and stuff that goes into juvenile detention centers, behavioral centers, foster care, DCS. And the amount of money that Sebastian's Law is asking for to get started is a whole lot less. It's a whole lot less.
It is. And that's what we need. That's what we need here in Tennessee. We have got to have changes.
You know,
And
being a Navy brat that I am, and, you know, have lived in so many states growing up, and then I've lived in several states after I became an adult. It's not just Tennessee. It's, to me, it's the whole nation, because too many people make money off of our children. It's already bad enough that when you're born, you're given a freaking number.
right.
And people don't see that as, you know, what it is. And it's called slavery.
Yes.
You know, anybody out there that, oh, you know, no, it is. You know, capitalism is kind of, you know.
Yeah. As soon as you're born, you're in debt. You're in debt to the system, a broken system, and you are a slave.
When you are born, it puts your parents into debt that they have to work out of, unless, of course, you're Rockefeller. But
right.
But the whole point of it is that they're trafficking children.
Yeah, they are. I mean,
They're
that's
trafficking children. I mean,
they are.
You know, go to school, be smart enough to hold a job, but not smart enough to think for yourself. Be, and I don't like this word, indoctrinated, but that's what's happened. I mean, look since what has been going on and since the 90s, and it hit really hard in the 2000s. They took teachers that have been in the system for a long time and forced retirement. The old ones. And that wasn't just in, you know, the city schools or the, you know, the county colleges. It was in all educational places. And it happened again with COVID to push it right along. You know, now your children are going to stay at home, and we're going to see what you can do as the parent.
Yeah.
You know, teachers, you know, well, now we don't need so many teachers because we don't got so many children because they're all staying at home. So the older ones that have been in for longer, guess what? Early retirement. And because teachers aren't allowed to actually they have to, too many parents expect the school system to raise their kids, but the teachers are supposed to educate the children. All right. So I mean, there's a lot of things. You can go into the books. You know, I was raised, believe nothing of what you hear and only half of what you read. And nowadays, with some of the stuff that I've read and heard, I understand. Don't believe anything that you've heard.
Right.
And maybe a third, maybe an eighth of what you actually read, because they keep putting out new educational books, new school books. You know, I remember going to school, and when I got my science book, it had 20 other names in there for 20
Yeah.
other classes. You know,
Yeah.
tests were
I remember.
already answered. You know, things were highlighted in the book. This is what you need to, you know, study. And then all of a sudden, a new book would come out. And if you look at the new book and the old book, the new book's missing half of the information that that old book had.
Right.
You know, I
I'm
hate to say
hopeful that this will push Sebastian's law into the hands that it needs to pass.
it needs I say we, because I believe it should be done as a collective, because we the people, we still have our powers and authority that were given to us by the forefathers of this great nation. All right. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I was like, here, let me read some stuff to you about the Constitution and the amendments and the ratifications. And it was like, you know, white landowners and voting rights. All right. And then if you look at it, until the 15th Amendment came around, Native Americans we had less rights than slaves.
Right.
We were considered savages, not humans.
And it was the land of the natives originally, before we came in and brought sickness and, you know, what we do, how we have conquered land.
Yeah, but
It's a sad thing.
But there's that word that you just used in there. It's conquered, because there's no civilization that has ever not, in order to survive, or, you know, has not conquered another one. That is throughout history.
Absolutely.
You know, pre-Egyptian, pre-Jesus Christ. All right. It's always been about conquering, to have more land, to have more people, to have, you know, it's not going to stop. That's human nature.
Yeah.
I mean, look at humans. Here's a little biology lesson. What do humans have that are natural weapons?
Voice?
No. If you scream, that will bring predators.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm talking about biology, not, you know,
Oh, okay.
humanity. The fact is we're still in the animal kingdom. I mean, we're animals. We're still in the scientific, you know, we're in the animal kingdom. Okay, we don't have fangs. We don't have extreme, you know, bite force. You know, jaguars can crush a, you know, crocodile skull. All right, they got 400 or 500 pounds of bite force. Snakes come with venom, and if they don't have venom, then they have the muscles to strangle whatever they want to bite onto.
Yeah.
All right. Spiders, they have venom. Other things are poisonous. I mean, we literally have nothing. We have our hands and our feet. That means that we can keep you off of us, and we can run. But what we have done is we have developed our mind, our brain, and we're cruel. Humans are cruel. This is a death planet. Everything on this planet is designed to kill something else.
Yeah.
And we have survived. Not only have we survived Mother Nature and every animal that's on here, not every animal, because obviously there's ones out here that will kill us. Yes, I did. And Bo, you stalk. You know what else stalks? All right, cougars, tigers, lions,
Stop calling Bo a stalker.
Exactly what you want. I mean, we have our brains, we have our intellect, and we have
Yeah.
survived each other. Nuclear wars. It's just,
Yeah, I like that. Animals and humans are definitely different in that way. Well, I don't know. I guess some do eat too. I don't know. I wouldn't
I mean,
I think that there's one for everybody, but
we
getting
killed or
back
survived.
to
We killed it. We have fish that we eat. There's chicken, cattle. Look, she's over here going meow, 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 meow.
oh my
You
goodness.
can dress them up, but you can't take them out.
She said you
But
can do a Mike Tyson
I don't even know what she,
biting.
I bet they didn't hear that one coming.
Yeah, but I think that the Sebastian's army, or not Sebastian's army, I think that
Yeah,
we, Sebastian's army, can do
Sebastian's
what we can
law
do to help.
can help fix some of these problems that we're
Yeah.
having because,
Yeah.
I mean, the agencies, what I've been going through for the last 2.5 years, the agencies don't actually care about us or our children because they don't have somebody that's working them with a moral background.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that I think with these lawsuits, and yours included, it's going to help reform DCS once and for all because it's been in
And
crisis
hope,
for how many years now? I
Seth,
mean, a long time, a long time.
I
I
hope
created the chart today and it's July 1st, 1996 was the first day that these 6 organizations came together to form Department of Human Services, Children's Services, and 1996. I mean, and it's already this bad. It is already this bad. 3 decades, and it's just still just so it's just bad. It's and it didn't get here overnight. It just didn't get here overnight. So
oh, I believe.
I think
Well, corruption is like a mold.
definitely.
So once it gets in there, if you don't clean it out immediately, then it starts taking over. And the next thing you know, it's like having black mold in your house. That shit will kill you. Corruption kills
It does.
a community because where things are supposed to be going, it's no longer going. And who's supposed to be being taken care of is no longer being taken care of. Or I should say they're being taken care of, but it's not, humanity is not involved in it. And I use black mold because I lived in military housing. Military housing has so much black mold in there.
Well, they take care, and that's
Because they
I mean,
don't, they take the money and they don't take care of of what they have.
yeah, they don't take care of their men and women in the service, and they don't care about the vets. I mean, that's another one, that's just another one. And here's the thing, when it comes to Sebastian's disappearance, who the fact that the fact that DCS was going to remove him without even talking to you is a scary thing, and it makes me wonder, like you, were they planning on, kidnapping your son? Because it kinda seems like that. It seems like that was the direction that they could have gone. And then what would have happened? Like, what would have happened? How would that have worked out for you and DCS if that would have happened?
Right
You would have
where
had to try to fight to get your kid back.
right where we're at right now because we don't know where Sebastian is.
Yeah. What you said.
We don't know where Sebastian is. We don't know what happened to him. Everything that I have uncovered in the last 2.5 years still doesn't tell me where my son is. And no matter how much I push for other things to solve stuff, the fact is I still am no closer to finding my son, because I'm still trying to find out the truth that led up to his disappearance.
Right.
Why am I having to investigate my own son's disappearance? I mean, I carry a badge, but it doesn't say detective on there.
Right.
It just says deputy sheriff. I'm a sworn officer. I took an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the state of Tennessee. And yet I see state agencies that don't even take their oath seriously because they're just there for a paycheck.
That's right.
You
Just
know,
there for a paycheck.
I joined because I saw things were bad in California. And when I got here, I moved here with the express mental preparation that I was probably going to be here for the rest of my life, because Sebastian's going to be here and he's going to graduate.
Right.
And he's probably not going to want to move, because he will be here. He will have friends. Things are familiar to him. And I understand where that comes from. What is it? Never mind. I'm not even paying attention to.
Welcome, Real Gypsy Soul. Thank you for subbing up. And yeah, our heart certainly breaks for Seth, and appreciate your concern, your compassion, and your prayers. Good to see you. Thank you for subbing up, honey. How's it going, Army Vet? Good to see you. Guys, I opened up the panel. That's the reason why Seth is up here. You know, I just wanted to
Stop telling everybody why I'm up here. I'm a figment of everybody's imagination. Some people, it's a figment of their nightmares. Some people, they're having good nightmares. And Bo's over here having fan dreams or whatever they want to call it.
Y'all need to leave Bo alone. Good thing Bo's got such a great sense of humor. We love you, Bo.
Which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Speaking of Bo, you told me to check my email. I haven't yet, but I have a feeling that you sent me what I asked you to send me.
Oh, thank you, Patty. Thank you for the GM, sweetheart.
You know, I am so bad at this is StreamYard. Yes, I am so bad with StreamYard. How do I share my screen?
All you got to do is go down there where it says print, present, or invite, and click on it, and then you can share your screen of something. It'll ask you, you know, if you want a window, if you want to share a tab, and then it'll pull up.
You got to make sure I don't have anything incriminating behind me. I don't want my files or anything open and somebody sees something that they should not be seeing.
Right.
Towards the investigation.
Yeah, you've got an opportunity to see the tab or what have you.
Is that the little, share screen or video file? What should I do?
If it's a video, then share the video file. Yeah.
Just give me a second. Operating and
it may actually come on for me to share it, or it may just automatically share. I can't remember. I know I've had people up on panel that have done it before, though.
I know it's on the desktop, but why is it not pulling up that it's on the desktop?
Yeah, if it's a file, like if it's in one of your files, then it will say video file or PDF. It'll, yeah.
Well, That's not working.
Did the lights turn out to be a garbage truck? The lights are not a garbage truck.
We're to the point with that I mean, can't trust anything really.
Yeah.
It is not seeing my audio file that I have pulled up.
You can send it to my email and I'll try to pull it.
You know what it is.
Marissa says, Seth, we love hearing from you because we are all here for Sebastian and you are the parent looking for him. That deserves respect, my friend. What you said, sis, what you said.
Jennifer.
T. Jennings.
No,
at
I just wanted to
Gmail.
say your full name just so I could hear you complain about it. Too soon?
Yeah, believe none of what you hear and half of what you see. Exactly. Exactly. And thank you so much, Patty.
Flippin' Patty.
Flippin' Patty. Not you, honey. Not you, Patty. Okay, I got it. Let me see if I can.
You know what it is. As soon as I get certain things together, I will put some pictures of Sebastian on there and a lot of his flyers.
Let's see if it'll play. Let's see.
I don't know why you putting the button
hear it.
over. Oh, we hear it.
I still hear your voice on the midnight breeze, like a whisper carried through the autumn trees. Sebastian Wayne Drake, my pride, my boy, my firstborn child, my heart, my joy.
It's been 8 long months since you've been gone, and I'm still out here holding on.
I bow my head and I pray each night, Lord, bring him home, show me a light. Oh Lord, if you're listening, please guide him to me. Wherever he's lost, set his soul.
It stopped playing, Jen,
Okay.
because you paused it.
No, I didn't.
Oh wow. I don't know. It just said well, it shows that it just stopped at 117 on the screen. So
Let's see if I can.
can you guys hear it if I play it on my end?
It goes from 117 to 120.
Still hear your voice on the midnight breeze, like a whisper carried through the autumn trees. Sebastian Wayne Drake, my pride, my boy, my firstborn child, my heart, my joy.
It's been 8 long months since you've been gone, and I'm still here holding on.
I bow my head each night. Lord, bring him home. Show me a light. Lord, if you're listening, please guide into me. So free.
Lord, she's the moon till the day I see his hand in mine.
Even in heart, my love will remain forever and always through joy and pain.
These moments change, but my heart's staying still. This house is quiet, love him still. I look down the road and call out his name. God help me hold on through this lonesome pain.
If you can hear me, I need your grace. Help me find my voice. Show me the way. Carry this love through the wind and rain. Lord, help me believe we'll meet again. Lord, if you miss me, please guide into me. When the lost is so free,
I'll wait by the porch, see the moon till the day I see his hand in mine.
even in heart, my love will remain forever and always through joy and pain. If the stars could carry
My words tonight, they tell him I love him and hold on tight.
Sebastian Wayne Drake, my sweet little son, I'll search till I find you. Our journey's not done. Oh Lord, if you listen, please guide into me. Where the lost is so free,
I'll wait by the porch, need the moon till the day I see his hand in mine.
even in heart, my love will remain forever and always through joy and pain.
Song's over.
Love you, Seth.
Yeah, I gotta blow my nose.
Go ahead. Hello, everybody coming in. That song is one that Seth did write for his son. And we're not going to stop. We are Sebastian's army. We're not going to stop. Yeah. Crying, one dog licking my eyeball.
Well, at least it's not a cat. They have really rough tongues.
Right.
And, tears are very salty. So enjoy some salt to a wound.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that with us. Much love and respect.
I mean, I wrote that. I was in the middle of a real bad time. Yeah. Still in the middle of a bad time.
Yeah.
But I was really, really at the very bottom of the barrel right then.
Yeah, we're honored that you allowed us to listen to it.
Hey, it's a song. They're meant to be written and shared. This ain't about the song of silence.
That's right. We're going to find him. We're going to bring him home. Or he's going to find you.
God's
and come
time.
home. Yeah, it feels good hanging out with you because we're always worry about how you're doing. Yeah, I agree, Cinderella. We've become your and Sebastian's family, and thank you for letting us hear that. Yeah, Jeff says thank you for sharing with us, Seth.
No problem, Jeff.
Prayers for Jeff.
Always prayers for Jeff. Because I know what he's living with. Or who he's living with. You. I'm talking about you. You.
I know. I'm
you,
waiting for you to say it.
I don't have to. You're right there next to me on the screen. I don't have to. Well,
Oh, Mama Marissa, we've been trying to get you to come to your Tennessee, and I know you've been having health problems, but maybe that will ease up and we can get you here. Or if nothing else, come to see you. Yeah, we are family. Definitely family. Hey, Lee Bugs, I haven't seen you girl, I haven't seen you in so long. Where you been? Where you been, girl? Evidently just super busy, huh? All in God's time. Well, time is up. Oh, I know.
the one thing I hate about that is God is unaging, but he only puts us here for a short while.
Oh, Lee, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that, honey. I was asleep last evening. My hubby texted me to tune on News Nation because they were speaking about Sebastian. Yeah. It's hitting the national news, not just the local. Now it's hitting the national news, which is something that we really desperately need. We need to get more people speaking up, seeing Sebastian, and understanding that silence is not justice. You're never going to get justice by being silent.
In order for evil to win, good men don't do anything.
That's right. That's right.
My condolences, Lee Bugs.
Yeah, Lee Bugs. Our condolences, honey. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Healing prayers.
That's right. Energy is not created and it doesn't It doesn't end, right? It just keeps on going. And thank you to your family member that helped search for Sebastian. Patty's the picture reminds me of Skylar so much. Just looking at that face just reminds me of my girl. Oh man. Need to arrange a visit at my home. I couldn't make the trip even though I'm only 3 hours away. I get it. Totally understand. Totally understand. That's right. It just changes forms. We just change forms. And I
I
appreciate,
think
you know,
some
I
of those
appreciate
people, when they pass on, are just a fart in the wind. Okay.
do what?
I said some of the people that pass on are just a fart in the wind. Some
Oh,
of
it changes to gas.
it changes form of energy. You know, for some it's not, but for others, they're the devil's fart.
Or just a fart in the whirlwind.
It stinks whichever way it is.
Chris, I wonder if all this will bring it Chris' favorite YouTube channels to cause more. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? And he has said a lot so far. And I want, also want to, say that everything that we have put on the internet, it's in a cloud. It doesn't go away, including everything that Chris has ever put on the internet. It's not, it doesn't go away. Even if he were in a chat and then, tries to delete it, it's in the cloud. The cloud isn't going away. And some of the things that he has said already just shows who he is, what he's about, and, that's that. Oh, she works at Jack Anderson Elementary. Okay. I don't know who Julie Henderson is, but I do know where Jack Anderson Elementary is.
My apologies, Patty. The name, there's been so many names in the last 2.5 years. I don't even remember
Yeah.
mine at the time.
That's what we have concluded too. Anything he says is usually a lie. But talking about Chris, I don't really want to shit talk as much as I do want to show the facts of the matter, and that is that he did have a motive to displace Sebastian.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we would have never known probably anyways if it wasn't for the fact that I was able to get those records. And,
Right.
God put an attorney in my path who gave me a phone call and said, let me see what you got. And
That's
after
right.
everything that I had, he was like, I'll take this.
Which was amazing because, people have asked if you contacted him, and that is not how it all went down. It's not that you were on the phone trying to get an attorney to take the case. It didn't go down that way at all. He was literally dropped into your lap
He was.
by the grace of God, by the fate of the heavens.
And I hope that he's able to do what needs to be done to bring Sebastian home. And this is, to me, this is the prying of the lid back to showing, dawn is coming. It's been really dark, and dawn is coming.
Dawn is coming. I love that. I love that. Yeah, my kids went to that school for a short period of time. So I do I do know, but I don't, if I only met her once or twice, I wouldn't remember her name. But I appreciate that your cousin came out to help. That, it just says a lot about your family.
There's not, the community itself as a whole is not bad. The representation that has been elected for that community is giving that community a bad reputation.
Right.
I,
And the fact is that Craddock was not even elected. He was given.
he was appointed, and then because, from my understanding, when the election came around,
Oh, that's right.
because he was appointed because Sonny passed on, and from my understanding, information that I was told, which means it's second hand, which means it's also hearsay. It could probably be verified. Sonny's widow literally wrote a letter stating that Sonny wanted him to be to take his place, and there's no better person for the job and everything else. And it's like, does that mean that Sonny knew everything that was going on and had already enlightened his protege?
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah. I mean, when the election did happen, from my understanding, there was another person on the ballot, and he was removed off of the ballot. Well, if you live in the United States, elections can be rigged.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
I mean, Putin's been the president of Russia since, it feels like since before I was born.
Seth, do you think the first sighting of Sebastian was actually legit him? Something still tells me that was him. Just wondered if you do too.
Well, the first sighting of Sebastian, I don't think y'all actually know about. And if you're talking about Grandfather Mountain, yeah, that did look like Sebastian, but I never got to talk to the child's mother. I never got to see the child. So again, I have to go off of what Sumner County told everybody, because Sumner County, for some reason, was in control of a national park in another state. Haven't figured that one out yet.
I can't figure that out either.
Yeah. But, somebody, I guess, ate their Wheaties that morning and took over a state-owned and operated park. And I know, yeah, not in the state of Tennessee. So interesting. But the first
Has anything been heard from Nina on all of this? Well, I don't talk to Nina, but even if Seth talks to Nina, he would not say anything
Nina's
about
not
their
on YouTube.
conversation. It would be private.
Nina's not on YouTube, and she's got 3 children she's worrying about.
Yeah. And one of them that comes back and forth, so I would imagine that Nina has the same concerns as everybody else, especially when her daughter has to come to Tennessee. I would imagine she.
What I want to make. I just saw it.
Oh, what?
Well, Titch, like I said, you guys don't know about the first sighting. I do, because I reported it to Sumner County when that tip came in, and I don't believe Sumner County investigated the first sighting. And I'm not talking about Grandfather Mountain.
Can you give us what that first sighting is, or you want to keep that close to your vest?
White House, heading north, followed by 2 more sightings in Kentucky. And yet Brandon Carter refused to go pick up evidence, and he can kiss my ass.
Now, I did see
about that.
Huh?
I said, if you're not going to do your job,
Right.
I'm not wasting sugar.
So north of your house, which would have been in Clarksville or in Kentucky?
No, North and White House.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, yeah. You know, blue
Right.
sedan.
There was a woman on Facebook, and she was saying, under the Nick Barris post, that she saw Sebastian 2 days before he went missing at the Walmart deli, and he was just bouncing around and smiling and all happy, and it sounded just like him, how you described when y'all go to the deli. And I was like, well, he wasn't there that weekend.
Not here.
He wasn't. He was busy with his mother all weekend.
At least on Sunday. Saturday, it was let's go visit, super, let's go visit, BJ's and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which, knowing Sebastian, like, it's an arm and a leg. Like, hey, you want to go get groceries? No, not really, Dad. Oh, well, okay. So you're good with whatever I bring back, right? Yeah, okay. I'm bringing back sardines, oysters, and liver. Let me put my shoes on. Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh my goodness gracious. Hey, Lady Freedom, good to see you, girl.
Hey,
Good to
Lady
see ya. We got an open panel. Oh, I think Jeff is, hold on.
It's 4:26. Jeff probably pulling in.
I had to open the door for Jeff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
good to see you, Lady Freedom.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you
did
weren't
a
freedoms last night after you disappeared, but I told everybody that it was okay. You just turn into a chicken and go hide in the coop at a certain time.
Oh
Henceforth,
my gosh.
chicken
I only
lady.
stayed in there because you just kept on and on and on. I thought Lady Freedom's gonna be so mad when she sees all the distraction that you did. She's trying to be up there and be, presentable
Lady
and everything, and
Freedom.
you're just
Yeah,
distract,
well,
distract, distract.
it was just like the day before when Lady Freedom was angry and mad, and then she started reading chat. And she's like, "Stop, Seth. I'm trying to be angry, not trying to laugh." Yeah, well,
The
gotta have
sighting
some
of
laughter.
Sebastian in that park, the mother did put out a video on Facebook showing it wasn't Sebastian. Child was on the video.
I never saw it, Jazz. I just know
Yeah.
that. I mean, me personally, I'd like to apologize to the mother, because if that's not Sebastian, nobody wants themselves out in the public. I understand that. Believe me, if Sebastian had never gone missing, I wouldn't be up here.
Right. Right.
And to quote some other people, I'm not media hungry. I want my son home. I want my son found. I want my son to be safe. And if that means I have to do things that every job that I've had and since I was working, we don't talk to media. There's people for that. If I have to talk I've told people, if I have to talk to everybody, if I have to dance with the devil to find my son, we gonna be doing some two-stepping.
Yeah.
And the devil gonna feel every time my cowboy boot kicks him in the face.
Lady Freezes, she says, I was hot.
We'll turn on a fan. I mean, you live in Florida. I mean, except for, flesh-eating bacteria and sharks and alligators and crocodiles. I mean, what else do you have to fear? And
100% Tennessee has failed so many. Yep.
Throat gators. I'm not going to respond to that. This is supposed to be the sun's up.
You want to say hi to Seth, honey?
He did in chat.
Hey, Seth. Hey, everybody.
What's up, Jeff?
Get ready to go fix his water, Mom.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jeff, you
Love
going to
you.
let the chickens out?
He's gonna go fix the no.
I'm gonna fix the water pump first, and then
We
let
can't
the
see it.
chickens out.
Well, technically I can see him. I mean, I can't read his facial features.
He said he's gonna go fix the water because the pressure switch on the always having water problems when
No,
you're
you're
on,
always having electrical problems. I thought Jeff was
Stop it.
poke.
Go. Stop.
I see him still in the corner. I see him over there.
He is cute, isn't he? He is a doll baby.
I wouldn't know. I
But-
thought he was an electrician. I think that.
All right, honey, but good luck.
I think you're having electrical problems and Jeff has gin problems. And so far, his electrical, he just keeps fixing.
Oh, he was cussing yesterday when he put on the new pressure switch and it didn't work, and he's just a cussing. He was like, I can't believe I don't, because anyway, y'all don't want to hear about the pump, but it's just, man, it's always something when you're on spring water. Okay. Spring water, especially, when we get really heavy rains, it messes up our water so bad. But our pump for sure. But anyway, yeah, he is a great guy. He is a great guy. That's why Seth is always saying prayers for Jeff because he has to put up with me. I still can't believe you and the prophets were not getting a liaison officer with Sebastian Rogers.
I would say prayers for Lily, but no, you deserve that. And so does your daughter.
Yes.
No, I just got a message from somebody on my last live. I guess it says, can I ask you a question? Other creators are claiming that you verified that Sebastian returned home. They claim that you said this on Pascal's channel. I thought you said the footage was dark and that you thought it was Sebastian who took out the trash but was unsure. Listen, when I asked for proof of life from Sumner County, I was given the Texas Roadhouse video to see. They didn't give it to me. They let me watch it, and they only let me watch the part where he comes out of the building and there's an interaction with somebody that quote unquote has been verified, but I wouldn't know. They're seeing me out, everything else. But anyways, and he got into the car and they supposedly left. I have not seen anything else. The Ring camera that I saw of Sebastian supposedly taking out the trash is so dark, all you see is Peter Pan's shadow. All right. Not to say anything about her, but his mom opened up her mouth and stated that the FBI cleared it up. I reached out and spoke to my FBI liaison to find out if that video had been cleared up, and he told me that there was nothing they could do with it to clear it up at all. So there's no proof to me that Sebastian came home unless you take Katie's word as truthful. But the same point of that, as Craddock said, his mother said that all of his shoes were accounted for. The last time that I saw my son was at the Texas Roadhouse. It's the last time I've seen video footage. Like I said, I've had other tips, but nothing could be verified. And, you know, this is not meant to, you know, me saying that is not meant to be shade. It's just facts.
Right.
She said something, FBI said no. Well, I'm going to trust the FBI over somebody who didn't bother to tell me that DCS had been to their house.
Well, Titch, I'm not sure if so when Sebastian first went missing, I think he's talking about his FBI liaison.
When Sebastian went missing, you're giving, I had a TBI, and I was in contact with Brandon Carter. That's with Sumner County, the detective over the case. I had a liaison with TBI, and I had a liaison with FBI. Well, when communication stopped with Brandon Carter, it pretty much stopped with TBI too. And the only one that I speak to is the FBI, because they're the only ones that will speak with me. Which the filings on this case, being in federal court, yes, the FBI liaison knows about it, and I had a conversation with the agent, and the agent told me that he didn't care what I was doing in the legal aspect. The agent's goal is to find Sebastian, and he knows that that's my goal too. And anytime that we get tips in, we communicate them to the FBI. The FBI does not communicate tips to us, that's expected, you know. Right. But the fact that they respond when we give them tips, and my liaison FBI agent really likes my PI on the way that they do their emails, because it puts everything there for him to get things going immediately.
Can you FOIA videos?
It's an active investigation, and when it comes to FOIAing videos, no, you can't. Not from a private company. Not from a company that is not a government agency. It's like if you tried to FOIA my video camera footage around my house, good luck. You can't have it. Law enforcement can, because they can have a warrant issued by a judge for the video footage, and then they get it. And then if the case is not open, you could turn around and FOIA that from them, but you wouldn't be FOIAing it from the people who have my video security footage, or whatever you want to call it. My subscription with my video coverage and everything. You couldn't FOIA that. Just like the only reason that I have been able to be FOIA'd with all of the information that YouTubers have put out about me is because I'm a public servant. I work for the county. You know, I'm not only am I a public servant, but I am a civil servant. And I work for the county. So, yeah, my stuff was available for, you know, for one person to retrieve it and another person to go give it to them so they could talk about it for 16 hours over the new year. The internet is forever. Even if you delete something, somebody saved it. And it's probably not, you know, somebody like, oh, that's my enemy. No, and more than likely it was saved and stored away by the government. Big Brother be watching.
Yep. And I would say that they probably have agents, that look at this stuff on YouTube and TikTok. And so all of the stuff that's been said on YouTube and TikTok, we can always go back. People have screen recorded stuff, we can
Look,
always go back.
yeah, you read in chat, you saw what PTSD said. Tubo.
What?
See, it's right there.
Women's Warrior, good to see you, babe.
I haven't seen Woman's Warrior in a minute. Welcome in. Oh,
I know we
think
haven't seen you in a long time, Women's Warrior. We haven't seen you. Good to see you, babe.
some of us are doing as good as we can, Woman's Warrior.
Yeah. Yep. And moving forward, moving forward in the case, and hopefully, even if the discovery isn't, the discovery can be looked at by the attorney, even if it's not given to you, right, Seth?
What?
If
Anything
we
that's
were
given
to
by
ever
the
get
attorney.
to discovery time,
Well,
because
my
it's an
attorney,
active investigation. I don't know if you would be able to.
I'm pretty sure I'd be able to see it
Okay.
because I'm the one taking the suit. My attorney took it, he filed it, but it's in my name. I'm the plaintiff. I'm representing myself and my son, and he's representing us in his wheelhouse. Yeah, it's the way it has to be.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify with Seth, if he would be able to see that, because I think that
Now, showing it to anybody or telling anybody, that's up to the courts.
right.
From my understanding, they're trying to seal both of these filings so that people can't pull them.
Yeah. Yeah, these filings may be sealed. Even though they've already been out in the public, some people do have the filings, but
They're out there, but I mean, once the court seals them, you just can't get them after they seal them. But they're
Right.
already out. So those people that have them have them. It's like a limited edition, or a hardback book. Hardback books are only available when the book is published the first time. After that, they're paperback.
right. So any info that Sumner County could be tampered with or disappear before you get to see it.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the drawbacks of of letting them know by filing the paperwork but if there's evidence, if they do it and there's one piece of evidence that doesn't add up with everything else, there's ways, because it's federal.
Right.
I'm making it federal, and I'm hoping that my attorney can convince, we want a jury trial, but that federal judge has federal authority. And
Yeah.
I've heard what some of the people that don't like me, and they're like, this has nothing to do with finding Sebastian. And it's like, it has everything to do with finding Sebastian.
Everything.
Because it does. I'm following leads. I'm doing other things in the background, trying to get stuff done. And it's still the goal. The goal is to bring Sebastian home. I'm still uncovering what I would classify as evidence.
Right.
And the fact is thank you, Mr. Proudfoot, for telling me DCS to come to your house. Because when I heard that was another path I had to take.
If you don't do everything that you can do for justice to be served, then you're just not a good parent. So you're doing what a good parent would do, in my opinion. Everybody's got their opinion. They have the right to their opinion and their perspective. But again, everything that I've showed here with DCS, they're in crisis. They've been in crisis. And this is a way to change and reform anything that needs to be reformed, including any agency, any government agency.
You
And I
know,
ask you if you know why they are trying to seal them.
I don't know. I can only assume or hypothesize that mainly it's because Sebastian is a minor. My other flip of that would be simple. The state is asking for it to be sealed. The county is asking for it to be sealed. Like, don't air our dirty laundry out there. The fact that it's not sealed before it was filed, I mean, I'm pretty sure some state person is going, oh, we need to change the laws and have things sealed before, no transparency. Well, the county is probably working, trying to get that sealed, and the state and the state agency is trying to work to get it sealed. Just so happens the state has a little bit more faster pull, I would say, than the county when it came to the federal part.
Did they ever ID the yellow jacket man at their restaurant?
I wouldn't know.
Oh no.
I mean, think about it. This is just observational experience. Until the Texas Roadhouse video was put out, nobody knew about Green Hoodie. And Sumner County didn't investigate Green Hoodie until after everybody made a big deal about it. And then they're like, oh, we feared for somebody's life. Well, what about fearing for my son's life?
Right. I mean, where's the priorities here?
You can spend a weekend and complain to me about the overtime hours that were used to track a person down. But my son has been missing for 2.5 years.
Is Sebastian like covering his head with a hoodie?
He wore a hoodie all the time. But most of the time he wouldn't cover it up because that's, that's touching.
Right. So
He had to
really,
be in a particular mood to wear a hat. He had to be in a particular mood to, depending on what kind of headphones he was going to wear. Like, he really loved my Turtle Beach computer gaming headphones. I don't even know where they're at. He's probably got them in his toy box. It's still in the closet. It's like, everything's
right.
so
If he has, it's not been made public. And the green hoodie chick, I mean, nobody even knew who she was. So there shouldn't be any fear of
there's still
her
rumors going
safety.
around that it's a man.
Yeah. I mean, it was, yeah. And allegedly they went and, spoke with her and she had the same hoodie on. I can't make it up, man.
What's like, first it was a homeless person, then they found the person, and when they found the person, it was right in front of their house and next to their car.
Yeah.
But yet, this person that walked over, obviously, if this person was in a car, where did this person park? Because you don't see her get into a vehicle. You do see a couple vehicles drive by, but you never see them stop or slow down like somebody else is getting into it.
Right. And evidently she just went in to get to use the restroom.
Yeah. But at the same point in time, I mean, I heard from Texas Roadhouse employees that it was a homeless person. And then, you know, another agency turned around and said, Texas Roadhouse said that it was irregular. Well, why would the employees say one thing and an agency would say another?
Were the glasses that were found ever tested for DNA or checked against his eye doctor prescription?
I don't know. This is why discovery is important.
Yeah.
Because some of the simplest questions, they won't answer.
Yep.
Then again, you know, if they were going off of, you know, somebody else saying, oh, those aren't Sebastian's glasses, or the multiple pictures of glasses that Sebastian is wearing, a lot of people don't seem to understand. If you look in the background, he was trying on pictures. His mother was taking the picture and sending it to me because Sebastian wanted to know what I thought about the glasses that he was wearing. Does this look good, Dad? Do I look, you know, spiffy or, you know, handsome? It's handsome.
Smitten. You're so old fashioned. Smitten.
I tell you what, me and Sebastian had to have a conversation at one point in time because, you know, females, when he was younger, oh, you female, he's so cute. Oh, he's beautiful. And he was like, Dad, I'm a guy. And they keep calling me cute and pretty and beautiful. And I'm like, yeah. What do you want them to call you? He was like, I don't know, but I thought I was handsome. You say I'm handsome. And I'm like, well, you are, son. You're a man. Men are handsome. Women are beautiful. And he was like, okay. So when people, no, I am handsome. You know, it's what we do with our children that literally give them the structure for later on in life. You say I'm old school, but I know literature. I know language.
I know you do.
And, you know, they didn't call it language arts for, you know, just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
All right. There is an art to using the language. We don't always get it right, but, you know, of all things, humans are known for making things shortcut, which is why people just destroy to make something quicker.
Right. Do you know why she changed Sebastian's visit?
I didn't know about this visit being canceled. And after he went missing, I didn't even think about doctor's appointments.
Right.
Because he's missing. And I need to find him before I can take him to a doctor's appointment. And then when I found out this information, I was just like, wow. Another thing that, I mean, you could talk to somebody all you want, but real communication comes when information is being shared like it should be. You know, when a particular person turned around and stated that, well, Seth, why didn't you tell me? That would have changed everything. Well, why is it that I don't get information like you want? And I am still human. If you treat me a particular way and you do particular things to me, don't think for 1 second that I don't remember it. And when I'm done, I'll start treating you the way you're treating me.
Right.
So you don't give me information, I won't give you information.
That's right.
If I give you information and I see what you do with it, I'm probably going to stop giving you information if I don't approve.
Did you ever see the pics Katie took at Texas Roadhouse
Nope.
of Sebastian? No.
Discovery. Because
Yep,
Sumner County,
Discovery.
Sumner County took our phones. On day 2, they took our phones. I mean, I didn't have my phone for over 12 hours.
It's interesting that they didn't use that picture because that was the most recent picture for Sebastian.
You're right, but it's also kind of weird why it is the FBI updated the flyer with pictures that I took of him within 2 weeks of him going missing. But TBI wouldn't do it because Sumner County didn't want to do it. I mean, there's so many little things that just, I mean, I try to back the blue every day. I'm a patriot. I love my nation. And being in law enforcement, you're supposed to back your you back your coworkers.
Right.
But I'm not going to be a brick in that blue wall. I refuse. If you do something stupid or wrong, consequences.
Yeah.
Checks and balances.
I did too, Juju. I did as well. I think a lot of us did. We were like, well, I wonder why that photo wasn't used because it was the most recent photo of him. So
it was. No,
I mean,
it's not about upsetting me because, I'm upset all the time.
yeah, I mean, yeah. I think that if there were bruises, I mean, surely, they would have been arrested, but
you can't say that.
I can't say that now.
North Carolina, that little baby girl goes missing. That's standing up for the children. I mean, and again, they should have never gotten to that point. Those 16 children in Ohio serving a warrant and then discovering that, they took care of it. But the fact is that the county next had been looking for him and they moved counties. Did nobody update their driver's license, their mailbox? I mean, their mail? I mean, any of that sort of stuff. Whoever was doing the investigation on that dropped the ball. Somebody dropped the ball.
Yeah.
If the federal government can find some guy in another foreign country in the middle of a desert living in his 3-story house with 2 other people on the most wanted list, go in and take out dad and son.
Right.
Where's mine? Why is it somebody can't do their job and just go, hey, look, we're looking for this person. They changed their mailing address. They updated their driver's license. Look at mom and dad who was supposedly living there and follow it. I mean, it's just, I don't know, kind of, and people may not like this, but with defund the police, law enforcement officers are quitting.
Yep.
I mean, I know several that quit the force and got a job working at a warehouse. And because they were law enforcement, when they went there, the owner and the person who hired for the warehouse wanted them. Because they work. And following rules and policies. Not to mention, there's always great to have somebody who is EMS, first aid and CPR trained on your floor, no matter where you're at.
I agree with Mama Marissa. I mean, not using the last photo that was taken, not using the trash video as last proof of life. I mean, if they're not using the trash, him taking the trash down, evidently it wasn't cleared up so much where we could actually tell, or that Seth could actually tell that it's his son, so many clues keep going on and on, right? Right.
You know, I mean, yeah, I didn't say her name. I didn't want to butcher it. And I mean, Jeheva, you know, when I heard on the news that those two people poured her remains and that they were only able to test what was left, no child deserved that. And as soon as I heard that, I was like, I hope that sheriff hits them for desecration of a body.
Yeah.
And he did. That sheriff was on it. There's still good people in this world, and there's still good people in the professions that they need to be in. But we got bad ones in those same ones. And again, it's like mold. And if you're not willing to go and clean it up, it's just going to spread everywhere. You know, how many politicians became politicians and weren't corrupt, but after, you know, their third term, they know so much, or they mess up and they're being blackmailed or whatnot, or they just start thinking that money's the only reason that they're here.
Yeah. Juju says there needs to be a national database for all CPS DCS investigations. It
Sebastian's
should be
Law.
the first thing. Yep, go ahead.
Sebastian's Law does that. You have Sebastian's Law. You want to put it up? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come in here and take over your live.
Yeah, you did.
No, I mean, it's a good thing I did. I mean,
No, I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that you did, of course. Yeah, let me pull it up. Let me make hold on.
that's you too.
Okay, making sure I'm not showing my email just yet. There we go.
Notice that you offered other people to come up on panel, but they're too scared.
I did. I mean, I've definitely noticed that. I
Lady,
have an open panel, guys. If anybody would like to come up on panel, feel free to. Okay, it's an open panel. As long as you're respectful and there's not any crazy, chaotic, crazy stuff, you can remain on the panel.
because
But yeah,
I mean, I'll leave. Yeah, I understand people want to hear from me, Mama Marissa, but I don't know all the questions that people want to ask, and that's why that's why on my live I invited everybody on that panel. I personally invited because people have questions.
yeah. And we can still do the question and answer, honey. I mean, we can still do that. Anybody that has questions, I mean, don't not ask because you think it's a stupid question or somebody else's. If you want clarity, and Seth is able to give it, he will. No doubt about it. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up, I'm gonna pull this up. Okay. So let me see if I can get it I can't get it any bigger. Well, I might could. Go down. I'll copy it into a Word document.
I would like to state this and this is in regards to Cutie Pie. Nice. Kind of felt weird saying that, but okay.
What you say?
You have a QT Pie in chat, and they asked a question.
Okay.
You know, the last time I was asked that question and I answered it was when I was taking my polygraph, and that FBI polygamist. I think that, but anyways, when he asked me for four different scenarios on what could have happened to Sebastian. And when I went on Nancy Grace, I particularly, Tony was adamant about it, and I agreed. Do not share my 4 scenarios because I'm investigating this, and I'm not trying to share my, And when that FBI guy started sharing, and he only shared the one, that means that he's not here anymore. That upset me. It upset me because we asked him not to do it. And it's not like he put all 4 of them out there. He chose the one that he was going to do. Well, that was the very last one because I don't want to think about my son being deceased. I believe my son is alive. I believe he is out there. He is lost. And I'm hoping through discovery that it will open a couple more pathways for me to go down to see if I can find him. And if that's the case, then I find him. Sebastian was a sweet kid, but he got his humor from me.
What did Sebastian weigh at birth? Do you remember? Was he full term?
He was 5 days late. He was 5 days late. He was supposed to be born December 2nd, and he didn't come out till December 7th.
Do you know if they searched both RVs?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know what they did versus what they said they did, versus what they actually did.
Looking at the radar. Okay, I have a question many times before, never had an answer. Is it possible that the shoes that Seth noticed were actually KP's, considering they wore the same shoe?
It's a possibility. I can't answer
Could
that
be.
question. I mean, it's not like I go to the house or neighborhood or any of that sort of stuff.
Was Sebastian defiant, sarcastic, sweet kid, or a jokester?
See, why's he got to be sarcastic, sweet kid? Why couldn't he just be sweet but sarcastic? Like I said, Sebastian got his humor from me. I mean, if he told a joke and he liked it, he didn't care if you were laughing because he was laughing.
Yeah.
I am not sarcastic.
I said stubborn because his
I
dad
am
is
stubborn.
sarcastic.
I'll admit I'm stubborn. For being defiant, I was teaching my son how to be a protector. You know, we're supposed to protect we're supposed to protect the ladies in our lives and those that are weaker than us. And those that are stronger than us, we should stand next to them if it's in the moral compass. At first they're nice. I mean, at first they're sour, then they're nice. Do you have they, like, at least I hope they haven't cut your hair like the commercial.
Yeah, so this is Sebastian's law, and this is what, Seth is hoping that will it's not just, and I've seen comments, well, Seth is doing this and he's not going to even try to change things. I mean, people are so ignorant. And I use ignorant because I'm really being nice here. Ignorant because they're not educated about how things work.
Or how long it takes, or the fact of I wrote this by myself. I didn't have an attorney helping me. I didn't have somebody else helping me. I mean, I took other people's opinions and what they thought and what I heard from other cases and what I was going through, and I wrote this. She just gets up and leaves.
My eyes were
Hope she
floating.
brings me something back to drink.
My eyes were floating.
I got coffee. I just need some creamer.
Oh my gosh, I had to stop
lie.
coffee early.
I lie. Well, I'm out of coffee and I'm out of creamer.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's time for Wally World then.
I'm having an issue with my right arm, and I think that I pulled my tricep back here in the back.
Oh man. Did he have Asperger's or autism?
Or, well, Asperger's is actually included under the autism spectrum. The difference is that autism is higher up on the thing. I think it's like I want to say it's a 6-level system that they use for autism, and 6 is at the top for what I actually consider it, what people say.
He walked like he had, I mean, the way that I saw him walk, like it reminds me of Asperger's.
Well, Asperger's is more, I mean, autism affects your body as well as your mind. But he had a chromosomal deletion syndrome. All right. And at the beginning, before we got the DNA tested, like, my mom is an adult nurse practitioner. She's been in that industry for a long time. And she thought that he had cerebral palsy when he was born. And it's like, no, stop with that stuff. You know, I butt heads with my mom all the, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the DNA test that we got stated that he had a chromosomal deletion. And the chromosomal deletion, a lot of the drawbacks of it mirror autism. Unfortunately, could not get him diagnosed with autism or get an actual medical doctor to even research it, to get them to realize that when he was younger, that ABA therapy would have been extremely helpful. But he just got diagnosed with autism in November before he went missing, which is why when they diagnosed him with autism, the first thing that Katie was doing was getting him into ABA therapy because she knew that's the first thing I was going to tell him. And the paperwork that the doctor had given us stating that they were diagnosing him with autism came back as all the reading material that the doctor wanted us to do was on Asperger's.
This proposed law, exactly what is needed. How can I help to get this passed to law or implemented?
I need everybody in all the states nationwide to take this to their representatives.
And is there a way that people can get a copy of this?
I have not put it out on my page yet, but I have people have emailed me and I have given it to people. That comes with a level of trust, because when I give it to you, I don't want it changed because I don't have it out there on my page, because I just haven't put it out there. If I do put it out there, then it won't be a PDF file, because my phone won't do that, and neither will my computer currently. Yay.
You can definitely share his flyer. I mean, that is something that no matter where we're at, no matter what state, what city, what country, sharing his flyer and talking, making sure that your family, your neighbors, the people that you that you are around all the time. I mean, it's just because we don't know where Sebastian's at. So no matter where you are in the world,
What I
sharing
would
his
what
go
I
ahead.
would really like to do if once I'm what I want is one side to be the FBI flyer. It ain't gonna happen now that I think about it, but it'd be like one side is flyer, the other side Sebastian's law.
Yeah.
But it's more than one page. Yay, but I will get it out. I will. It'll probably. I'll just probably type it out on a post on my page, and people will have to copy it and do it.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. Yeah, you can be a walking billboard. I mean, people wear Sebastian's shirt all the time.
I know I do.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, copyright it is what Julia's saying. Copyright it. Yeah, no matter where you're at, you can be a walking billboard for Sebastian. There's the link, and it's got all kinds of things. I mean, not just clothes, but also purses and
Travel bag.
travel bags.
Travel bag.
Do a summary of you could do a summary of Sebastian's law on the back. Yeah. Yeah, a summary of it.
Yeah,
True.
right now I can't convert it to a PDF. Again, my computer is in safe mode, which means I don't have access to.
Oh, I can do that, Seth. And actually,
Yeah,
my
but
email will
the
summarize it.
the issue, I don't. No. You can leave AI out of my shit. Um, if you were to
Hey,
send it,
April. Good to see you, April.
I don't take this the wrong way, Mr. Cashman. I don't know you, and I don't think I've ever seen you. But Sebastian didn't have a placard. Sebastian didn't have a placard. There's a reason why Katie has a placard in the car. She's married to that reason.
Gotcha.
Hey, April. Isn't it great how, Jen just goes right past you and doesn't say hi?
I definitely didn't. I even said, "Hey, April," and you were looking at Mr. Cashman underneath. So, so was
True.
Sebastian on disability?
Um, from my understanding, he wasn't. He had TennCare, and he had coverage through the military. But the last time that he was on SSID was in California.
Gotcha.
And the last time I knew anything about him being on SSID was she filed the divorce, hit me with the move out, and she hit me with the move out and the domestic violence temporary crap. And then she went to the Social Security office, tried to make herself the payee. And because I was no longer in the house, they told her no, because she made too much for Sebastian to get any type of assistance.
When we pass out flyers, what amount of award money should we put on the flyer if we write it on the flyer with magic marker?
Well, I only ask that people share Sebastian's FBI flyer. And I've been that way for a while because I'm going to use the agency that I have communication with. I'm going to use the agency that, updated more pictures on there. So I recommend the FBI flyer. And that's pretty much the flyers that I've been handing out for over a year. I don't use the TBI flyer. There's a lot of flyers out there. People make their own flyers, and I appreciate that. But as for the reward and stuff, and a lot of companies, if you are using the actual FBI flyer, you're more apt for them to allow you to place a flyer in their place of business because it is an FBI official flyer. I just posted the link. I hope it's there. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Nor Gal So Gal. Thank you, honey.
Now, as I was stating before you interrupted me and asked me another question, if you put it on a PDF and you send it to me, I still won't be able to open it.
Gotcha.
Already tried it.
Okay.
Just saying.
Okay.
Because it's in safe mode, it's not accessing everything that it should. Insurance policies cashed out. I don't know if they have insurance policies on, Sebastian. Have I cashed one out from the one I have on my son? No. That's his. Why would I? That's his Gerber grow up plan. He turns 18, it doubles, and he can use it how he sees fit. I'm going to kind of remind him to, try to invest in his future through education. But, and even if, and that's only if he wants to. Otherwise, I'll continue to pay it until he wants it.
I went the first meeting and have my band on 2 years now. Oh, thank you, Kimberly.
Appreciate it, Kimberly.
Yeah, appreciate you. Seth, I was thinking, what about stickers with a QR code that scans to Sebastian missing and poster information?
Well, if you look at the shirts,
Yeah, there is one.
there's two actually. There's one on each corner. One of them takes you to the FBI website. So if you're looking for any, updates or anything from them, and the other one actually takes you to my YouTube page. So if the FBI doesn't have any updates, then you'll hear my updates whenever. Yeah, see, Peace, Love, Jeep. My shirt has 2 QR codes. It's pretty simple to come up with those. The next time that I do business cards, I'm going to have the QR codes on there as well. Did you want to read this?
Yeah, I do. I sure do.
Isn't it nice to want something?
Jen, can you check email? I did. Thank you so much. So Michelle just sent, let's see. I don't know how I can do. I'm going to put it in this as well, this PDF. Oh, not that. Oh, hold on. She just sent this for you, Seth. Hold on. Or for all of us, really. Michelle did. Love it. Oh, hold on. Let me go down. Post it down here. Let me see if y'all can see this right.
Yeah, I get. Well, I see it.
Oh shoot, where did the S go? Where did the S go? Hold on.
Are you messing with my? See,
Supporting.
that's why I still have my. That's why I still have my original I still have my original song that I emailed it to me, and I've got so many copies of this, different versions. Last time I looked at, I think it was 147.
So Sebastian, I'm just putting this where we can see it instead of showing her email. I like that. Supporting, standing together as a community, enduring, remaining strong through difficult times. B is for breaking, overcoming barriers to find answers. A is for awareness, keeping focus sharp and visible. S, searching, constantly looking for truth. T, together, working, united together. I, invested, deeply caring about outcome. A, advocating, speaking up. N, never failing, keeping hope alive no matter what. No matter what. Love that. So I'm going to go back up to the thank you, Michelle. Love you, girl. Okay,
PTA,
so
the animal whisperer.
yeah. Okay. So do you want to read it, Seth?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Sebastian Law, Section 1, short title, Findings, Purpose. And in Section 1A, this act may be cited as Sebastian's Law. Findings, Congress finds that 1, each year, thousands of children are reported missing in the United States. 2, disabled children and indigenous children face heightened risk and barriers to effective investigation. 3, current state and local law enforcement investigate standards and data sharing practices are inconsistent and often inadequate. That is a big one. Big one. There is no single federal repository with oversight authority ensuring timely, thorough, and accountable investigations. And federal oversight and uniform standards will improve recovery rates, protect civil rights, and hold agencies and officers accountable. This is
Those are problems that I have seen during this, problems that I've experienced during this.
And as I showed earlier in the live, I mean, this is a DCS crisis. There is a crisis. Crisis, guys. And it just didn't begin overnight. I mean, this has been a crisis. It remains a crisis, and it's going to remain a crisis until something is done. In this right here. Purpose of this act is to establish the division within the Department of Justice to maintain a national database, oversee investigations, and report to Congress. Require state child protective services and law enforcement agencies to meet uniform federal standards. Empower parents to seek federal intervention if investigations stagnate. Ensure special protections and coordination for disabled children up to age 21 and for indigenous children, and provide mechanisms to investigate misconduct, foul play, and to hold responsible parties accountable. Accountability is something we are not seeing, and it's got to change. And the only way that things are going to change, especially in this state and anywhere else, is for people to
It's federal intervention, and that has to be brought to them by we the people.
Right. In this act, department means the Department of Justice. Division means the division established under Section 3 of this act. Director means the head of the division. Federal agent means any employer or any employee or contractor of the division vested with federal law enforcement authority under this act. Missing child means an individual under 18 or under 21 if disabled as defined herein, whose location is unknown and whose absence is not voluntarily explained. Disabled child means a child up to age 21 who has physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities unless a court determines the child is unable to self-sustain. Law enforcement agency, or LEA, means any federal, state, tribal, or local agency responsible for criminal investigation. Oh, what'd I do? Okay, here we go. Parent means a biological or adoptive parent, legal guardian, or person standing in loco parentis. Indigenous child has the meaning given in the Indian Child Welfare Act of 1978. National Missing Children Database means the integrated system maintained under Section 4. Establishment. There is established within the Department
I'll
of
be right
Federal
back.
Agency. Huh?
I'll be right back. Away from keyboard.
Oh, yeah. The president, by and with advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint a director of the division who shall have demonstrated expertise in child welfare, law enforcement, and civil rights. The division shall maintain and operate the National Missing Children Database, audit and review state and local LEA and CPS investigations of missing children, received and act upon parent-initiated transfer requests under Section 6, investigate allegations of misconduct, foul play, negligence, refer civil rights violation for enforcement under 42 USC 1983, and to appropriate disciplinary bodies. This right here is in that lawsuit. Just so we're all on the same page. Civil rights violation under 42 USC 1983 to appropriate disciplinary bodies, prepare and submit annual reports to Congress pursuant to Section 10, authorize its federal agents to enter tribal lands and exercise federal investigatory powers consistent with tribal sovereignty and the Indian Child Welfare Act. I like that you include the indigenous in this proposed law. Section 4, National Missing Children Database Integration. The director shall ensure the database integrates existing federal resources, including NCIC and NCMEC. All state CPS agencies and LEAs shall have direct real-time access to the database. Like that judge, when I was showing earlier in the live, he would have already had access to that database. We are in major crisis here. We need major reform. The director shall promulgate minimum data entry standards, including demographic data, medical educational needs of disabled children, tribal affiliation, investigative updates, and disposition. In Section 5, it states state CPS requirements, grant, and penalties. No state CPS agency may receive federal funding under Titles 1, 4B, or 4E of the Social Security Act unless it conforms to standards established by the director regarding intake, investigation timelines, data reporting, training, and interagency cooperation. This one is big, major need of reform. Big. Y'all understand that what this is saying is no state CPS agency can receive federal funding under these titles unless it conforms to standards established by the director regarding intake, investigation, timelines, data reporting, training, and interagency cooperation. This would change the ballgame, Seth. You want to say anything about it? Or you want me to just keep going? Because they wouldn't be able to get the funding unless they meet federal standards. Important, important, important. Like, oh shoot, there it is. Okay. I was like, where'd it go? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I see now. I was on the other side reading. Okay, so the director shall award grants to states to support compliance, including funding for technology, training, and specialized personnel. This is needed so bad, y'all. This is so bad. Hey, Lady Freedom. Good to see you, honey. Thank you for jumping up here.
Hey Jen, sorry, I was just about to put it in the chat that I was backstage because I know how that is when you're reading and then you're in a different window, so you can't see the chat and stuff. So, but no, thank you, Jen, for having me and also for going over this because it's really important. And right now they have, a lot of standards that have to be met in order to get funding. And they have to use those funds. We talked about that a little bit as well too, because it is so important. I think you're spot on with that. It's super important
Yeah,
to
and
understand.
this would if they want the funding, they have to meet certain standards. They're not just
Mhm.
giving money hand over you know what I'm saying? I mean, they would have to meet standards. This is such a beautiful law. And for
It
anybody
is.
that if anybody that would say otherwise has never went through or basically just really doesn't care about the care of our children and these state agencies because we are in crisis. That's all I can say.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, if people can't see the value in it, then maybe they're not parents, or maybe they never think that they would ever be in a situation like this. But really, it happens all the time, and people don't realize. And when we talk about it, we'll have people that'll come out of the bushes, or or come on and be brave and say, "Look, I've dealt with CPS, and it is not a fun agency to deal with." On top of the fact that we're finding and uncovering all this corruption.
Right. It says penalty states failing to comply within 2 years of enactment shall face a 5% reduction in specified federal child welfare funds, increasing annually until they fulfill this compliance.
Yeah,
It would
that's
make
super
them, it would
huge.
actually make them work and do their job.
Accountability, yes, yes.
Yes.
And that's why on a federal level, because it's not just Tennessee either. It's many, there's people from all over telling stories,
Right.
horror stories. Yeah, this is a great law, in my opinion.
So section 6, parent initiated transfer of investigation. Transfer request. If after 90 days from initial report, no significant investigative progress is documented in the database. So basically, you get 90 days. They get 90 days to put all of this information into the database. A parent may petition the director to transfer jurisdiction to the division. Love it. Upon receipt of a complete request, the director shall notify the original LEA and state authorities, assume primary investigative authority within 30 days, and conduct a review of the original investigation for potential misconduct. Love it. I love it. Concurrent oversight after transfer, the original LEA remains subject to audit by the division until case resolution.
I think that would help with staying on top of all of these cases because there's so many, and it just we can't let cases fall through the cracks or grow cold because of lack of proper protocols and procedures. Well, for one, like we see in Sebastian's.
Yeah, exactly. And the oversight authority and accountability, gets called in because once the 90 days and this 30 days is up, Well, I mean, now we have to go into the oversight, authority, and accountability. The division may subpoena records, compel testimony, enter into memoranda of understanding with other federal agencies. If the division finds evidence of misconduct or foul play by LEA personnel, it shall refer for criminal prosecution where appropriate, refer for civil action, 42 USC 1983. Like I said, that is in the lawsuit with Seth.
Yes, it is, because I read it about 1 billion times yesterday. It is, Jen. It's right in there that this is the big statue that kind of, um, you know, is a
Yeah,
common
civil
theme.
rights is a big deal. It's a big deal. Once we go to a civil right action, this is a big deal. Recommend administrative or disciplinary sanctions. Yep, because there's got to be accountability.
Mm-hmm.
The division shall share findings with state oversight bodies to facilitate corrective action. So there's going to be an oversight. There would be an oversight committee. What happened? What I do? Okay, here we go. So Section 8, tribal and indigenous children. I love the fact that this is also in the law because they really when we they just their rights are so they barely have any. Try not to
Well,
try
yeah, it's
to
so
try to
disjointed, right? I agree. Yeah, this is another.
Oh, I've been gone. What kind of trouble have you two been putting me into?
Yeah.
We promised everybody that you were going to. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I can know what. Yeah. No. Whatever they have promised I'm going to do, the answer is my favorite word. No.
You're gonna have to rewind it back.
Only one person
Find out.
gets me to say yes to them, and we got to find him.
Yeah, we got to find him.
That's
I
when
love how you are putting the tribal and indigenous children in with this because it's awful of the cases that well the maps that I've created for the indigenous and it's just they fall. I mean it's just it's serious
You know
for
why
them.
that's in here, don't you?
Yeah, I do. But you can tell other people why.
Yeah, tell everybody so they know.
I'm Comanche, which makes my son Comanche. Whether we live on a reservation or have head rights or whatnot, it's still my ID actually says Native American on there. It does not say white man.
So it's something that's important to you because it's part
All
of your heritage.
children. All children. All children. All children. Your melanin doesn't matter. The fact that you're a child matters.
Right.
I agree.
All children. It shouldn't matter your ethical upbringing or your ethnic
background,
right?
Mhm.
Your ethnic background and upbringing at all. What matters is that you are a human being and you are a child, and it is our duty to protect you as adults.
Right.
If we don't protect the kids who will, right? And then also what you were saying about how just all kids are important because that's the future of our country, of the world, is the young children who are coming up now and continue generationally.
And again, to answer your question, at his eyes, which I just did, I'm Comanche, and so is my son.
Yeah,
that's right. All kids matter, and that's why I like to see this put in here. All provisions of this act shall be applied in a manner consistent with the Indian Child Welfare Act. Tribal coordination, the division shall enter into agreements with tribal authorities to ensure data sharing, culturally appropriate investigation protocols, and respect for tribal sovereignty. Tribal
Boom.
law enforcement agencies shall have direct access to National Missing Children Database. Go ahead, Lady Freedom.
Oh no, I just said boom real quick because I mean that's part of it is the sovereignty, the tribal sovereignty, and so that's why there's such a breakdown in communication and awareness. In my opinion, that's one of the major issues that
Totally
why
agree.
yeah, and a lot of people don't really quite maybe understand that. I mean, I had to do research to understand, and I still probably don't know everything there is to know, right? But
Thank you, my PTSD, for the gym, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the support. All of you guys for being here and supporting and being a part of Sebastian's army. We really appreciate you guys. The division. Okay, so let's go back. Section 9, special provisions for disabled children. A disabled child defined in Section 2(6) remains within the Act's protections until age 21 unless a court finds inability to self-sustain. LEAs and CPS agencies must provide reasonable accommodation under the Americans with Disabilities Act during interviews and investigations. Investigative agencies shall ensure involvement of appointed guardians or advocates in all procedural steps. Important. Important.
yes.
That one is so important right there. My goodness. The division shall facilitate coordination among the Department of Education, Health and Human Services, and state disability agencies. The coordination. Oh my God, yeah.
yes,
Good stuff.
communication,
Good stuff, Seth.
Mhm.
No later than March 31st of each year, the director shall submit to Congress a report containing. So now we see in this law that has to be reported to Congress. Statistics on missing children reports by category, number and status of federal transfers, outcomes of investigations, findings of misconduct and enforcement actions, and recommendations for legislative or administrative improvements. Each report shall be posted on the department's public website.
Ooh, that is great. That would be great for us to have good, reliable information to speculate on rather than fragmented conspiracy, maybe sometimes driven thoughts. And because you're just thinking, oh my God, what is, trying to put that puzzle together, fill in the blank type of thing. So, yeah, good stuff.
His eyes is wondering, with Sebastian having Indian in him, can the tribal also step in to help?
No, we don't live on the reservation. I'm not registered, and neither is Sebastian.
There are authorized to be appropriated for fiscal years 26 through 2030. 75 million annually to the Division for Staffing, Technology, and Grants. Such sums as necessary for database maintenance and upgrades, and 25 million annually for state compliance grants. Yeah, we don't want to hear that they don't have the funding. Effective date, implementation. This act takes effect 180 days after enactment. Implementation schedule not later than 90 days after the effective date. The director shall issue initial regulations and data standards. Within 1 year, all state CPS and LEAs must achieve basic compliance as defined in regulations, and within 2 years, full integration of tribal agencies and operational transfer protocols shall be supporting standing together as a community. And look at that, supporting standing together as a community. Oh, that was what I did. There's the S. I'm like, dang, it was in this. Bad. There it was. And Sebastian, supporting, enduring, breaking, awareness, searching, together, invested, advocating, never failing.
Oh, I love that acronym.
Yeah. That was great, Seth. I mean, it's just we just got to get there. Got to get there. But,
Haven't stopped.
being idle is not something that,
Not something
that
I
you have
like.
no.
And I sent you an email, Seth, from Titch that she has sent over to me, and I forwarded it to you just so you know, just so you have it.
Okay. I mean, people do know that we are Sebastian's Army at gmail.com. Send it straight to my email, right?
We are
Yes,
Sebastian
that's
Army
a
at
good point.
gmail.com.
I don't mind playing the secretary sometimes, though. It's okay. I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
But
I don't know.
you're right, though. You're right. Because if I miss something, it's quicker to get it right too. You know what I mean? Or like if I don't get to my emails until we all know how that is.
I
You know
mean,
how I can be.
I understand because, I will open up my email and then I don't even check the emails. I just open it up, look at it, and most of them I kind of already know what they're going to say. And I appreciate that because people send me prayers and, biblical sayings and stuff of that sort. So,
Bye, my members.
Sometimes I just can't do it.
Well, yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot. It's a lot for because my email gets overloaded, so I can't imagine what your email looks like. And
Well, I will tell you in the last 2.5 years, I've actually had to go in and start deleting things from, before I even met Sebastian's mother.
oh wow.
Because I started running out of room.
Oh yeah. Now they want to charge you for cloud space. That's why they did that. It used to be unlimited,
Well, I mean, when you're hitting 10 gigs of saved up, information in your emails, come on, it's probably time. I mean, the IRS says you only have to keep records for 7 years, and I've got emails in here from, longer than that. I've got emails older than Sebastian. So
I'm the same. I get a lot of stuff in the emails. I have to go through and delete.
I'm looking, and StreamYard, when I cut my camera off, it pulls up Sebastian's flyer, but on the live, it doesn't.
Like when you're live on your channel?
Like I'm live right now, and it just says Sebastian's dad, but then my picture is white, but on StreamYard, it's Sebastian's flyer. Interesting. It's probably because I'm in safe mode, so things ain't working like they're supposed to.
I see. Well, Jen, thank you for gifting those memberships.
Yeah, welcome guys. Welcome to the Watchers. I
Aw.
gifted 5 memberships, and I just wanted to, thank everybody for, even though, you may not can renew it. It's okay. You got a membership for a month anyway. So welcome the Watchers, guys. It's where we watch and we observe. Thank you guys.
Oh, I love that, Jen. I love Jen's music.
Thank you, honey. The statistics, Tennessee
Oh,
missing children in criminal acts, there
what
are
I
gaps
just
in the
really
information.
heard was Lady of Freedom going, yeah, I really do like Pink Floyd. Oh, was I not supposed to say that loud? I'm sorry. Every time I'm at Jen's,
she's got good
every
taste.
time I'm at Jen's and playing my music, it's like, oh, this reminds me of skating at the skate house. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, we won't talk about your music.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Which I'm
And
sure a lot of people in here would appreciate, you know, the old, old,
keep saying old.
old.
Just remember you're older than me.
Oh, and you listen to music
That's
that's
older
older
than
than
you.
me.
You betcha.
Yeah, he does the uh which I mean, you know, I know a lot of people like Johnny Cash, but
It depends on what era of Johnny Cash.
yeah, it does.
That is true.
Paula's asking if today was 2004, do you think things would have been different in Sebastian home already, or think it would be the same as today?
Well, Sebastian wasn't born until 2008.
Yeah.
Um, you know, and I mean, as a human, as a father, you know, hindsight's 2020. There's things that I wish I could go back and redo, and if I could, yeah, Sebastian would be at home swimming in the swimming pool or out fishing with me.
Right. Right.
You know, if the idea of having a husband and wife and child wasn't something that I actually agree with and support and promote, you know, then a particular incident would have occurred and Sebastian would have never went to California. And I wouldn't be here.
Right. The good old state of Tennessee.
I know you didn't say that sarcastically, but let me
I
just tell you,
did.
I heard it sarcastically.
I
So,
definitely said it sarcastically. I definitely did. We keep having severe thunderstorm warnings all around us. Looks like everything is north of you, Seth. I don't know. You may get a little clip. Looks like it's making its way toward Clarksville. Let me see.
I
Yep,
mean,
it's about to go. It's about,
it
well,
looks cloudy and
it'd be
over.
about an hour. Us too. In about an hour,
You know,
hour and a half, maybe.
you know me, I like the rain. You ask for rain and we flood.
Yeah. But these are like storms. Like it looks like storms. Like this isn't like heavy rain, but maybe I don't
Well,
know, maybe once.
Ryan Hall stated that you know that the area of these storms were that all of Tennessee is in it, and up north into Kentucky and West Virginia. I mean, it's a pretty big area.
Yeah. Right now they're in Kentucky, but they're moving it's moving close to you where you're at. It's in Hopkinsville right now.
Hoptown, yeah,
Yeah.
there's not much there.
Well, oh no, I'm getting hungry. I think Jeff is still down there messing with the water. Yeah, pop-ups. Kind of, well, it's kind of looking like a pretty good system coming.
We've had a lot of rain in Florida, but in the summer we do. It usually like rains once a day, but we've had lots and lots of rain. You guys had lots of rain though too. I saw
We
your
have,
I saw your pickles that you were the canning that you did and everything.
yeah,
Oh, I'm so excited. That looks
yeah,
like
we
so
did, we did the, we canned again last night. So, uh, I don't want all of this stuff to go to waste. And I haven't even had to water the garden in like 4 weeks,
Oh
three
wow.
weeks. Yeah, I haven't even had to because we've had so much rain.
Well, and the hotter it gets down here, you know, it's cooler up there, and then it can create some nasty, you know, thunderstorms and some cells that go through that do some pretty gnarly damage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I'm still wanting some crystals. I'm still wanting some crystals, Seth.
I'm sorry. I was replying to a text because some people didn't know I was live, and so they was wanting to call me. Somebody was trying to call me. I said I'm live, but not on my. I'm live on Jen's.
Oh, they were thinking you were live on your channel?
No, they didn't know I was live at all, and so I was like, no, I'm not, I'm live right now. I can't talk. Right, unless I want to call in. But yeah, I think all of this with Sebastian's law ties in well with the lawsuit, and I did also, I don't know if you guys talked about it earlier, but I did see that Seth was on News Nation, and so there Jesse Weber was talking, and I think was it Jesse Weber? Okay, I might not misquote that, but either way, Justin the Nick of Time, Justin the Nick of Crime, used to be Justin on TikTok. Was on talking about the lawsuit. Yeah, that was it. That was pretty good. I did see that earlier.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Because he hasn't talked about Sebastian in a long time.
A long time. And also, I think he might have forgotten some details because I was like, "Ooh, they should have interviewed me." I would have went up there and said, because we've been talking about like all the connections, and I don't want to say he minimized anything. I just don't know that maybe he just didn't remember, but he didn't he didn't come with it. You know what I mean? Like he could have, in my opinion. No shade. I'm just saying he could have came with it.
Right.
I haven't spoken to him since he recorded that vigil and released what I said at the end of it as the first thing.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
I mean, I did say it, but it was at the end of the vigil. It wasn't at the beginning. And I think he did not do me nor Sebastian justice by doing that. And he did it for shock value, I believe. And the fact that Sebastian's not been found, is still missing, is shocking enough, or at least it should be shocking enough. And he got into an argument with me and Tony, and getting an argument with Tony is one thing, but when you start getting into an argument with me, this is still my shit. I was like, I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Right. Thank you, Holly, for becoming a member, sweetheart. Welcome to the Watchers.
What's kind of surprising to me, well, it's not really surprising, but the person that he did the interview with at News Nation obviously did not have my phone number.
Who didn't?
The person that on News Nation that did the interview with him.
You want me to show the clip?
You can. It's your channel. I don't tell you what to do on your channel.
I mean, I just didn't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the
Roll
clip.
that beautiful bean footage. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I have. Because I got like 8 text messages back to back from a lot of, from several different people. Look, you're on the news again. And I'm like, Sebastian needs to be on the news.
Right.
News Nation. And no, but see, they put Sebastian's picture, which I was like,
Right. See, I've never spoken to this Jesse Weber, and he doesn't have my information to give me a call. So
get on it, Jesse. Come on now. I like Jesse.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Call me for an interview. Let's set it up and do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
A major development in one of the country's most mysterious missing child cases.
The father of missing Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers has filed 2 federal lawsuits naming the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, alleging both agencies failed his son. For those who may not remember this case, 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who is autistic, was last seen on February 25th, 2024, at the Hendersonville, Tennessee home they shared with his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and her husband, Chris Proudfoot. Now, Katie says she said goodnight to him, but when she went to wake him up for school the next day, he was gone. We know it was odd. His shoes, his cell phone, all left behind.
His backpack.
Investigators searched more than 2,000 square miles, but just a week after his disappearance, authorities announced they were scaling back that ground search. And more than 2 years later, there has still been no sign of Sebastian. And now you have back to those lawsuits that were filed by Sebastian's father. So the lawsuit against the Sumner County Sheriff's Office alleges the investigation was mishandled, claiming detectives failed to properly secure the home as a potential crime scene, that they assigned just 1 detective to Sebastian's missing person case. And then you have this second lawsuit that alleges the Tennessee Department of Children's Services failed to protect Sebastian, despite investigating his household twice before he disappeared. Now, Seth Rogers is seeking millions of dollars in damages, wants the court to reopen the investigation with adequate resources. I'm joined now by my friend Justin Shepard, digital journalist in Nashville, has been following the case from the very beginning. Justin's online handle is Just in the Nick of Crime. Thank you so much for taking the time, sir. Good to see you. So you have these lawsuits. They accuse the sheriff's office of mishandling the investigation, DCS of failing to protect Sebastian before he disappeared. Which of the allegations strikes you as the most significant, and why? Which are the ones we should pay attention to?
So I think that there's a few things. I think one is the fact that he's saying that they didn't properly secure the crime scene. So for reference, not only do I live in the Nashville area, I actually live in Sumner County. So I live in the same place where Sebastian went missing. And so there's been a lot of talk, but basically, if I recall correctly, they treated it as a runaway, him as a runaway at the beginning, and didn't really lock down the scene, lock down the house. They didn't go search his parents' house until much later. And then the other thing that I found interesting in the lawsuit was the fact that Seth had mentioned the fact that there were 2 investigations from the Department of Family Services or Children's Services, and he was not informed about either one of those. And then about a year prior to Sebastian's disappearance, the family kind of stopped talking to him or giving him updates on any of these things. But he had made it pretty clear that had he known what was going on or that there were investigations, he would have pulled Sebastian out of that situation. And having had many conversations with Seth, I believe he would have done that.
Do we know what those investigations were about?
As far as the family goes?
Yes, right. Why was DCS investigating?
Oh, for that one, sorry. No, I'm not really sure. What I can tell you is he never really got into specifics with me about that. Okay. I didn't know until the lawsuit came out that there were, DCS cases involved. But what I will say is at one point, he did come on live with me very, very early on and kind of dropped a bombshell, which is that he said that Sebastian at one point had been sexually abused, but he didn't say by who, if I recall. So I would imagine that could have been one of the things that it had to do with. I know that he had mentioned concerns about the way Sebastian had been treated, in that home. So that could have been it. But I mean, other than that, it's pretty much just a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Well, that makes I'm a little confused why he skated around that question, because the filing is public. He must not have read the lawsuit before going up on News Nation, because it's clearly in the lawsuit.
Yeah.
You know?
Chad Coffendorfer called it an outline.
Well, I mean, that really got me when she, that really surprised me that she was interviewing you and didn't even look at the lawsuit.
Invited me on, and I appreciate her letting me on her channel to talk about Sebastian, but she texted me and was like, hey, you want to come on my channel and talk about Sebastian? Well, sure. I don't have a problem, yeah. And then she started asking me questions about DCS, and it's like, well, have you read the filings? Because that's all I can speak about is what's public knowledge.
And then she's like, I saw some sort of an outline floating around. I'm like, no, that's the paperwork, hon. That's how it's presented I can't believe. I'm very surprised. But I appreciate her.
I think those allegations are in the lawsuit. I mean, the defendants in these lawsuits, I said, are the sheriff's office and
Which
DCS, but
means
as you read through the complaint, there's a lot
Justin
of
here,
attention to these allegations about Sebastian's home life, his mother, his stepfather.
he's
And
looking
I mean,
at
you
the
kind of
papers.
mentioned
He
what
is.
this investigation
Yeah.
has
Yes,
been
he
about.
is.
I'll tell you one of the other allegations that really stood out were these claims that investigators never determined why security cameras at this home weren't working the day that Sebastian disappeared. And there was even an allegation that Katie Proudfoot installed and operated security cameras for a living.
So I believe I remember hearing that too when everything first happened, that she worked for, I don't remember if it was ADT or one of the other security companies, but yes, that's what my understanding was too. And I also find it very, I'm not gonna say suspicious, but find it very odd that none of the cameras at that home were working and that no cameras in the vicinity caught anything. And I think something else that's worth mentioning, going back to it with what Seth had said at one point too, because I know you had mentioned earlier in the broadcast that, you know, he found like shoes and things were still there. Seth made it very clear that with his autism and the way that he was, that there's no way he would have left that house without his shoes, for what that's worth.
Yeah. And by the way, if he was a runaway, limited options. I also wonder about where he might have gone. And so, by the way, where do you see this going? Is it, as these lawsuits sparked renewed attention, has there been a community push to put more pressure on law enforcement to investigate this? I mean, one detective investigating this at one point. You tell me where you see this going.
So in Sumner County, Hendersonville specifically, people have not forgotten Sebastian. You can still go to businesses and see his picture up there. What I think is very interesting about this, and I really commend Seth on this, is it's going to force discovery. So by suing, you know, the Department of Family Services and suing the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, it could possibly lead to reports that he wasn't aware about, reports from those investigations, interviews that took place, things that were never released during the investigation that could possibly shed some more light on it. It might give him some more answers as to what went wrong at the very beginning of this, because, you know, here we are a couple of years later and there's no more answers than the day that he went missing.
Big update. Justin Shepard, thank you so much. Good.
And I agree with Justin. You know, they did treat Sebastian's case in the very beginning as what would appear as a runaway. I don't know why he walked out that door. He didn't walk out the door.
He didn't walk out the door. I don't think either, John. Never did I think that was a good story, because we would have saw him on camera. Somebody would have came out and said, hey, I saw that young man, like, you know, on my ring, on my house camera, because a lot of those neighbors have cameras all over their houses, you know.
Yeah.
Backyard, front yard type of thing.
Yeah, and did not see him. Didn't catch him on camera. Not even taking out the trash.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that are thinking that I said that I knew he made it home, and it's like, I don't know if he made it home. I know he left Texas Roadhouse and got into his mom's vehicle.
Right.
But I didn't know about the DCS reports. You know, I didn't know about those. His mother did. Stepfather did. And they didn't tell me. Well, how can I trust anything that's coming from him?
Yeah.
I mean,
It baffles me when people talk about
logical,
division. It baffles me when people talk about the division. And I don't think that people are really understanding that the division came when Sebastian went missing. You did what you could. We saw you, we heard you. You did what you could in the very beginning to be, you know, to be friendly with them.
cordial.
Yeah, cordial. You did what you needed to do. But then when things don't add up, and people, you know, we can't put ourselves in your shoes. because we're not. So for people to say that the division was created from one person or another, look, when you are actively looking for your missing child and there
you're
are
not getting
things that are not adding up that are giving you
honest
the
communication from the other parent, you know, that I can explain it to like this. Listen, when a man and woman get married, a man and a woman are going to excuse certain things from their partner. They will overlook certain things. But when you are no longer married, you don't get that from the other person. There should be communication when it comes down to your children. But
yeah.
You're no longer my significant other. So why would I give you the same treatment? You're just a person. You're a person I don't want to be around. You're a person that's supposed to be taking care of my child. My child is now missing, and he went missing under your custody and your supervision.
Not to mention you finding out about these reports.
And then I find out about these reports, and it's like, so you haven't been communicating to me honestly at all.
Right.
Particular person sitting there going, well, if you had told me that, maybe things would have been different. What do you mean if I had told you that I had spoken to my son and we had decided that it was okay because I explained to him the process, the program, and what things it was going to open up for him? It's his life, not your life.
That really hit me too when he said, like, he was in shock, like, hold on. And so it made me feel like, oh, really? Hold on. So things would have been different had you known, Chris. Okay. What kind of difference would that have made?
If his mother had asked me if I had had a conversation, then yes, I would have spoken to his mother, but you're not his dad. I am.
Right.
All right. And again, it was a conversation between me and Sebastian, me talking to him and showing him, everything that I was lining up for him. I explained to him the plan. You are going, you move here, you're going to go do this. These are the people that you're going to be able to hang out with, and I'll go to work. And when I come home, I will come pick you up and I will bring you home. And it will open up these opportunities during the summertime when you're bored because there's nothing to do because I have to be at work. And this will teach you this, which can mean you can create video games. I mean, he's still a kid. You got to, if you want your kid to do something for you, this may sound devious, but you need to explain, especially with Sebastian, you need to explain everything so that he understands that.
Right.
So he has a complete informed view instead of the emotional response of no.
Right.
And I did. And at the idea of him making video games and the fact that, it was like, hey, you can do this and put yourself through school. And he looked at me funny, and I was like, I'm talking about college. Well, when you graduate, you can do this and make, 4 or 5 times more money than I do being, a deputy sheriff, son. And you can put yourself through school to become a veterinarian. And then you can just make video games and take care of animals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been great, and something he enjoys to do. So
it will be great.
I agree, Seth. I think that we are going to find Sebastian.
I'm just saying,
I
my
think this is
son's
pushing it.
my son's
past-
alive, going to find him, and he's going to be able to make something of himself because that's the type of person he is.
Right.
But until he comes back, I'm going to push everything I can so another parent doesn't have to go through this.
Right. And just for the record, guys, I want everybody, just in case, somebody wants to, talk about, look, Seth has looked and searched many times. I've been with him. Jeff has been with him. We have searched many times, and Seth has searched the waters. And who wants to search for a deceased child? Not Seth, not nobody.
I have traveled.
He has searched the new construction numerous times,
We
right?
were
Seth?
underneath there. Like, we popped the manholes and went down there.
Yeah.
And looked. Flashlights and everything that we could get to.
See, that's so good to
Yes.
remind everybody. I'm glad you said that, Jen, because a lot of
I
people
want
do have questions.
everybody to, because a lot of people, especially that don't live in this country, that has really no clue, up in SF's DMs or whatever. Look, Sebastian has been looked for a lot. We have been, just because we're not advertising it, just because we're not on live, doesn't mean that we have stopped looking for Sebastian. And Seth has looked for him in the water many times. The new construction many times, off of Ward Lane, off of this lane, off of this road, off of that road. He has been everywhere, including other states, including Tennessee. Tennessee, it takes how many hours to get out of this damn state? I mean,
Depends on what direction you go.
yeah.
Because if you head that way towards the East Coast,
Yeah, I wanted to say that because I've
Takes a
seen
minute.
people and heard people say, well, Seth only wants to, find him alive. He doesn't want to go. He has searched. He has searched. Well, he's only searched for him 4 times. You're an idiot if you think that.
yeah, 4 times. But I put a new engine in my truck and I put over 100,000 miles on it. But I've only searched 4 times. Yeah. People are
Exactly, Callie boy. So much has been done behind the scenes, just like Sebastian's Law. Seth is not idle,
Well,
no
and how
matter
do you
what people
search?
want to say.
Like, how are you really searching if you're live or if you're filming it? Because for one, you're going to bust your ass. And if you bust your ass in Tennessee in those areas, you're going to go downhill probably.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You got to understand, if I were to record me driving, all right, first of all, that's another electronic, another distraction. Tennessee is a hands-free state. Some people kind of forget that, law enforcement set an example, not above the law. All right. And that, I see people on their phones here in Clarksville I'm just at a stop. Like, yeah, but you came over in my lane. Thank goodness I had to make a left, and we're talking about Tiny Town Road. Okay. And you just came right over into my lane and you're on your phone. You didn't see me in my white pickup truck.
Yeah, she's always got something wise to say. And I'm not talking about wise as in wisdom. She got this way about her, and I don't watch her, but I've had people send me stuff and I'm like, please don't send me any. I can't even hear her talk. And it's only because of the way that she talks, as if she knows, as if she is an investigator herself, and
Right,
she
Jeff?
just knows she is an idiot.
It's a lot worse than
idiot.
it was in 2020. Traffic has gotten so horrible over the last 6 years here. And I mean, they're getting rid of farmland and building, cheap apartments. And there's more animals on the road. There's more, but I don't see them building stuff for the kids to do. I don't see them, I see it happening right in front of me where I don't see anything. I see things being built for a bigger growing population, but it's like I don't see things being built for the children in this population. Hey,
Yeah,
Henry.
that's a major problem. Major problem. They can't forget about the kids. Again, these kids. And I was also having a conversation earlier about how they can put kids on such high-powered medications and things. It does surprise me a lot too with that. I'm still kind of wrapping my mind around some of that research that I've done.
And another reason I don't go live when I'm traveling or doing tips or, any of that sort of stuff, there's several reasons. One, I don't tell people the tips that I get in.
Sure don't.
In fact, some people have been on the bad end of my disappointments. Tips should not be public. At the very beginning, I was getting tips from Facebook, from YouTube, and I was getting them 2 to 3 weeks later. It's 2 or 3 weeks later, but everybody else already knew before I did. So operating on the fact that my son is somewhere and somebody doesn't want him found, they're going to be watching YouTube to see if anybody's putting the tips out there, so they know if they need to move him or not.
Right.
Had it out with a particular person at flight, turned around and Tony had to light into him. You're not looking for somebody who escaped jail or prison. Somebody has this child. He is labeled as kidnapped by the FBI. You don't put that stuff out there because then that makes them move him. Send me an email. I prefer you send it, you can call National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. You can reach out to the FBI, call and leave it, send it in as an email. Either way, if you send it to me, it goes straight to my PI. And she begins what she needs to do so we can check and verify. Because the first thing she does is she calls law enforcement in that area. The first thing I do is I call law enforcement in that area. So they get 2 phone calls, police department and sheriff's office. And I tell them who I am, and I share with them the FBI flyer, and I tell them I'm coming out there. And when I get there, I give them another call, and I have them meet with me because I don't know where he's at. I want to find him alive, but I know that there's, again, policies and procedures when Sebastian is found. I know how much I'm going to want to hold him and hug him and start checking him to make sure he's okay, but I can't do that. The law enforcement agency will have to take custody of Sebastian because that's procedures and policy. They'll contact the FBI, and then they'll contact the U.S. Marshals. And if I have my way, that's all that's going to be involved in it.
Right.
No TBI, no Sumner County. FBI, U.S. Marshals, and whatever hospital they take him to. And they don't have to worry about me. I'll be in my truck right behind them, and I'll be sleeping in my truck until they tell me something. And at the same point,
Hey, Henry Dog, glad you're here, hon.
I'm spreading information to the law enforcement departments, and I go with flyers, and I hand out flyers.
See, that database that we were talking about would have alerted, just like when Miss Betty, 3 days after Sebastian goes missing, she thinks that she's seizing. She calls law enforcement. And then when you called them, They didn't know.
Nope. Well, it's, I mean, I see certain things. And what gets me is that knowing that there were 7 agencies for the first, 7 days of ground searching. The week later, when I saw a tip off of Facebook that was sent to my phone, and I contacted that police department, the dispatch person didn't know who Sebastian was. That's a failure to communicate within the department. You would think that they would have the pictures of missing children, in your state where your dispatch can see them.
Right.
Their name, their picture. Someone calls up and says, hey, I think I see this person. Are they missing? The dispatcher should be able to look up and go, yep, they are. Where's this possible sighting? And from there, dispatch would be able to send a patrol officer.
Most definitely.
Yeah, with all the satellites, you would think that we would know exactly what happened, where he went when he just walked out that door.
100%, Jen.
I don't know if the state of Tennessee owns any satellites, but I know the federal government does.
Hey, Smiley.
Hey, Smiley.
Hey, girl.
Aw, hey, Smiley.
I'd ask you if you're angry.
I was
Come
going
up,
to say,
Smiley,
do
if
you
you
think
want
that's a
to.
good? Yeah, that's a good question though, because people are like spreading that around, like, oh, these people got to see the CPS documents, or these people did, and
I
it's like,
haven't shared
what the
those
heck?
documents with anybody but my attorney. And we all know that, they were taken from me. That's why those particular people got C's and D's, is so that way there was a legal separation between me and them, so that the state agency could not hold me responsible, because I was not sharing them, because they had already contacted my family law attorney, and told me that if I did, I'd be going to jail.
Thank you, Henry Dog, for those 1,000 gems, you sweetheart. Thank you. Smiley, you can come up on panel if you want. It's been an open panel.
See, and you'll never find me on my channel with an open panel either. If somebody comes on my panel, it's because I personally sent them the link. I am not Lady Freedom or Jen.
Oh shit.
Well, we're not you either, Seth. We don't have a
I
missing
know
kid.
I'm a man.
Well, that's true.
And have
Yeah.
have stalkers like Bo.
She left already.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm safe until she does the rewatch. Then I'm in trouble again.
The rewatch. She's gonna see that and be like, what?
She's gonna be on the replay and be like, oh, really? And she'll send me an email or something. She'll start seeing who's live and be like, I wonder if he's in there, and she'll start stalking me. It's okay.
She just sent you the side eye.
I've been followed, stalked, threatened. I'm still here. I ain't hiding from nobody. Everybody knows my address. They drive by here and take pictures all the time.
Oh my god, that's so weird.
They're weird.
Well, just because he didn't go missing from your house is, I guess, why I think that's so weird. That Sebastian, if Sebastian went missing from your house, then I would understand that. I would be one of the people.
Come on, Lady Freedom.
Your house.
Think of the rumors that you've seen and that you've heard. I mean, I was on Pascal's live at the very beginning, and people thought, "Oh, that's Sebastian in the background." And I re-listened to it, and I was like, Pascal, that's me blowing my nose.
Oh, geez. Oh, I know where. I actually think I know exactly what part you're talking about.
Well, that's a little weird, but yeah, okay. Lady Freedom.
I know that is weird, but I can like almost go back and think of exactly the part where you blew your
And now
nose.
little Miss Sharon is saying I'm stalking her, but I was here first.
I feel Seth stalks me. She says, "I saw that. He's always on where I am. Little Miss Sharon, we're gonna take care of that for you." Seth, you're gonna have to simmer down now.
Hey, Cajun, good to see you, my friend.
I'm out of coffee. I'm out of coffee creamer.
Well, that'll help with the
And
simmer.
I'm still needing crystals.
Oh, hey, Jen.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Smiley.
I think I made it.
You
Hi.
did.
Hey.
First, I didn't even see the link. I'm so nuts.
Well, you got to put your glasses on, and then
Well,
you know,
they're on, but you know how that is.
ask the brontosaurus to read it for you.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Smiley. We've just
You
been
sound a
going
lot
over
calmer
all of
than
the
you did
CPS.
today.
Do what, Seth?
I said you sound a lot calmer than you were the other day on your live.
I was trying to be a little bit calm. Jen said I sound like Antioch. I think that's worse than East Nashville.
I was more worried about you having a quaternary.
Yeah. I'm
I
okay.
mean, I did put in hashtag 615, so I could cover the basis.
Yeah. A little
Love
bit of
that.
mixed.
Yeah.
Listen, one thing I hate more than anything in this world is somebody to lie, just blate out lie on me. Because I will tell you, look, don't ask me no questions and I won't tell you no damn lies. Because if you want to know something, I'm going to tell you. Just come to me. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
If I feel like telling you, I'll tell you. But it's going to be the truth. You might not like it, but I'm going to tell you.
Right.
You
Hey,
know.
girl, mom. Yeah. Well, I mean, so if for all of you that don't know, Smiley did get upset because people were saying that she and another creator saw the DCS reports, CPS reports, and that's Seth is not, he sent out cease and desist early on. He is not irresponsible enough to do that. I can promise you that.
You know, I heard that.
Well, what
Hold on.
made me?
I heard that you said I am not irresponsible enough.
No, you said you are not irresponsible.
Yeah, but
Like
you
that.
added enough.
You mean he's
Seth. Where's my
irresponsible?
crystals?
He's not irresponsible enough to do that.
Enough to do that. But I mean, you implied that I'm irresponsible in some ways. How dare you?
Oh no,
Oh,
no. It's just
jeez.
the music choices don't count.
Well, no, what made me so angry is because this specific person was just trying to get my attention, evidently, because
They
You
got
gave
not
it.
it attention.
that they got it. And I don't think they want it the way they're fixing to get it if they keep on.
Well,
Because
sometimes, Miss Smiley, you have to rise above it. You
oh,
know,
I am way above them,
I'm not
period.
talking about coming down with frying pan above it. Okay.
Raining the wrath.
Watch your back.
Top row comes Smiley with a frying pan, cast iron, of course.
I don't need no frying pan. I don't need no help. I don't need nothing. Listen, you never know where I'm at either. Be careful.
But you just gotta keep in mind some of these creators just want to see you get angry and upset.
Well, here's the thing.
Not good for your health, Smiley.
Here's the thing. Oh, listen, I can walk circles around these people, even all the things I've been through. I can trust and believe that.
But we'd like you to
Trust.
stay here for a little bit longer and
Oh,
not
I will be. And if I don't, I will come back and haunt some people. Trust and believe that too, because we done had a talk from the man upstairs.
He's like, you're not done. I'm going to send you back.
Yeah, I'm not done yet. No, I'm not done. But here's the thing. I know they watch everything, and I had Look, it was it 2 nights ago. I had just done a live and said I'm probably going to go over those, but I have not even had a chance to hear. I heard two channels, Chasing Truth and Justin's, briefly here and there because I have been so busy of what's come out of the redacted stuff. And I don't, and to this day, honestly, I still have not got to sit down and listen to those two videos and all these others. I have not even been being on the road. I have not got to hear the full things. I don't even know if I want to.
I don't think you do.
I
It's
may
terrible.
not. It's because anything that has to do with Sebastian upsets me. Period.
Yeah.
So I'm not so sure that I want to. I'm not even sure I want to go over it. To be honest with you.
I will tell you what I have described it as. I have described it as reading the back of a horror book.
Yeah. Nightmare.
Just the tip.
Yeah. So how dare them? And then the night that we all had the live on Seth's panel,
Yeah.
specifically because I've been hearing tidbits of, people running their mouth and stuff, specifically made it a point to ask Seth if he would answer me why he did those C&Ds, just to make sure for people in the back of the room, because I knew everybody was watching him, to answer why he did that. And that brought it back to, and then I specifically said, because why? Betty kind of tried to shut it down, but I was like, because you would go to jail, right? That's what you told me in our personal calls, and you did not put it out, right? And we got that cleared up. And that very night, that very hour, they specifically went in this person's chat talking about Smiley this, Smiley that. I have got 100 screenshots literally with my name on it. That's defamation and that's harassment and that's bullshit, frankly.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Like, why don't we
Well,
direct
just
our
remember,
anger
the more
towards
you
the ones
stir
that hurt
shit, the worse it
Sebastian?
stinks. The more you stir it, the worse it stinks. So just remember, you got to do what you got to do, those Smileys. So
Yeah, be careful what you ask for. Be careful
yeah,
what you wish for. And it wasn't even so much the little grifter, but she is responsible for her chat. So be
yeah,
careful. Be real careful. Tread lightly when it comes to me, bitch. Oh, I forgot I'm on somebody else's channel. But be real careful. Be real careful.
This is not Smiley's channel where you can
Yes,
all around and find out. Okay.
exactly.
Jen,
Sorry. I apologize. I'll shut up now. I'm listening. Okay, I'm on mute
it's
for a
like
minute.
there's a difference because if you follow my channel, you're Sebastian's army.
right.
Yes. Yes.
And we are Sebastian's army, and we want the best for Sebastian, for you, for the outcome. And those that don't are not Sebastian's army. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
about Sebastian. It's
And
not
remember,
Seth's army.
actions
No
speak
offense.
louder than words. So just because a person says there's something,
Yeah, you can say it all day long and you can come on here all day long and you can add to and you can subtract from, and that's another thing that I have been preaching for a long time. It's on Sebastian's case, and Seth knows it. But I've decided too, if there's not nothing to put out, I just don't do it much. But he also knows what I do behind the scenes. And not only even so much that he don't know everything I do behind the scenes because it's not something I brag about.
I
But
don't
it's
have
not,
to either.
and he don't have to, because he really knows where my heart, head, and mind is when it comes to Sebastian.
Yeah, the
Period.
rest of the time it's over in Smiley's world. I don't know. You have to have like 15 different permissions to go there.
Yeah, but see, the important thing is, and he just proved that to me the other day. I know that he knows, and that's all that matters to me. And I know that, and he don't even know that I really, really, truly know that, and I appreciate that because we were on an important call with somebody that's it doesn't even matter, but he told them that, and
I would
he
I would actually like to respond to something in chat, which normally I don't
yeah,
actually
I
respond to.
can't see chat, so
Put your glasses on.
It's because she's on panel.
yeah.
Well, you can see it there. It's on the right. It'll say comments, and you just got to click on comments. But go ahead, Seth.
It's Rosebud states there are a few names that keep coming up that are talking about having certain journal entries and things like that. Those people better realize this is not a game. This is real life. Stop. Now, as far as I know, Sebastian did not have a journal at his mom's house. I bought Sebastian a journal. It's in his room. I will never share anything in that journal with anybody. I have not opened it. I gave him that and a pen that matched it. He picked it out at Books A Million and 3 Star Wars books. But it's in his room. I haven't opened it. It's wherever he left it. As for him having one as mom's, I don't know if she ever bought him one. So I couldn't tell you. But I know people are mad at me because I shared some things about my son. I had my reasons. Mainly it was to, express to people that he is a traumatized youth. And he's still dealing with it. And trauma affects people. You're right, Tony. They could be clues, but when they tossed it, they just wanted electronics, and I guess, which they took my electronics too. They took Sebastian's. They took his Switch and his tablet and his PlayStation. They took my PlayStation. They took my phones. They did not take my laptop. They did not take Sebastian's laptop. I do know the tablet was given to him by his grandma, and it took almost 15 minutes to turn on. It's an older tablet, and when they opened it, they looked at the last time it had been logged in, and that was 2022. I think he turned it on once since he had gotten it for Christmas, and we came back. And when they took it, the charger is still in his room, plugged in the wall. So I hope they don't destroy his tablet by plugging in something that could destroy it. They did take his PlayStation. They gave that back. It does not work anymore. They still have his Switch and the whole charging station and everything. So they have his tablet, his Switch. They gave me back both of my phones, my one that worked, my one that had service to it, and the one that didn't. And both of them were given back to me broke. I don't even know if my PlayStation works. They gave that back to me, but I haven't turned the TV on behind me or the PlayStation. And since Sebastian left, since Sebastian went missing, mainly because he's the one that uses the PlayStation and the TV. I don't. So when it comes to electronics, yeah, they still have his Switch and they still have his tablet. And I would like to have those back. They belong in his room. One belongs where it was at.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. One belongs, on the
Oh yeah.
his chest or drawers, plugged in. And the other one belongs on the floor where they found it. I don't understand why they took some things and didn't take others. I mean, if it was uniform across the way, that's one thing. I know that he did not have a Nintendo account. I didn't pay for it. So the only thing the Switch could do is play the cartridge games, and it would connect to my Wi-Fi, but that was for updating. So it could update patches for the games. And all the games were one player. Well, the majority of them were one player because I don't play the Switch.
Yeah, excuse me. I appreciate you clarifying that, Seth, because I have heard a lot of chatter about the journal and about that there were certain people that had access to
I mean,
that.
I
And
have heard some of the nasty things that have come out of people's lives. I mean, mouths. But some of these people have been caught doing things that, shouldn't be caught doing on a live. And, things have come out of their mouth that I don't agree with. And I mean, honestly, I don't listen to them. I mean, I hear the rumors at some point in time, but you can ask the ladies on the panel. It don't bother me. They're rumors. I hate the fact that I actually have to address them, and I don't like repeating myself. But my son he's worth it. So I will keep repeating his name, repeating what's going on, repeating, what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and so be it. If you're a parent, I would expect you to do the same thing.
Right. Thank you, Rusty Pipes, for the 440 gems. Uncle Alert.
aw, that's sweet.
I don't
Russ.
even know what that means, but okay.
I don't either. I don't understand the gems myself. Or
I can't
I
even
don't
show them.
Huh?
It won't allow me to
You don't
show
use
them.
StreamYard. You use,
I use Restream now, so
Oh, okay.
that's why I couldn't find the chat. Now I found it though, since you told me to look in the comments thing, and I was like, oh yeah, duh. So
Yeah, girl mom says warrant. She said
oh,
should have already gotten all that back. From my understanding, they can do a preservation request, which preserves any history on accounts, and then they have to go in and actually get a warrant.
well, it's like I know that they took my phone, and I know that they said they downloaded my whole phone. And I was like, okay, well, I know where a lot of the gigs on my phone actually go to because I play Call of Duty Mobile on my phone. And the last time I checked, I think that's like 75 gigs. And I play Diablo Immortal on my phone.
Yeah, that's a good question. Did they assign you a special victim advocate officer?
ooh, good question, girl mom.
The FBI assigned me some lady that wanted to call and talk to me about recovering during this traumatic incident. And I responded to her, you cannot help me until my son is found, because until my son is found and returned home, the trauma is still going to be here.
Right.
And I feel it is a waste of time. And then she sent me an email of a list of books and a list of therapists. and I called some of them, and none of them are covered by my insurance, and it's not covered by the federal government. So, yeah, no.
So it wasn't like resources that you could utilize for free or anything like that.
For what?
For free, like because you would think if you're going through this,
No.
it's cost so much money, and I think people fail to realize that too. But I mean, yeah, look, those services sometimes they will have free resources, other times it's a sliding scale, and then sometimes, like you said, insurance won't cover. So I was just curious because when I think of an advocate, I think of somebody that helps you with resources, I maybe sends you in the right direction, for things, in my opinion, because there is no handbook.
I mean, I will say that I was probably not the easiest person to ever speak to. I mean, this person reached out to me, I think, second month in, third month maybe, and I was dealing with so much. I mean, I was reading, I'd gotten the DCS papers, I think, by then. I mean, when she was talking to me, it's like, I am trying to absorb everything that I am reading, and that's just the tip of it. The fact is that I got more records. I got records from the hospital. Well, his mental, the mental, the doctor that he saw for his mental health in Sumner County. I was going all over all of those records too, and no, nobody has seen those, and probably nobody will, except for my attorney.
Yeah, and that puts it into perspective too, because that's more proof and evidence. And I think too, initially, I would be very upset and hard to deal with, and I think I would also just be ultra focused on finding, because time is of the essence, right? The urgency is there. You need to find your son, and so you're just trying to find him, and it's hard to sit and call those numbers. And I mean, there's not enough hours in the day.
Well, back to you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Mm-hmm.
I am probably not going to open up to a therapist.
Yeah.
Not with all the
Can you
stuff I have going on right now. I mean, besides the fact that, good word there, I have very little to give to people to trust, and when I do, I watch how you act with it, and then I take it away if I don't
Well,
like how you act with it.
It would be
Little
hard
Miss
to
Sharon,
trust somebody. Yeah.
thank you so much, Little Miss Sharon. She just gifted Bliss Blessings a membership. She always Little Miss Sharon's always doing that. She never fails to gift at least one membership when she's in chat. Thank you, babe. Thank you, and welcome to the Watchers. Bliss Blessings. Of course, that's if she's in chat. Good evening, Rosebud. That's the way a normal parent acts who has a child who's missing. You don't have time for BS. You have a short fuse, and everything you talk about is serious, and the work needs to get done. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
I did want to, Miss Paula, it's not about getting my computer out of safe mode. If I want my computer to work where I can actually stream and talk to people, like I'm constantly refreshing stuff. So if I freeze, just give me a minute. It's because my computer's only working in safe mode. Use it until it don't work no more.
Right.
Yeah. what were you saying, Smiley, about the trust factor? Because I think that's a huge one, and it's just I've witnessed a lot, just even as a spectator, on Seth having people come forward to help, but then they're not really helpful.
Right. I agree. I was just saying that it's going to be hard for, excuse me, Seth to trust anybody because of look how many people has come forward to try to help or, said they were in his corner and actually done him dirty and was not. And even if they are therapist or whoever, he's not going to be able to trust very many people, period.
Right. You just can't.
No, absolutely not. And there's a lot of people out there who has already taken advantage of him and they will continue to do so. And, I have put it to a lot of people and I mean this, and Seth may get mad at me, but I'm just like, listen, they're like, well, why does he do this or why does he go there? And the simplest way that I can put it, and if you've heard people repeat it, even on their platforms, that's me. That's what I've said, even if they didn't mention my name, and I'll go ahead and take it. I'll own it. I've said because you got to remember, he will dance with the devil if it means he thinks he's going to help his son. Just remember that and just pray. And that's all I say,
Right.
period. So those are my words. And I mean that with every fiber of my being. I mean, and then I say, or I might say, I might not say it to the same person, but then I might say, but wouldn't you? Because I know I would.
Yeah, I mean, trust is just a real fragile thing because I mean, especially with what Seth has gone through, it would make me have again, like Rosebud was talking about, a shorter fuse, right? It kind of, you give a little bit less to the next person because if depending on how badly the person before that burned you, I mean
Yeah.
that also crosses my mind because
And listen, even if, and let's just say this, because I'm just me, and I'm just gonna say it. I'm not gonna put no names out or anything. Listen, even if people burn you prior or something, okay, that does not mean that you can't do everything in your power to still try to get your son's name out. It
hmm
means that, again, you'll dance.
Right.
These are my words. You'll dance with the devil. If there's a chance, it will spread awareness or get his name out or give you some hope or whatever you need to do. And these are not Seth's words. These are Smiley's words. These are my words because I know I would. We can't say, and I can't sit here and say how Seth feels, but I just know what I would do. So we
Oh, well,
can't
he already said he would
judge.
dance with the devil. Yeah, he said he
Yeah.
would dance for with the devil to find his son, and that's true. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, even creators, even platforms that he may not necessarily agree with, or I mean, I
And
have known.
protected by
Go
God's
ahead, Jeff.
armor. I am God's warrior, and if He's going to make me dance with the devil, then that's what He wants me to do. He will protect me.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, I've
But as
known of
far as
platforms that he's
trust,
went on that
but as
he didn't agree with that platform, but nevertheless, he wanted to make sure that
and
that
yet,
platform knew, you
yeah,
know.
and that's not to point out anybody. That's just to say, and back, I have to draw myself back sometimes too. Again, this case upsets me so bad, but then again, Lady Freedom, to answer back to just what he said about the therapist a while ago, it's like, man, I can't see trusting somebody like that and somebody you really, really, really don't know, even though they're supposed to be a professional, and then thinking, my God, one day that could be exposed, whether it be in court or deposition or anything. That would be hard for him. I would assume. I don't know. I can't speak for, but
No, but
I,
I'll say something because I've taken many a psychology test because you have to for my profession.
yeah.
That you carry, and you have to be of sound mind. And one of the things that I always laughed at them, it's the questions that they asked. Have you ever thought of killing somebody? And my response to them is, how did you get to work this morning?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this was obviously in Tennessee. I mean, because I had to take one for the sheriff's department, but I had to take 3 of them. A lot of filling in the bubbles. But yeah, I mean, I've been asked that question, and it's like, how'd you get to work this morning? Because if you're driving on 24 or 40 and you're not cut off by somebody who, if you weren't paying attention and hit your brakes, they would have killed you. And if that doesn't upset you for the preservation of your own life, are you really human?
Right.
I mean, some of the questions are stupid, but and I literally point them out too, with responses like that. Now, do I feel like and then followed up? Now, do I feel like just killing a random person on the road or on the street as I'm walking to my no, duh. Preservation of life is part of my job description. Thank you.
Yeah.
Not walking around with a little small mustache or something, killing people. No, let's have some humanity about this.
Yeah. But see, that's where they want to weed them out. Everybody's not intelligent like you.
It's not like I pointed out to somebody I know, failed.
Yeah.
Thank God they failed, or else they would be in law enforcement and nobody would be safe.
Yeah, I think this case infuriates all of Sebastian's army. Never followed or have been ever so dedicated to following a missing child's case like Sebastian's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sebastian has a dedicated following for
He definitely does.
absolutely true. Yeah, he does.
Some channels call it a cult. So,
Well,
make sure you light your candles tonight, and they better be green. Just saying.
They had better be green. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, they used to ask me when I
really,
first. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, because Lady Freedom, you did Summer Wells, and I know Jen did, but I don't know how. I did that one from day one. And when Sebastian's first come out, they asked me, like, do you really think this one is worth? And this was early on in Sebastian's. And I'm like, or Summers, and I'm like, I'm telling you right now, this one is far more worse than Summers. And they're like, really? Do you think so? Even creators would say that. And I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah. And even now they ask me, and I'm like, oh yeah. So what I would like to do, I need it. I wish somebody would take a poll, but I forget I'm not on mine. But I would like to know. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if you followed Summer Wells, because what do y'all now think? This gets worse by the day, in my opinion. I mean, I can't be on this one every day, especially like I was in Summers at first, and this one tears me up when I talk about it.
You're probably not going to like what I have to say, because I think Summers is, I mean, there's a lot of crap going on with Sebastian.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to the case, imagine if no parent was fighting for the child.
That's true. That is very true.
Yes. Poor
Now,
Summer.
fighting for my son, I definitely didn't know that I was going to uncover everything that I have. But Summer doesn't have a parent to fight for her.
No, she don't have. No, absolutely not. So Sebastian is lucky that way.
That's sad.
Yes.
Sebastian's Law can help fix it.
Yeah.
Sebastian's Law can most certainly help fix it.
There you go.
Because no child should go missing and the parents not fight for their kid.
That's right.
I agree 100%. And you know, Little Summer's case is, but I'll tell you, Smiley, she's got a following because when I talked about her, many people showed up and they wanted to make sure I got it right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because
They still
you
want to
know
talk.
they
Yeah.
care. They care.
They still do. Absolutely. They still do. They
And how
still
can
do.
you not, you know, just love her because she's so, you know, it's like any of these kids that we're captivated by because it's their story, but it's also, you know, those little pictures of her doing the peace sign or having fun where you just see her being a kid, and then there's the pictures where you see her in front of a barrel that says for sale. And
Yeah. That.
yeah, it's so sad, and it's like, where is she? And it just doesn't seem that hard. And you know, you have Grandis who was there. You have you know, it's odd too. These stories are always the same. They're just, oh, we don't know what happened to him. Oh, yes, you do. You know,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah. Where the kid goes missing, that is the first and foremost place that you want to investigate to the fullest
Yeah.
where that kid goes missing from. If the kid goes missing from that home, from that property, it is that family that you want to investigate to the fullest.
Well, you want to investigate
I
the
mean,
whole family, both sides, whatnot.
right.
But the fact is that this is Tennessee, not South Carolina, not Florida.
Right.
You know, we have law enforcement agencies that have good people, just not in the right spot.
Well, I have to say to you, Seth, in the beginning, when I saw that you were willing to jump through hoops that really suck, and nobody wants to take a polygraph, nobody wants to be investigated, nobody wants their
I've
family
never taken a
life
polygraph
looking
before, so
into.
why not?
Well, you were just had that willingness that was not there with the Proud Feet. They were very defensive when asked about those types of questions, or even talking about Sebastian would make them infuriated, especially about May of 2024. That's when they were really getting vile with it. And if they were up on a panel talking about the case, and somebody said, "Well, where's Sebastian?" it would set them off. And that's a big red flag in my opinion. It should be, I mean, I would give you my iWatch. I would give you I mean, if I was Katie, I would have given you that audio. But if I was Katie, I would have told you that CPS had stopped by too, more
Yeah.
than
I'd
once.
say, yeah, I'd just say take anything you need, do anything you need. Um, it makes no sense. The thing with, everybody always says, you know, so what? I mean, the lie detectives don't hold up in court. What's the big deal? Well, even before any of these cases or before I was on YouTube, the thing with that is, that's right. So what? They don't. But here's the thing.
It's an
If
investigation technique.
right, but here's the thing. If somebody is willing to take one and does take one,
Like
whether they pass it or not, to me that shows more. I'm more willing to trust that person than I am to not. Even if they fail it, I'm more willing to trust that person. It looks better for them to me in my eyes.
Me too.
Just
I'd want people to see my clean polygraph.
thing is
I'd
when
be
you take
showing you guys the
when you
results.
take a polygraph, they're going to ask you some. The way they did it when I did, they started talking to me, and then they asked me questions. And this was before they put the leads and stuff on your head, your chest, and everything else. And you have a conversation with that person. You let that person ask you the questions, and you're supposed to answer. And then when they put it on there, they start asking you yes and no questions. like it's a book report.
Yeah.
You know, first time I ever took a polygraph, I had no idea what to do. I just knew I needed to show up. Everybody was like, oh, you know, he's on pain medication. And yeah, I had a pinched nerve in my neck, and it was getting worse and worse. And believe me, the pain medication
Didn't even help it.
did not touch it. There is like, no.
Like you ended up having to have surgery.
Yeah, I mean, I got the scar where they went in and they replaced the disc in between my C5 and C6.
But
Yeah,
you were
I agree,
still
Rose, but this
willing.
litigation, in my opinion, is pulling the blinders off and exposing what is going on in this country with agencies that swore an oath to protect and are failing. Absolutely, absolutely. And that is why we need Sebastian's Law.
You know, so I did the polygraph. That's how it happened. You know, and you know, thing is during this conversation, that's when he asked me, he was like, what's your four, if you had 4 ideas about where Sebastian is, give me the scenarios. Well, the guy introduced him as an FBI agent, so and he literally told me he had friends in the FBI. Anything that I told him might help. Okay, so be it. Here's 4 scenarios. The fact that he only brought up the one scenario where my son wasn't alive was aggravating, because I just don't understand how people can wish death upon a child.
Calling
Yeah.
this case from Ireland. Hello, Ireland.
Oh, stay in Ireland, because if you come over here with that type of name, you'll never get a day off.
Hypocrite. Yeah. Won't ever get a day off over here with that name. But yeah, hello from Ireland. Thank you so much for your prayers for Seth and Sebastian.
Support for Sebastian. I believe in prayer warriors. Unfortunately, I also believe in God's time. But I hope every one of our prayers makes him just move it forward just a little bit. But yeah, no, it's not my plot. It's yours. Go talk. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I was saying, yeah, it's an investigation technique. So they ask you questions and they do all this, and they take how your body is responding, how your mind is responding, and they sit there and they use that in their investigational techniques. Because a simple question and how you answer it and respond to it can tell them if they go left, right, you know, up, down. There's 4 directions. Choose one. But it can't be used in court. Why? Because people can beat them. So it's just,
Yeah, it's not 100%.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, read some of the stories on why it's not. You know,
Yeah.
where
Right.
you know, they're sitting there using a copier machine to sit there and pop out copies, and every time the guy looks at it and changes his facial expression, sets it down, and just shakes his head at the suspect. Well, you're morally beating them down because you're telling them that you're seeing stuff, and it don't look good for them. Pick up that stuff, and that's why you can't use it in court.
But here's the thing. You were willing to do it, and if you want to get technical about it, and then Chris talked a good game, name the time, name the place, and Nancy checked him on that. And, but then all of a sudden it was, oh, I can't. They told me not to. No.
Right. Like,
No.
when Nancy Grace asked me if I would take one, I said yes. I'd already volunteered the Sumner County and the TBI to take a polygraph. It was like, I don't know where my son is. I was at work. I have an attorney. Turned around, called my attorney and said, hey, Can you contact my work and get whatever paperwork needs to be filled out? And again, that's that me staying one step away from it and get my stuff. Request it. It's public record for me. And you're an attorney, so they'll actually do it if you fill out the proper paperwork because you're an attorney. They're not going to give any Joe Schmo my schedule, but you're my attorney. They will give you my clock in and clock outs because it's considered evidence.
But just for the record, Jeffrey Dahmer passed a poly as well. Okay, so this is the reason why they are unreliable.
Sorry.
Wow, you went to the extreme there, Jen.
I mean, I just want people to understand that a polygraph doesn't state
Sebastian
nothing.
missing to let's talk about this guy who not only passed the polygraph.
I mean, I just want people to realize that because I saw that today. Look, I saw that today with a girl on Facebook and she was, oh, well, you know, the parents I don't care if you pass a polygraph. I don't care how many times Katie passed one. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many times she can pass a poly or how many times Chris can pass one. It doesn't matter. That's why it's just like, I don't even know why people even talk about it. Yeah, they're just not. There's a reason for that, guys. There's a reason for that. Yeah. So just making sure people understand. If Sebastian had known he was going to be sent somewhere, would he tell you, Seth?
And look how many times, and this makes me so mad in any case, not just this one, but it makes me so mad. And I'm not accusing anybody. Just like I say, I'm not accusing. Okay, let's get this straight. But listen, how many?
Coronary.
I just want people to understand. I can't make them understand.
Hey, I may be first aid and CPR trained, but all right.
Okay.
I can't do that stuff over the internet.
Okay. But how many times have you seen in these cases where they just go on and live their normal life? Ted Bundy, the BTK, I mean, all these people, they just go on like their daily lives, go back home to their families, and go on about their work business and all this stuff. And, so you can pick a side or not, which you shouldn't pick sides.
There's no side. There's
fine. No. But I'm saying, do y'all get my drift when they say, "Oh, well, Katie couldn't do this. Well, Seth couldn't do this. Well, so and so couldn't do this. Well, there's no way." Yes, there's a way, because look at all these other people who's done it. Do y'all get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
totally.
It's crazy. I'm not saying you did anything or they did anything. I'm just saying, for example, it makes me so mad in any case. Or Candace couldn't do this or so. It just makes me so mad. Y'all get a grip and wake up to reality.
Right. Yeah, a lot of them are not placed in reality at all. In the slightest. Well, they only really judge the physiological response that the person has. So they establish that baseline, asking questions to see how you're going to act when you're telling the truth or versus lying. But, you will have that heart go up and all of that. But that's all they're judging on that. So if you're one that believes your own lies, that's another way to pass a polygraph effectively.
True story.
Yeah, so they're.
Sorry, this has been asked. I'm late. Any word on age progression? He could
yes,
look a
that's
lot
a good
different
one.
now.
I've been asking that. Have you heard anything, Seth, or do you know if you can get that done? Or
and I haven't answered you on purpose.
Okay. Well, somebody's asking that in the audience.
I know, but all three of you were talking, so neither one of you heard there. I can't answer that question. And I said it at about the time that Jen put it up on the thing.
Sorry.
You know, I can't answer that question because the information that I have to give you on that one would piss you off, and I'm not trying to have anybody have a coronary, and I'm trying to make sure that people don't choose violence.
I just muted.
Because I've always told Sebastian that it's justice, not vengeance. So the information I know for that, I can't respond to that question, but I'm working on it. Just makes it a little bit harder, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
He did pass a poly in 1989. Rosebud.
And like I said, you know, everything's
I mean,
coming.
I think most of us did. I'm sorry, Seth. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, you know, I'm working on it. And I normally figure out a way, but it just reinforces what my thought process is concerning people. Ooh, sounds like some thunder.
Is the storm there?
Yeah, I can hear it outside. Sounds like if it comes with rain.
Sharon said, I picked a side one on day one when Katie did not go on camera and beg for her son to come home or be found. Yeah, I mean, it gave a lot of us the ick.
I wasn't.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah. I see. Oh, yeah.
day 1, 2, all the way to day 8. I mean, I wasn't screaming in front of the camera. I mean, I was over there trying to blend in with all the other people that were there so that news crews wouldn't know who I was when I was checking, you know, because I was going by there. You know, I didn't want to go to that house. So, you know, after Wednesday, I was spending as much time between the command center and driving around looking for Sebastian. I mean, I saw everybody out here with their horses, the ATVs, the 4-wheelers. I was out there. I saw them. You know, I heard the music playing. I would talk to the ones on the horses. Hey, have we heard anything? And they just look at me like they didn't know who I was. And I was like, talking about Sebastian, that's why you guys are out here. I'm his dad. Have you seen or heard anything? And they're like, oh. And it's like, yeah, you're out here and you don't even know the parents. You don't have a picture. So how do you even know what Sebastian looks like? At least they were out there and doing something, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth, this is a little bit personal, but if you that day, other than, you know, I know you were tore up and everything, but if you could go back and ask Katie anything, you know, besides where is Sebastian or what happened, I mean, what would you ask her now looking back? And she can hear you today, and she would answer one question for you today. What would you ask her about your son?
Why? You knowing me, what the fuck were you thinking? I don't want to go back to that because I mean, I was exhausted. I was tired. I just gotten off work. My son's missing. I just drove here, and knowing everything that I knew when I walked in and she shoved that phone in my, no, we're not
Yeah.
going back there.
Yeah, I get it.
That's
No.
2.5 years in the past.
That breaks my heart. That really breaks my heart.
Same here. I'm speechless.
Well, at least you have one.
Why? Why is a good question. And
Why?
What would you ask Chris?
I wouldn't ask him shit. I'd be wearing orange. Because if I go back 2.5 years, then I know DCS is involved.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
I'll be. Hey, when y'all are protesting for Sebastian, just wave, because I'd be in one of those cells going, "Yep, it was worth every fucking." They're on. Anyways,
Nobody looks good in orange.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No. So you got to keep it together.
And he's done a damn good job at
He
keeping it together,
really,
hasn't he?
yeah,
My
he
God.
really has. He really
Yes.
has.
Yes, because it's a horrible circumstance, and to have that knowledge it takes a lot of self control.
Yeah. And I can understand why in the beginning, of course, a couple of times I know they tried to all say they would work together and then they didn't. And then it's just too hard. I mean, and then knowing the things that's come out and stuff, I get that. I still
even
have,
then, when he was, when a certain, when I was a kid once,
yeah,
okay, and when any of my friends, and I'll say this, I lived through my 20s, obviously, and if any of my friends was like, "Hey, let's get our story straight," all right, and that's when it begins.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first thing people say before they're getting ready to have to talk to either the principal, parents, or police. And it's never a good thing to say or have heard said. And I don't want to be involved in that.
right. Absolutely.
But I tried. But I I tried. But no.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I know that when Heather spoke with Chris and Katie, there was that big altercation about her trespassing, and then once they kind of got over that a couple of times because they kept bringing it up, that was said about you that well, he was working with us in the beginning, and she was kind of trying to, in my opinion, reframe some things in that
Yeah,
narrative
if
because
you
we
listen
watched
to
it
that,
unfold.
I have to interrupt you there on that one.
It's okay. Go ahead.
If you listen to that phone call between Heather and him, Sebastian is my family.
Mm.
He's my son. He married his mother. With the DCS reports, you're an abuser. And that right there tells me that unless you believe in, beating your family and at every, however, which you shouldn't, when that conversation happened, Chris literally states that he does not care what happens to me or my family.
That he
Whoa.
does.
My immediate family is only Sebastian. That is it. His immediate family would be Katie and the kid and the child that he has with his ex. That's his immediate family, because that's your immediate family. And when he says that, he doesn't care what happened to Sebastian at all. And he states it. He does not care what happens to me or my family.
I do remember that. I do. Yeah. Yeah. And that's a big one to take away because
It's on
he's
one of your
literally
shorts.
telling us.
It's on one of the
What's
shorts that you put out when
Yeah.
you did the conversation between him talking to Jules and the conversation of Heather going back and forth. I think was the one.
Okay, yeah, I think that was a short one. It was only kind of long because I did not want to take apart what was said in that whole in its entirety, if that makes sense, or either
Well,
one.
you
But
were
then I
just
did replay
comparing,
it.
you know.
Yeah, comparing. Yeah, that's despicable for him to say anything like that. I mean, and they were very, upset about, and he was also bragging to Jules, and that was another thing I wanted to highlight because I couldn't believe
I
that either.
look at this question, and I normally I would answer any of these types of questions, but these are the questions that cause the hate channels to you know. It's my personal opinion. We all have personal opinions, and it's my personal opinion. I mean, I will quite literally say he's an abuser because I've seen the DCS reports, and you guys have seen the filings. So, and I just have a professional and a personal opinion that it's not good for people who abuse people. If you are in the law enforcement agency and believe that, people that hurt people are okay and fine, you probably need to choose a different profession. Same thing with the co-parenting.
When y'all, I know that, okay, so, well, I don't know the details, but so when him and Katie got married, I'm trying to put this nicely. However it happened, they got together, and then of course Sebastian lived with them. What was there ever a time that you and Chris, or you, Chris, and Katie ever got along as a family, or not a family? I know that's not your family, but uh, Chris. But
I mean, I spoke with Chris. I talked to Chris.
mhm.
I didn't know this stuff about him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did you ever uh, you know, like him? I mean, did you
I have
think he was?
trust issues. I have trust issues. I mean,
Yeah,
Chris is good. Betty said it the other day. He is really good. And if you didn't know what you know now about him,
yeah,
he's really good.
yeah,
I mean, at times I feel like he played me like a fiddle.
yeah. I mean, you felt like he was taking care
He
of,
told me
Sebastian, and I mean,
I thought he was taking care of Sebastian. Yes.
yeah, and y'all got along, and it was just every day
Talking to
stuff.
him meant that I could find out more information about Sebastian. It's not like I speak to, Sebastian's mom. She doesn't want to talk to me. She
Yeah,
that asked for a divorce. I said yes.
yeah,
I don't want to talk to her. I mean, at one point in time, Chris was like, "You should move to Sumner County," and I'm like, "No," and he was like, "But you'd be closer, and you'd be able to take Sebastian whenever you wanted to, because you would live closer and not an hour or so away, and you'd be closer to beach, you know."
So it was more
I mean,
you
you
and
not,
Chris got along than you and Katie, actually,
but
right?
did you just hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, we heard you.
He was selling me something.
Yeah, he was trying to get rid of Sebastian, in my opinion.
Like he did with Nina.
He's trying to get me there. Well, do you
Yep.
think that I mean, I honestly believe if I lived in Sumner County, you think I would be free?
No.
No.
I would be in jail. When Texarkana tried to serve me when I was, her, little lawsuit stuff, somewhere in the way, she turned around and said she even reached out to Sumner County. Well, Brandon Carter tried to get me to meet him at the edge of Sumner County so he could give me some paperwork.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. I was
Wow.
like, dude, I'm not driving all the way over there. As soon as he said he had some paperwork, I'd already heard through the rumor mill that she had made a phone call to Sumner County. Well, I had just gotten back. I had seen where on my cameras that they had come a couple times. I wasn't here.
Nope. You sure wasn't.
Yeah, I showed you one of them, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, look.
With the crack.
No, that was the last one. That's the person that she paid. I showed you. But I was at your house. I had just come back from a tip and was at your house. And I stayed. I had to use the bathroom, and we play cards. I mean, and quite literally, my video cameras went off. It was a deputy sheriff came to my door. I wasn't here, and she kept telling everybody that I was dodging. It's like, I have cameras up. I know when they show up. If I'm inside, I don't have to answer. This is a civil case, not a criminal case. There's not a bench warrant out for me. And I know you're working for Chris.
Wow.
All the information and everything that I have that you guys now have a little bit of tip through the filing. You think I trust this person? I'm looking for my son, and he's telling you to file a lawsuit against me. And then you send somebody to my house when I'm not here because, hey, Montgomery County did you a favor. They came to my house 3 times. All right. That's 2 more times than they had to. Not only that, but the deputy sheriff that showed up left detailed messages and took detailed reports. I wasn't here. Gentleman did his job. Then you sent somebody to my house, Mecha Godzilla, I wish she would have put on clothes or at least pulled up her pants and not touch my truck because it was still here. And she sat there and walked all the way up to my house, did not even ring my doorbell, grabbed my water bucket off of by my bushes and threw a manila envelope down and put the bucket back on top, emptied the water out of my water bucket, thank you, and put it on top so it wouldn't go blown away.
Oh my God.
And told Sumner County Court that I was lawfully served. I sent the video to my attorney. I was like, here you go.
That's crazy.
Because that was one of the big, that was going to be one of the first exhibits as soon as, but she turned around and in court, I'd like to drop the lawsuit. And the judge was like, thank God.
Right.
Dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was not happy with her, Cluminati, Chris, or Chris's mama. They got in trouble for having their phones out, talking on their phones. They're
They got in trouble for talking to each other.
They're disrespectful in the court system. And that's because in Sumner County, they get away with it. Well, Montgomery County ain't Sumner County. We got our problems too. But we don't have you living here.
Lover girl would like to know, why didn't law enforcement ever prosecute Chris for his abuse? That's what I want to know.
Well, that's a
That's what we
question.
all want to know.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to ask the sheriff's department, who takes the lawsuits to the DA, and then the DA decides if they're gonna, press charges.
And remember, Summer Wells case is Tennessee for you. Honey, don't y'all remember all them phone calls I made? For what, Miss Becky? For what, honey? This is Tennessee for you. I'm telling you. God, glad I got my 2 kids out there and then had my other 2 in Florida. I'm telling you.
Hey, Smiley.
Yeah.
I want to
Okay.
turn the volume down a little bit.
I'm going on mute. See, I don't need no microphone. I don't have to get on here and beg.
I don't need a microphone either when I'm out protesting and telling people what I really think about them. And my expectation. I don't need a bullhorn. I love Miss Betty.
Oh, yeah.
No, you definitely don't. My neighbors can, and they're far away. My neighbors are far away, and they can tell you Seth don't need a bullhorn. Cajun asks, Seth, can you tell us a funny story of Sebastian that you haven't told us before? A funny story, something funny.
Aw.
Think about that if you want to.
I'll think about that.
Okay.
There's a lot of funny things, but it's just like, how funny do you want?
Well, really fun.
And then it's like, do I jump into the blackmail pictures that I have of him as a baby?
No. But
Yeah,
like
but those are the
his
best
funny
ones.
one.
Those are the ones you save for when he brings home his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Hey, I want
Aw,
to show you
yes.
some pictures. All right, you see this? Yes.
Oh, my kids still talk about the ones of them being in the corner or something like that, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, mom." I'm like, "Yep, that's why I saved those pictures." Girl moms asked, when you look back, what is the biggest red flag that stands out now in hindsight?
Sebastian on his knees in his room, hitting the floor, and I asked him multiple times, "What's the matter?" And this was right before I took him back to his mom's, and he just wouldn't tell me. And that's what, the only thing I could get out of him was, him saying that he didn't think Chris and his mom loved him.
Mm.
I should have not taken him anywhere. I should have done the one thing that I don't like doing. And I should have forced him to tell me what was going on. Because if he had told me that at that point in time, I would have made 3 phone calls. I'd have made more than 3, but the initial 3 would have been, I'd have called the sheriff's office, Clarksville, and Tennessee Highway Patrol, and I would have had them here, and I would have been, all 3 of you need to speak to my son. What he just told me, you all 3 need to write individual reports and submit them, because I'm not taking him back. I refuse. And I wouldn't be here right now. But Sebastian would be. If DCS had called me and told me, I'd been like, you need to do yourself a favor and get the sheriffs there before I do. And have my son waiting for me.
Do you remember what Sebastian's first word was?
Yeah. Somebody doesn't like this story. But, children pick up what they hear. Sebastian's first word was started with an A and ended with an E.
Asshole.
The same tone and inflection that his mother would use, because she didn't call me anything nice.
Yeah.
with
Yeah, I
Sebastian.
remember you telling that story. Yeah.
That's a funny story.
Yeah.
You know, the conversation I had with his mom afterwards, and it was no longer an issue.
Yeah.
You know, and I could just remember him looking up at me, sitting there. I mean, we're living in the trailer, 3-bedroom trailer, and the end is his room, my office, and the bathroom on one end, and on the other end is the master bedroom and the washing area, the washer and dryer. And he's sitting Indian style right next to the bathroom and just looked up at me, smiled his biggest cheesy smile that he could, and looked at me and was like, asshole. And I looked at him and I was like, don't call daddy that. I love you too. And but it hit. I mean, he's funny when he said it. You didn't know what he was saying, but the whole meaning behind it is pretty pathetic. And I guess I was that pathetic.
Well, that's what's sad. I mean, he should never have had to hear that word referring to you.
Now I will tell you, here's another story in this. I mean, this happened within the last 2 years before he went missing. The relationship that me and my son have is unique. Okay. And when we were living in California, guy that I knew, he was the president of the bully club. And because I had two pit bulls, I had 2 Stafford crossbreeds that were like 22 inches tall from foot to shoulder. And he lived in the same complex. And he literally at one point in time, because he saw how I interacted with Sebastian, he looked at me and he was like, you're Sebastian's best friend. And I looked at him and I said, no, I'm not. And he was like, if I go out there and ask Sebastian, who was at the pool swimming, he was like, if I go ask him if you're his best friend, he will say yes. And I was like, dude, you could put some money on it, because I'm going to tell you, he will look at you and go, my dad is not my friend. He's nice. He's fun, but he's not my friend. He is my dad. And he went right outside, and I followed right behind him, and I jumped in the pool. And, you know, Anthony turned around and asked Sebastian. He was like, Sebastian, is your dad your best friend? And he looked at him and said, no, sir, that's my dad. But I can play.
Oh.
And it's like, of course, I'm his dad. He knows that if I tell him to do something, that I'm telling him to do something because I'm his dad. My job is to teach, educate, and let him have experiences so he becomes a young man, a member of society. And it's like, but Sebastian and I have the same things that we do. Why? Because I'm his dad, and so he's seen me do it. He sees me play video games. He likes to play video games. Taking him with him. I took his mama fishing multiple times when she was pregnant and would talk to Sebastian. You know, hey, we're out here, you know. I would talk to him while he's in the womb. You know, so of course he wants to do things, and he's a kid, and I'm not a kid. I pay my bills, hold down a job, I take care of a child, but I still have the things I like to do. I like to play D&D. I like to play Magic the Gathering. I like to play video games. But I go to work too, you know, and when I had him, I was off every other weekend. So when I got him for the whole weekend. It was just me and him hanging out. You know, I'm a single guy. My house is pretty much, you know, a bachelor pad. So there's video games, TVs, and, you know, plenty of stuff to do. My house isn't always clean, but I normally have a clean table so I can play Magic the Gathering. You know, Sebastian likes to play video games. He likes to play D&D. I bought him the D&D books. All right. I bought them for me and then turned around and bought him all 3. Player's Guide, you know, I bought all that stuff for him so that he could take it with him back to his mom's house. So he could read it there. I'd like to know what she did with those.
Do you
Yeah, Sebastian has a Wicked Elf deck. It's sitting right there with his dice and stuff on top of it, waiting for him to come home in the same spot it was when he left it. Because we keep our Magic cards right there so we can grab them when we leave. You know? He grabs those. I grab the backpack that's got, you know, the pencils, the paper, the other dice, and, you know, the D&D characters and character sheets. So that way, we grab the cards, grab that, go. We're good. We're either going to play Magic, we're going to play D&D, or we'll do both.
do you know what his favorite movie was?
That would really just depend on what he wanted to watch. I mean, I've got plenty of Marvel movies down here, Lord of the Rings. I mean, he was always down for Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and I've got the regular DVDs and I got the extended Blu-rays.
Yeah.
There were times that, and it started as a kind of like a tradition when it was me, him, and his mom. She would leave to go on a deployment or something, and me and him would sit down and watch all of the Lord of the Rings.
I know that's the way my brother is. He loves to watch movies. Oh my gosh.
But we would watch them in order, and we would sit there and we would binge. So we'd watch all 6 movies.
Yeah.
Eat popcorn, order pizza, you know, and it's like being a military spouse is different too, because in the military, being a military spouse, no information is good information, because the last thing you want is a knock on the door and it's not her or him.
Right.
Paige is asking, did Sebastian have a favorite thing to learn or something to talk about, something that he was hyper focused on? I mean, we've heard stories about him being really good at chess, but is there anything that he liked to learn or hyper focused on?
All right. Try to give you a little bit of an idea. Imagine a squirrel. Hyper focused on an acorn. Then he dropped it. There's a walnut. Now he's got the walnut. Now, when it came to Sebastian, if he was playing Legos, he hyper focused on Legos. If he was playing video games, he hyper focused on video games. If he was reading the book, he hyper focused on that book. So that could have been the last 2 hours of him here. And he could have done all of that in his room. But at the same point in time, I would know because I'm walking by his room to see what he's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, Seth's room is right across from Sebastian's room.
So between here, bathroom, my room, and kitchen, every one of those places that I might need to go, I get to walk by him, and he doesn't hear me. I'm not a helicopter parent. I'm a stealth fighter parent.
Right. I mean, my kids say that they appreciate the way I parented them, so
He's
I think
doing
that
whatever
sometimes,
he wants to do in there.
right.
And, I just do it a flyby, and because I am still his dad, he still jumps when I scare him. Because I do that. Don't I, Jen?
Yeah. Yes.
Like I will
Notorious for
walk into
that.
your house, have a conversation with, I haven't seen Jilly or Jeff or anybody that happens to be in there while you're in your office. And some people have heard me scare you literally when I tell you to fuck your neighbor. Because that's what I use. That's the catchphrase.
Did Sebastian have a favorite subject in school? What was his favorite subject?
Well, I do know that in California and in the middle school here, his favorite subject was math. But he wasn't doing too good in math. I think it was kind of boring him. But
It is.
he was like in the FFA. That's why he got the award and everything in it. He was focused on doing something else. So
So agriculture?
yeah, well, he was doing that, and again, him and animals. So anything to do with, he hyper focuses.
Yeah.
Did he ever talk about what he wanted to do in his, future or the next couple years or?
No, because we had really not gotten to that. There was ideas on, trying. That was the only thing that we had come up with was, because he likes to take care of animals and he loves cats, and it was brought up to him, not only by me, but by his mom.
Yeah.
I think he would make a great one. I mean, his empathy towards animals, being hyper focused and being able to hyper focus on stuff.
I think he would have made it great. Many things. He did a lot of things well, um, in my opinion, from what we've heard.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said I think that Sebastian did a lot of things well. Like when he was playing chess, he did well at it. When he's playing the magic games, he liked to do well at it, right? And things like that. So I think he would have done well at anything he set his mind to, I guess.
I just wanted you to say that again.
Seth,
Yes,
I
lady.
took a bite of my grilled cheese
Well, at least it
when
wasn't.
you asked me to say it the second time.
Well,
Pain in the rear.
at least it wasn't a hot cup of coffee.
At least it wasn't a hot pocket.
Then your grilled cheese sandwich is cold.
No, it was good. I just had a little piece.
Did anyone teach him or who taught him how to ride a bike or fly a kite?
Did not teach him how to fly a kite, which is funny because I actually have a TIE fighter kite in the garage. I did teach him how to ride a bicycle.
And of course, fishing.
Of course. How to build a fire, how to put the rocks up, how to make sure that it's a safe, contained fire. Be responsible when you're doing something. Take care of Mother Nature.
Yeah, I asked Katie the same thing. So I'll ask you. So like when he was at home alone, is that true? Like he would know if the house caught on fire or something like that. He would know what to do. Is that correct, Seth?
Yeah, you knew where the fire extinguisher was.
Yeah. And you feel he could get out safe? I mean, that's just a fair question. I'm just going to ask you. I've never interviewed you, so I'm not trying to interview you, but that is the truth. He would know safety as far as that goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta understand, before he turned 13, which is the legal age here in Tennessee, when
Yeah.
I had him, I wasn't at work. So once I picked him up, I had him for the next 2 or 3 days,
Yeah.
until I took him home and dropped him off there. But him being here at the house, of course, I was teaching him how to cook. Well, if you're operating a stove, you need, I got fire extinguishers, one underneath the kitchen sink and one on the wall. Every place should have them. And I showed him what they were for, told him how to use them, you know. But the main thing is, if you see something, grab your phone and call 911 and wake me up.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I wasn't saying anything about that or him being by himself. I was just saying while I was thinking about that, I asked them, so I was just asking you since that kind of come up. Was it true? I mean, he did know safety stuff. I'm sure he's very smart.
He's very intelligent.
Yeah.
Well, I want to interject here. Knowing Seth the way I do, he likes to educate. That's something that he and I both like. We like to educate. We like to educate one another, and Seth loves to educate.
I also like to learn, unlike Jen. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
actually able to be taught.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I just wanted to say that before she got off, and started hiding behind her picture again.
Hello, Uncle Taco.
Yes, I did read Sebastian books before bed. Yeah, I took him to the park. I don't. Katie used to take him hiking all the time when we lived in California. And, she would go do hikes, and he would go with her. Um, I didn't go with them when they went to go do hiking and stuff like that. I was always down to take him to the park, go swimming, take him to play cards. Take him to the park so he could play with other kids. That's interactive socialization. And then make him go play cards against adults and watch adults lose their shit when he whooped their at a game of Magic.
Hey, Uncle Taco.
Marvel superhero would be Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man was my fave.
Oh yeah, I think
And
that's a great choice.
Superwoman too. Superwoman too. I had the whole get it, I had the Superwoman stuff.
I don't know if there was, girl mom. Hey, Uncle Taco. Yeah, it's 6 o'clock. Well, no, it's 8 o'clock. Been on here for 6 hours.
Oh, okay. K9. Sorry.
Y'all been on here for 6 hours for real?
I have. Seth didn't come on until maybe a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours after I was live. I was talking about
I came on
DCS.
before you hit the 2 hour mark, so I've been on here for 4 hours.
Oh wow.
It's okay. It's a good time spent.
Yeah, cool. Very cool.
Good time spent.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, lots of good information. I think people really need to listen, and sometimes when you listen to someone and you hear everything, then it brings more understanding. So
Yeah, I love to listen to different people.
I went live at 2. I started at 2. Yeah, great conversations and stories. I agree. Paige is like, it's okay, keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Paige.
Jody just called tripping out, because he's in Nashville. He's like, are we supposed to get bad storms? I was like, I think so. Just be,
Yeah,
be on
stay
the
safe,
lookout.
guys.
Yeah. I thought we would have storms by now, but I guess they're breaking up. Have you had any sleep, Seth? No? I already see that.
I woke him up early this morning. He said he was asleep. He said, I'm going back to bed.
I never did.
I'm sorry.
The worst part is I had just laid down.
Yeah, that's what you get for keeping all nighters.
All nighters, all dayers.
Yeah,
I'm trying. It's
I did.
Tuesday. I slept Sunday.
I did feel bad for that.
Yeah.
I agree.
Was that after I said I'm going back to bed, or was it like the 5th or 6th text message?
That was before. That was after you told me that. I did feel bad for that. But then it was an hour later, and he started texting me. I'm like, go to sleep, Seth.
Never made it back to sleep.
Then I come in and I saw Jen's. I'm like, yeah, because I don't see, I don't get notifications very much. And so I'm like, yay, she's on. And now she tells me she's been on 6 hours.
Well, I didn't get the notification that Jen went live.
Yeah. I don't know. YouTube is wonky.
I don't think
I knew you were going live, Jen, but I wanted to go ahead and just listen too, also, because you guys were talking about really good stuff, and then you in the beginning too with the DCS stuff. I think it's a really, that should be a really hot topic right now because it does affect a lot of people, and there's 14 other cases that complaints pending. I mean, so there's a lot going on also on top of what Seth is doing, which is
Right.
great.
There is three open cases right now against DCS, and one of them, 14 people are coming against them. So yeah, I mean DCS is in crisis.
Yes.
They've been in crisis and they're going to remain in crisis until something is done. We got to do something different to get different results. So I'm so elated that Seth is able to, this attorney, absolute high profile attorney, just it was just like everything fell into place, didn't it, Seth?
Yeah, I mean,
A godsend.
I look at a lot of different factors. Sebastian is a case by himself. Going against an agency, most of the time they look for class action. Attorneys will.
Yeah.
And that's a group of people. This attorney came along and he said, I'll do it. So this instead of having them all together, if they're separate, then it brings more attention. It's not, hey, look, one case, 14 people. I mean, I hope that their attorneys do them justice.
Right.
But still, that's 14 cases, one court thing.
Right.
That's less exposure. Sebastian, one court, exposure. Sebastian's missing. Get his face back out here. Let people know that he's still missing.
Yeah. And it's given other people the courage to come forward against them as well. So it's a good thing, I think.
I think so too. It's got to bring some good change, and
Yeah.
that's what we need. That's what Seth is fighting for, not just for Sebastian's return, not just for justice, but for the future. The future. He's fighting for all of us here in Tennessee, whether we got kids, grandkids. He is fighting for all of us, and that You know, like I said earlier, justice, in order to get justice, we can't remain silent. And at least one of Sebastian's parents is being an advocate. At
Absolutely.
least one. I mean, gosh, dang.
Yeah.
Aw, I went to a restaurant recently. There was a stack of Sebastian's flyers, and I said something, and the lady said Seth and Sebastian used to eat there. And that's something that, you know, Seth, you can,
Just makes me sad.
yeah.
I mean, it's happy, but
Seth took Sebastian everywhere. Everywhere that they went, they talked to people and they knew Sebastian. They knew Sebastian. Thank you, Brenda. And that's what it's all about. You know, no matter what state, what city, what country, talking to your family, talking to your friends, letting everybody know, passing out flyers. That's when you are really doing a, you know, you're doing something, you know, besides just, and, you know, I get it that some people can't, can't do it for one reason or another, but that's what it's all about is making sure that your family, your friends, your community knows about Sebastian, no matter where you're at. So thank you.
appreciate that, Henry.
Well, you know, just being a truck driver is a great thing because you everywhere you go, you could put a sign up for Sebastian. I know that a lot of, you know, corporate
If
gas
you're a truck
stations don't like.
driver, every time you hear something like 18-wheeler or convoy, those are songs Sebastian loved to hear while we were driving across country.
Oh, bless him.
Say what now?
It's music, you know, the stuff that I listen to that you don't like.
No, some of it I do like. That
Just long
sounds like
enough to
maybe a
find
song.
out who the artist or whatnot is, so you can put it on your playlist and then go back to complaining about my music.
Yeah, I did like that. I do like some of the stuff. You know, I like some of the stuff.
I know, but I figure I'm, you know, sending prayers to Jeff, so I'll give you a reason to complain about me, and you know, prayers to Jeff.
Yeah, every Dollar General will take the flyer. Which remind I do need to update this one up here because it's gotten faded.
It is faded, and I don't think it's the FBI flyer, is it?
No. But
I'd like
every
to come
Dollar
back and do
General
some
will.
awareness with you guys too. I'd like to do some awareness and just kind of hit some places that we know we'll put them up, but then also some that we just, I mean, shoot from the hip kind of a thing. But you know, because they probably do need to be updated, or sometimes people think that the people have been found and it's not even malicious why they would take it down.
Right.
And thanks, Uncle Taco. Just thank you from me. Because yeah, I think a
Yeah.
lot of people do that, and I know, like some of the local ladies were putting up the signs and stuff like that, and I posted about it, a video, and then someone else I saw a comment in Seth's live that said that they also too seen signs among the campaign signs, and I thought that was fantastic because we do need to be reminded that there's a missing child there. And when all these people are running unopposed, it seems kind of silly to have their yard signs above a missing child. I think that was part of their motivation.
Convoy is by C.W. McCall. Not sure about 18-wheeler. I'm not saying. I'm wanting to say Merle Haggard. Yeah, I put out a new yard sign. Same. Yeah, that's something on our to-do list for sure. I bought a shirt. I'm a walking billboard. Oh, thank you, Paige.
Yay,
Thank
Paige.
you.
Yay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it does, spark a lot of conversations. And I know you guys were talking about those QR codes earlier, and I think those are really important too because those you just scan and it's just so easy to grab that way too. Say you don't want to give someone your phone number or text it over to them. Ooh, girl,
Hmm.
mom. Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
Yeah, it is a good question. Um, because we think about those kiddos that were running away. Um, there was 13 total. I think there was 8 female students and 5 male students that had ran away from that facility in Virginia, and it was like boom, boom, right? Like, and it had happened before. But then you know how that gets. It's like anarchy, right? Because the kids are like, okay, these girls got away with it. These boys are like, okay, well, we're gonna fly the coop too. So,
That was just within a couple of days of each other. It was terrible.
yes, yes, Smiley, and that's what made me look more into some of those schools.
Yes,
Yeah, because they're all their home base for that Virginia school is based in Tennessee and Nashville.
yes,
So I'm like, well, okay, this is interesting. And then it got us looking at the PDF for the federal oversight, and it's amazing. It's a 138-page document, and I mean they're well aware and they're investigating because these kids are running away, and there's all of these horrible allegations of abuse. So
yeah, yeah. They should shut places like that down, man. And the
well,
one
they're
mother, that one mother got on there and said her daughter told her she ran away because they were abusing her.
yes,
Well, that's part of that's part of the foster care child trafficking.
Yes,
I mean, look at
yeah,
some of the stuff that they threaten parents with. If you don't have a person in chat that was just speaking earlier, like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours ago, um, talking about, you know, if you don't put this one, we'll take both of them.
yes,
That's, I mean, if the agencies are doing that, I mean, that's just, shouldn't be doing that.
no.
Has Katie made any comments about the lawsuits? Not that I know of, but I don't, I
It's
don't,
really heartbreaking.
yeah.
Something's got to change.
Yeah, I saw that, Jules, that you've got Sebastian's name stitched on your K9. I love that. Let me see if I
yeah.
can get it. Hold on, I'll show you, Seth. Hold on. They stitch names of fallen officers and 2
Well,
missing
people,
people on
I'm going to
their
jump
K9
down
vests.
now. I think it was a pleasure coming up here.
Oh, thank you, Smiley.
Oh, thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
honey.
you so much, Jen, for having me.
Of course.
And Seth, get you some sleep. I know you're going to pull an all-nighter again, but,
Right. Yeah, get some sleep now. Get some sleep. I know I
Yeah,
have to force it too, but I just can't even imagine.
I know. Bye, y'all. Bye in the chat. I
Honey.
hope y'all have a good night. I hope everybody, I hope the storms don't get y'all, but I hope everybody is going to be okay with that, hopefully. But I will see y'all out here on these streets. YouTube
Right, honey.
streets, that is.
I love that, Smiley.
All right, y'all be good. I love y'all. See you later.
Love you. Bye.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. I gotta get back. How do I? Jen, you might have to kick me. I knocked myself in the
I'll
audience
kick
or
you.
something.
I'll kick you, honey.
Lord have mercy.
Looks like Seth is out too. But yeah, I
Probably.
think that, we had a good live. I don't know if Seth will jump back on or if he's done. Okay, Seth, sounds good. Sounds good. Good convo. Yes, Army
Army
vet for
vet.
sure. Yeah,
And
I opened
Millie.
up the panel, today because I wanted anybody to come up to talk about the DCS, the crisis that we've got going on, and just anything that they wanted to talk about. So I was glad to see Seth come up. Thank you for coming up, Lady Freedom.
Of course, Jen. Thank you so much for having me. I
Are
really
you going live
appreciate it.
tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just keep talking or keep reading through, because I'm gonna do a video on it. Like, so maybe it's more of like a good read through,
Okay.
but yeah, I want to piece it up because there's so many pieces in there that deserve attention, and I knew I'd never do it in one live. You know.
What pieces of the lawsuit?
Because like the
Okay.
first night, I just really focused on all of the names that were named in the beginning that had knowledge of these meetings and not meetings, but proceedings, excuse me, pertaining to Sebastian. So,
Yeah, I'll be
yeah.
getting something to eat
Oh,
soon, and
Mom.
thank you. Girl mama says I'll be there, Lady Freedom. I'll
Great.
probably be
I'm gonna
drifting
try to
off.
do a little early. I'm gonna do. I might
Okay.
do like an 11. Well, that way, because I know, and I meant to do a live. I was gonna kind of review Seth, but then I'm glad that I didn't because I'm glad I got to make it up here because, this is such an important conversation, and
It is.
yeah, and I think
It
everybody
is.
putting their heads together is super smart. Um, so.
We always, we want to hear from Seth. At least when there's kids that are missing and we're invested in those missing kids cases, we want to hear from the parent. We do. We the people, we want to hear from the parent. And I think that, Seth can only do what he can only, it's painful, very painful for him to talk about things, you know. It's triggering, it's painful, and we do have to respect that. And I get it with Katie, she didn't have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, although I can't get past the fact that she's not Sebastian's number one advocate. I can't get past that. I'm not going to get past that. It's been 2.5 years and she's not won me over, not one bit. And I'm pretty good with judging people and their character.
I think you're fair with people too, Jen, and I really try to be fair with people because it's difficult, especially if they do something to upset you or, because this is upsetting. But I've also tried to consider everything and try to stay as open-minded as possible, but it's getting really hard because now we're getting more information that's, you can't gaslight people for 2.5 years and then expect everybody not to be upset about that. I mean,
And you can't put your hands on my kid and expect me to be all giddy with you, okay?
oh,
Especially when they
exactly.
went missing from your house. You can get I I don't care how many people can make excuses for that, but the majority of Sebastian's army, most everybody is in agreement. you ain't gonna put your hands on my kids and expect me to hang out with you. No.
No way.
Mm-mm.
No way. And I think it would be so different if it was like if it was actually a pop on the butt or something like that, which I don't condone either. I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't be okay with it, but I think it would almost hit differently. I think as more of like but it's just so malicious, and especially when we hear the neighbors quotations, and when we hear, and those are things that we were hearing coming out, but people were saying that's a rumor. And to me, I mean, them knowing this whole entire time and being so heavily involved, that CPIT team
It's
is
literally
actually
the DCS quotations.
right.
Quotations. Not a rumor.
Not a rumor.
Mm-mm.
And that's just what we like. That's just what we know now. But there's probably just so much more. I know Seth was like the tip of the iceberg.
Yep. Yeah, certain things can't be undone. Absolutely not. Chat, guys, thank you so much for being here. I mean, 6.5 hours, y'all know this is a long life for me, but hey, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'm so glad that Seth came up here and felt comfortable enough to answer some of your questions, because I know that the last live that he did, people were irritated that he didn't answer some of the questions. And, he wants to be mindful of the things that are going on right now too. But he knows that we are invested, and he wants to, satisfy some of these questions. So, but I thank you guys. I thank you, Lady Freedom, for coming up. It's
Thank
starting to
you.
thunder. So
And thank you,
I'll
Seth
be in
and
your
Smiley
live.
too.
I'll be in your live. Set
Okay,
that
thank
thumbnail,
you.
and we'll come
I
in there. I
will.
love you, girl.
Thanks, Jen. I love you too. I'm gonna pop off, but thank you so much.
Okay, honey. Have a good
Okay, bye
night.
bye.
Have a good
You
life.
too.
Again, guys, thank you so much for being here. Y'all have no idea. It just means so much, for your support, not just for Seth, but Sebastian's story. This young man has still not been found, and we are devastated still after all this time, that we are no closer than we were for, the first day that he went missing. So, yes, thank you. Thank you. Without you guys, we're just hanging out by ourselves. So we appreciate you, and we love you too. Thank you guys. Yes, thank you. I'm going to go get me some food. Jeff has brought us back some pizza, even though it's not crystal. Seth didn't bring me crystals, but it's okay. It's all right. You didn't bring no crystal. I copied this live to my ex and my YouTube community post. Thank you, Deanna. We appreciate you, honey. Thank you so much. And thank you, Seth, for being patient and kind and trying to answer some of these questions, even though I know that it was so difficult. No, absolutely not. Crystal. Anyways, peace out, guys. Love you so much.